Let's call roll.
Dr. Solocito,
Here.
Dr. Grant,
Here.
Dr. Nolan,
Here.
Ms. Pulaski,
Here.
Ms. Prado,
Here.
Dr. Bradbury.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Fantastic. Okay. So we left off yesterday talking about coming back to agenda item 10, which is an update discussion on pending regulations. And given our short time that we have today, the time constraints, we are planning on not having a presentation on that. And so if there's any public members or board members that have any questions or concerns, we would email Jessica. Is that?
Yeah, so we're, because we had so many items that we had to push to today and we have a 1 o'clock hard stop for hearings, we're going to waive presentations for agenda item 10, agenda item 19 and 20. And if the board members have any input, questions, or concerns, then they can email them to me.
So if there's public members that want to comment on them, though, shouldn't we need to let them comment?
I think we can open it up for a public comment for all 3 items.
Okay.
And just to provide that opportunity if they do have questions on 10, 19, and 20.
Okay. And so we'll do that, I think, after the AAVSB presentation and before we finish our discussion on the legislation. We are also going to take things a little bit out of order, or I shouldn't say a little bit, we are just out of order, but our student liaison, Holly Masterson, has some class and I think some class constraints. So we're going to have her present first. And then we will be moving on to agenda item 17. So Holly, take it away.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you for welcoming me back today. Today I'll be talking about some updates on our school's 2024 initiatives with Dean Stetter, student tracking updates, and our access to care activities, as well as a request for mentors to support our doctor-client communication curriculum. So first, I just wanted to share some of the 2024 initiatives set up by Dean Mark Stetter. As the 9th dean of our school and a recent addition to our program, he has been meeting with faculty, staff, and students to get a better grasp of our top priorities and needs. Here are the following main areas he is focusing on to improve our school in 2024, as well as a little bit of specifics about each area. So first, we have the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative. The goal here is to diversify and expand our summer camps, including our pre-vet summer enrichment programs for undergraduates, while also creating more outreach for middle and high school students. Next, we have the People First Initiative to create more mental health resources for faculty and staff, as well as establishing a committee devoted to recognition of staff and faculty. The next one is Facilities Initiative, which includes renovation of the Carlson Library to expand space for faculty, staff, and students, and also improved directional signage across the school campus, which I can very much appreciate as someone who's been lost. And lastly, the Research Initiative, investing into 2 important areas: data analytics capabilities and grant writing infrastructure. So moving on, now that our current second-year students have decided on their tracking, I thought you all might like a better idea of where our class is headed in the field. So for context, UC Davis's curriculum allows students to choose between large and small animal medicine to allow more concentration on these species in 3rd year. And then students also get to pick between a series of tracks. So within small animal, there's the companion and exotic tracks, and within large animal, there are the equine, livestock, and zoo tracks. For my class, the class of 2026, out of 148 students, we have 119 tracking small animal and 29 tracking large animal. At the moment, I cannot give you exact numbers on livestock, equine, and zoo, but I can tell you that approximately we have 10 students, including myself, doing livestock, around 7 students in equine, and around 12 students tracking zoo. Last board meeting, many of you expressed interest in learning more about how the school is encouraging students to explore the shelter, medicine, equine, and livestock fields, since we're seeing a large shortage in that field of veterinarians. After speaking to various faculty, the consensus seems to be that there are a variety of programs available for students, including our clubs, work opportunities, and externships. But we are seeing a reduction in students being interested in choosing these fields, primarily because of the lower pay and somewhat less of a work-life balance after graduation. And when speaking to various students in my class, they agree that this is the case. It doesn't seem to be a lack of exposure, but more the reality that a career in these alternate fields does not always provide the most ideal circumstances for a balanced, stable life. With that said, I would like to mention that there has been a recent USDA grant-based project with UC Davis, and it's focused on sparking interest in high school students to explore the livestock field of veterinary medicine. This project includes a creation of outreach materials, sending ambassadors from the field to high schools, and creating more opportunities for high school students to get livestock medicine experience. And the hope is that this will encourage an earlier link for students that do not have a background in agriculture to try and connect with it. It also provides an opportunity for current livestock-focused students to share their enthusiasm for the field with students that have not been exposed to it before. Next, I wanted to give you all a brief update on our wonderful access to care programs at our school. Recently, I participated in both the Mercer Clinic and the Covelo Clinic. Mercer is a free once-a-month clinic held in Sacramento for low-income and unhoused families with pets. It provides a truly unparalleled experience for veterinary students to practice taking charge and leading appointments. I personally thoroughly enjoyed meeting the loyal families and their furry critters, while also discussing treatment plans with doctors on staff. It's a very exciting opportunity to be able to serve the local community while also learning vital skills. Covelo is another clinic in Mendocino County that we camp out at for a weekend in August, November, and March every year. This March, when I attended, we were able to provide care for over 250 animals, including over 90 surgeries in one weekend. So it was a very successful event and a great opportunity to learn from so many incredible technicians, RVTs, doctors, as well as meeting the regular clients and their patients. I spoke with Dr. Jonathan Deere back in January, who is currently one of the leads in our school's Access to Care Committee. And I wanted to let you all know that right now they are in the process of hiring a full-time faculty member to oversee these programs and potentially integrate one of these clinics into a fourth-year rotation so that fourth-year students can be even more hands-on. This would be a big project and will take a long time, but it is being started at the moment. I also wanted to let you all know that any veterinarian can be a part of our Access to Care clinics. You are all welcome to come participate, and they have been working on actually streamlining the process. So you would need to simply email Kelly Stetter to receive paperwork and sign up, and we can always use more people, so just let me know if you'd like her contact. And finally, I wanted to talk about an area that I think our students could really benefit from your help in. Throughout the curriculum at UC Davis, we have consultation labs where an actor helps us learn how to communicate better with clients. And they're a vital aspect of helping us develop into great vets. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this curriculum, the way it works is that we're given a patient scenario with either a dog, cat, livestock species, or a horse. It's our pick. And we must complete a full appointment with an actor. There will also be other students and a mentor in the room to go over what went well and what we could have done better at the end. In the beginning, these appointments are simple and the actors are always fully agreeable with us, but over time, they begin to bring up some more difficult topics, such as euthanasia and situations where a client is frustrated about some aspect of the appointment. as a basis for hitting all of the important parts of an appointment and ensuring that the client feels both comforted and well informed about their pet, a model was created for use by Dr. Jim Clark. It's called the Wise Coach model, where each letter stands for a different crucial part of the appointment process. In the agenda, you can find a link to a paper showing the efficacy of this model in real clinical research. And at the end, you'll also find the model itself. Mentorship from current and retired veterinarians is a crucial part of this process. The mentors come in and they guide us through a process by giving us feedback using the Wise Coach model. However, there is a definite gap in the number of large animal mentors that we have available compared to small animal mentors. And as a large animal student, I reached out to Dr. Clark to see if I could advertise this process to you today, to think about whether you might be interested in serving as a mentor for us. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me and discuss more after the meeting. And that is everything I have today for UC Davis. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And I'm glad you could make it. So what was the name of the person to email for the clinics?
So her name is Kelly Stetter, and I can give you the full email later if you.
Yeah, I should, if you send that to Jessica, then she can send it out to everyone. And do large animal or any veterinarians that want to participate in the Wise Coach problem, do they need to be in person or is it a virtual option?
It is only in person.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions from board members? Jessica?
Holly, thank you so much for your presentation. And just so members know, the piece about what she said they're doing when it comes to high school students and doing more outreach there, I think there's an opportunity there for us to, if we can partner with you in doing that. In our sunset report, every year the legislature asks each board about what the boards are doing for workforce development. And historically has been the position of many boards throughout DCA that workforce development is not necessarily an area for regulatory boards. It's more of the association and the schools to get more individuals into the profession where we regulate the profession. It seems that the perception has shifted in the legislature to where there's more onerous on they believe it is part of the board's role to help develop the profession, especially dealing with professions with shortages. And so they do want to see us doing more going out into high schools. DCA is working on a whole outreach plan for all of DCA boards to where we would be more involved in that aspect of it. But I think this is a perfect opportunity to partner with UC Davis and get that out there.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other comments from the board. Any public comment in the room? Seeing none, moderator, would you please open it up to public comment online?
We are open for public comment online. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of your screen. For our mobile device users, you have 3 different screens and only one of them has a hand button. So you may need to click the ellipses button, that's the ... at the bottom, to find your hand button. For our dial-in users, dial *3 to raise your hand. And everyone may use the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of their screen and type the word comment into the Q&A box and send that comment to all participants in order to request their turn to comment. We will be giving 3 minutes, you will be given 3 minutes to speak, and I will give you a 15-second warning before your time expires. We're going to take just a couple more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Moderator, would you be able to see if Anna Stiles is one of the guests?
Not yet.
Okay, Thank you. So that's our Western University liaison, and we didn't have a chance to communicate with her yesterday, so she probably wasn't able to join us today as her report was scheduled to be given yesterday. So our apologies there. Thank you so much. Okay, so skipping over the agenda items 13, 14. We did 15 yesterday. We are going to move on to agenda item 17, update discussion and possible action on American Association of Veterinary State Boards. Mr. Penrod? And Dr. Nunez. Good morning.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for coming.
Thank you for inviting us.
Morning.
Good morning.
We're going to
Uh,
pull up the
I'm-
slides. If we just give it 1 minute to pull
Yep.
up the slides.
Till that comes up, I'm Jim Penrod. I'm the CEO of AAVSB, and Dr. Nunez, you all know, he's a board member on AAVSB. We're going to put some slides up just to, our goal today is really to help you understand what you can take advantage of through your membership in the AAVSB, and really just to build a rapport with the board and get to know me. You know, I don't normally come here. I know Dr. Nunez does, but it's really great to meet all of you and put some faces to names, that kind of thing. So appreciate being invited here. Almost there. Trip was pretty good. No delays. I heard Sacramento has some issues this morning with, at least I'm on United, so they had some issues with two of the airlines because of internet outages. Yeah, so I'm glad I'm not on one of those.
I'm on one of those. So I might be here tomorrow.
So you might be joining us tonight?
We'll see.
Yeah.
But you all should know, Jim takes very good care of me when we go to the meetings. Your staff is always very good at making sure the accommodations are taken care of and transportation and the operational aspects is awesome.
Oh, great. Appreciate that. You could skip the first two slides and just go to number 3 there, which is our membership. You are one of the 50 states that are members of AVSB, along with 3 of the territories and 10 Canadian provinces. So we've got North America pretty much covered. On the next slide is the board of directors. Obviously, you know, Dr. Nunez, and we have 10 members of the board of directors. You play a big part in electing those folks to the board. Currently, we have 10 members on the board of directors, and 1 is a veterinary technician. We have 3 members who are executive directors or registrars of their jurisdictional board. And then the remainder are veterinarians that, again, are elected by you, members of the organization. On the next slide, we have our staff. As Mark mentioned, we have a great staff that's really here to support you and your needs. And so I encourage you as a board to reach out to us whenever you need assistance, need some questions answered, those kinds of things, what's happening in regulation with other jurisdictions around you. We're here to provide that support and just make your job a little bit easier. On the next slide, one of the exercises that Mark participated in with the board at a recent meeting was to talk about, and I don't know if you've seen this on the internet, but there's a presentation on understanding your why. Why do you exist? Not what do you do, but why do you exist as an organization? What are you trying to better? And so this is the statement: we believe public service affects the welfare of animals, people, and our world. And this really applies to you as a board, to us as an organization, and to all of our members in what we try to accomplish as a group of regulators of veterinary medicine. So I think this was a really important statement for us to come up with. and help us understand the reason and be able to have that elevator pitch to people. Why do you do what you do? Okay, next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the benefits that we provide you as a member of our organization. I'm going to walk through each of these items individually and give you an idea of some of the things that we produce, the programs and services we offer to really help you do your job better. Let's go to the next slide. You probably recognize some of these programs. We love in veterinary medicine to have these acronyms. So, keep in mind with that. But, one of our biggest things is our VIVA program, our Veterinary Information Verification Agency. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and your participation in that. That's been really effective and helpful. But it is a centralized licensure database that is intended to help you make better decisions when it comes down to receiving applicants from other jurisdictions that are coming into your jurisdiction. And really to provide a knowledge of any activities, are they in good standing? Has there been actions against their license in other jurisdictions? That kind of thing. In the meantime, we have our Vault program, which is to assist licensees in transferring their credentials when they apply to California or other jurisdictions. You're all probably familiar with our RACE program, which is approves continuing education for licensure renewal, as well as our RACE Track program, which is all about tracking someone's education and helping you audit that. Our PAVE program is for foreign educated licensees. And most recently, we have created a PAVE program for veterinary technicians. So it's the only program of its kind to evaluate the education of foreign trained veterinary technicians so that you can make a decision about them. And then SPA is our program for jurisprudence exams. And I know that I don't think you all have one or you have one online. We offer a service for boards that need it to be able to deliver those jurisprudence exams online 24/7.
May I add that the Viva database in particular is very important when we're talking about, I'm not sure if this is on another slide, but about portability, mobility. If we are processing an application for a licensee from a different jurisdiction, it's so helpful to have information from other jurisdictions on whether or not there was disciplinary action and so forth occurring, where previously it was very difficult to get that information. And California was one of the first states to really actively participate and help to.
The first, yes. And I'm going to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So next slide.
But that just underlies the importance of why it's important to have the things that the AAVSP does for California in particular. We can't survive without them, especially with mobility issues and verification issues and so forth.
Yeah, if we could have the next slide, please. So this is what Mark's referring to, the Viva Data Exchange Program. Your board was the first board to participate in the Viva Data Exchange Program. So I want to thank Jessica for that. It is a program where we have a vision, and the vision is to provide a centralized on-demand licensure database where you or your staff can go on when you receive an application, look up a licensee's name, immediately see if they are in good standing in all the jurisdictions they are licensed in or ever have been licensed in. And so that's the vision. You were the first board to participate in that. We recently turned on Indiana as the second board, and we have about, 18, 20 other jurisdictions that are in line at various stages to create that database connection. So I think we can turn this vision into a reality and really provide that service to you so that the licensure process becomes way more efficient for those that utilize the system. Next slide, please.
And just to, again, back in the old days, if a person were applying for a license and there's a part of the application that says what other jurisdictions were you licensed in, if they were disciplined in one jurisdiction, they may not write that down on their application that they were in that area. But with PIVA, we'll find out.
Yeah, and this, as you may or may not know, this program is, or this kind of centralized database is not unusual. There are federally mandated programs for physicians, nurses, et cetera, but not for veterinarians. And so we're trying to do it ourselves and create this system so that you have the same resource that those boards do. So next slide, please. In the meantime, we have our Vault program, which is intended to make it easier for your staff to be able to review applications when they come to the office. And what we do for the licensee is collect all the documents that are required for to be attached to a licensure application. Things such as their transcripts, the letters in good standing, all that kind of good stuff. And we put it into our database, and then we send it to the jurisdiction where that applicant applied, all in one packet. And so the big benefit is if an individual does this themselves rather than through our Vault program, your state is receiving these documents piecemeal. So they're getting the transcript here and the other things there. And it saves your staff a tremendous amount of time in looking at those documents and getting them into the system. So next slide, please. We're getting there. Next slide. There we go. I mentioned our race and racetrack system. With this data that you've sent to us, it allows you now to participate in our racetrack program, which is an auditing system to be able to allow your board to audit CE for individuals. This is a fairly new system, so we're working out the bugs right now. We have a couple bugs, but we definitely have heard from our member boards last week at our Executive Director Summit. And we're currently working on fixing some of those bugs so that this system becomes much better for you to be able to audit CE for your licensees.
And didn't that horse win an award?
I think that horse did win an award, yes. We did receive a marketing award for this campaign on racetrack, so appreciated it. Next slide, please. I mentioned our pay program in 2020 or 2022. We introduced the Pay for Vet Techs program, and that's the first of its kind. And you can see that we have almost 2,400 folks that have gone through the pay program. So those are foreign trained veterinarians or technicians. Next slide, please. Our SPA program, again, I talked about this, which is just our ability to deliver jurisprudence exams if boards require that. Next slide. One of the big things that we offer, though, is the community of regulators, right? And we recently completed our spring meeting, which our spring summit for executive directors and registrars. And we had our board basics and beyond training, which is regulatory training, a 1.5-day session. Those are typically held in Kansas City. And we will try to do it again in April of 2025. So make sure you keep an ear out for that, because I think it is of benefit, especially to new members of your board that are trying to understand what it is to be a regulator of veterinary medicine and not a veterinarian or veterinary technician. And then, of course, you all submitted requests to have the annual conference in California, and the conference committee selected that this year. So you see the dates there, September 25th through 28th. It's going to be in San Diego, Coronado Island. And we hope you all will attend and be able to host that meeting for us. So that would be great. We do pay for 2 individuals to come, delegate and alternate delegate, as well as any volunteers that are on committees. Those are always funded as well. So, and Mark, do you have anything to add about the annual meeting, the value?
It's there, it's like a convention, so there's lots of topics on regulatory issues. Like in the past, we've had talks on telemedicine, um, FDA issues, Food and Drug Administration issues, wellness issues, and so forth. So it's almost like a continuing education weekend on regulatory issues. Everything you've always wanted to know about regulatory affairs. And it's also always good to just have one-on-one meetings with the regulators from different states, just to learn how they do things differently. I was always blown away one time when I was talking to the president of the Hawaiian VMA, who asked me if this board talks to all the disciplinary cases. And I said, there's too many of them to do that. And he said, oh, we do. And I asked him, how many do you have? About 3 or 4 a year, 3 or 4 cases a year, disciplinary cases. And we usually go over to their house or to their business and just talk about their cases. So that was a couple of years ago, but it was eye-opening to see how things are different in different parts of the country.
It's been very interesting for me to attend the various state board meetings because everyone's different, right? Some of the boards, they have their meetings all over the state. They go to the veterinary schools so that students can attend the board meetings, something for you to think about. Florida was one of those that travels around to different cities and they bring their disciplinees, I guess you could call them, up to the table at every meeting, and they have to attend 3 board meetings as part of their disciplinary actions. So another interesting thing.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I've sat through an administrative hearing in Tennessee, so that was kind of interesting, but a lot of fun stuff. Next slide, please. And this is what I just mentioned. We do pay for 2 attendees as well as all the committee members that are volunteers. So we hope to see you all there. Next slide, please. Again, April is the time for the summit. This is really great for executive directors. Jessica attended this year and we had about up in the high 20s for the number of executive directors and registrars. It's only the 2nd year for this program, so we're trying to grow it. And Board Basics and Beyond, which is on the next slide, please.
Can I go back?
Sure.
Isn't it the responsibility of the current state board president to welcome everyone to the conference? Isn't that how we do it in the past?
Yeah, we do. Absolutely.
Actually, you have to come.
Yeah.
You have to
Yes.
welcome everybody.
Yeah. There you go.
Just so you know.
It's in September this year, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great, because it always falls on my birthday.
Oh,
So this year will be a few days before, so
You have to dress up like Mickey Mouse or something Southern
I
California.
have a ball gown.
there you
Yeah.
go.
A beaded ball gown,
Something that
yes.
represents California.
We'll have the cake too for you. It's for your
Or maybe
birthday.
like that figure behind you. You can do it like that.
Yeah, we'll make a cake like that. That sounds good. Board Basics and Beyond, I mentioned, was our training session. It's really good for new board members, public members in particular too, because it helps you understand your role on a regulatory board versus being a professional or being a member of the public. And it's only $250 and we pay for all the other travel expenses and that kind of thing. Next slide, please. So Mark mentioned this. One of the big pieces of our Viva database program is when we receive disciplinary actions, we send that action out to all the jurisdictions where that licensee is also licensed. And so you can perhaps see from the small type up there, but it's been very effective in certain cases where a registrant is licensed in multiple jurisdictions. They receive a disciplinary action for doing something improper, and then the other jurisdictions receive notification and can determine if they want to take any action on that individual licensee. So it's been very effective in that way. We also send a notice to APHIS, and we're working on one with DEA right now, a memo of understanding, so that they're aware of any regulatory issues against a licensee. Yeah.
It's just escaping me. What's APHIS again?
APHIS is the Animal Plant Health Inspection Service. So they're the ones that do the health certificates for moving, livestock across borders. Next slide, please. We also do a number of model documents. We have our Practice Act model, and that is I would say a living document. It tends to get reviewed all the time. We have on our website a number of model regulations that we've started to create as well. And those are reviewed every 5 years minimum. And we continue to have our regulatory policy committee develop documents. Right now, they're working on one for medical records, and that will come out for your review and possible approval in the near future. So something to keep an eye out for. Next slide. And finally, our wonderful staff member who's our membership concierge, Lainey Franklin. She does send out any question that Jessica has to other executive directors around the country and try to get answers to those questions as quickly as possible. We call it affectionately Lainey Serve because she just sends it out as an email. We also have our watchdog service, which is where we report on a monthly basis legislation that's going on around the country, as well as board actions from both veterinary boards as well as pharmacy boards that may be helpful in understanding what's happening around the country.
It's a really interesting resource to just see all the different pieces of legislation that's going on. You know, that when we're talking about legislation, the question always comes up, well, what are they doing in other states?
Yep.
And you can just log on to the Watchdog report. All of the months are archives. You can look back on different months and see what they are doing in other states.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great resource. Encourage you to look at that and keep an eye out for that. Jessica serves on our executive director advisory committee, and they have been working on the questions for our member board profile survey. That's going to come out shortly, and it's really a good resource for you to use to benchmark your board against other states and other provinces and that kind of thing. So very helpful in that regard. And you can see Lainey's contact information there. If you ever need to reach out, ask a question, please do so. Next slide. And just any questions that you might have for Margaret.
Well, thank you so much. And I as an attendee for the past, I think, 2 years now, I wanted to say that the conference is really helpful and thank you. And the last conference was really, the presentations were really informative, and they didn't seem biased in any way, and I really appreciated that. So thank you for the sort of shift away from kind of commercial products and corporate stuff. So it was great, very informative, great speakers. And I also am hopeful that we can convince other boards, all of the boards, to participate in Viva. It just really would serve consumer protection in all the states. So I am glad you offer that, and I hope that, you know, we can get everybody involved in that. I wanted to just ask you, I know that the mission statement was recently changed. I don't have the old mission statement, but you kind of took the board focus out of the mission statement. I just wondered why.
No, the bylaws are speak to the member boards and obviously the importance of serving our member boards. But from a perspective of what we do as an organization, it's really benefiting veterinary regulation, right? And that's the purpose. It doesn't exclude the boards in any means. It's really part of the bylaws, obviously, that directs the operation of the organization and talks about service to the boards.
That's really helpful. Thanks.
Yeah.
Jessica, did you? Oh,
Good.
okay. I just, in my mind, I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I wondered, I know you may not be the person, if you could elaborate on the alternate, like an update on the alternative pathway for RVTs, because it's a really big thing for our state.
Yeah, so the board voted on a update to the eligibility policy for the VTNE. And we're in the process of doing our research, calling individual member boards. We're going to have to work with the schools. But the two big changes to that policy, one is to allow, if the school permits, candidates to take the exam prior to graduation. And the school will have to send us a roster of eligible candidates. So it would be up to the school to determine that if their program is designed in such a way to allow that. The second major change was for us to take, us being AAVSB, to take over the review of eligibility for those candidates, um, for those jurisdictions that have an alternate pathway to the VTNE already built into rules or regulations. And so it's not changing that, it's really just taking over the administrative process.
And is there going to be a fee to us for doing that?
There's not a fee,
Okay.
no.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then finally, for me, can we participate in your board meetings, like as a public members, are they open?
Yeah, they're open to all members, so not just the executive directors, but
Okay.
members of your board. Absolutely. And we do send those out to Jessica,
Okay,
the link and when the dates are.
okay,
Our next one you might be very interested in, we're talking about in May, the VTNE, and we are having our psychometrician talk about sort of the process to create the VTNE and the process to for scoring and that kind of thing. So
great.
should be very educational.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
thank you. Jessica?
Yeah, so just to clarify first, for the VTNE alternate pathway or the alternate pathway for licensure, our requirements are tied to the license. And so in order to obtain a license, they have to do so many things, but we have no requirements when it comes to examination eligibility. And so if AAVSB is able to take on this duty, but they're putting that gate on in order to take the exam, they have to do certain things. There right now might be the potential for duplicative review because we have to review that stuff in order to qualify for a license. Depending on how this plays out, we might want to reevaluate whether or not if AAVSB has already done this review, if we want to rely on that and then maybe look at changing either our statutes or regs of accepting AAVSB's review, so there's not duplicative review. But I think there's a lot of aspects to that, but something to just keep in mind because the goal would not have to make the applicant have to do the review twice.
And we're considering that in our process. And so, like I said, we're still in the research phase. No plans on changing anything, at least until beginning of 2025. So, yep.
So let AAVSB do all that work for you at no additional charge.
To us.
You.
I wonder if it would go onto the test cost, perhaps. I don't know. Dr. Solicito?
Yes, I do have a question about PAVE. As a foreign graduate myself, I'm familiar with PAVE, but with the option now for technicians to go through PAVE, I was wondering, is this just for technicians that graduated from technician programs, foreign technician programs, or will veterinarians be able to go through this? Because I know for a fact that a lot of foreign graduate veterinarians would go through being an RVT first before they start working on their veterinary licensure.
Right. Yeah, that's very interesting. And right now, it's for those that have gone through a veterinary technician program, a foreign program. There are a number of unaccredited degrees in the U.S. Our committee did not want to super or undermine the accreditation process. So this is strictly for foreign degrees. And however, we do have our PAVE Committee for Veterinarians that is looking at, right now, they have some subcommittees looking at alternate pathways than the current pathway, which is to take the test and then take the 4th year at a veterinary school. So they are in the process of doing that. The board has charged them with that by the end of the year. So we hope to have some information the board can act on, early next year.
Thank you.
Dr. Grant?
I had a question just for information. Can a practicing veterinarian in this state contact a VSB directly concerning like hiring a foreign veterinarian, or is that something you can do and find out which different states might be more congenial or?
I don't think we've ever had that question, to be honest with you. We do provide a link to all the board requirements on our website. And typically, if someone would call us and ask about specific requirements, we would refer them to our website and, have them look at the statutes and rules in each jurisdiction independently. So we don't offer advice, I guess, you should go to this state or that state. Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Grant, are you asking more of, to find out what states have a pathway for foreign graduates?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
And what requirements are for each state?
I think we can work with AVSB to get that information, specific, whether it's a Laney serve or if there's a prior question. I think we can survey to
Yeah.
find out. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Pulowski.
Thank you for coming. Are there states that have on-the-job pathways for RVTs?
There are, yes,
They just on the job.
just on the job.
It's not an alternate path.
That would be one of the alternate pathways, but I think there are 4 states. I know Wisconsin's one. I can't remember the other ones, but I think there's 4 states that have on-the-job training, and maybe 5 now, because Washington created a program that they allow sort of a on-the-job certification by a certain group.
And then, and there's no education component.
There is no education component.
Thank
correct.
you.
Yep.
Jessica? Okay. Well, there's nobody in the room for public comment. So moderator, would you open it up online for any questions from the public?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Please remember, you can always type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. And for our mobile device users, if you're having trouble finding that hand button, you may need to hit the ... that's the ellipses button at the bottom, in order to find the page with the hand button.
I'm really glad I know what the ellipses button is now.
I learned that yesterday too, that's what it is called. And Christy, thank you for pointing out that there is a difference between the alternate pathway and on the job, because sometimes people think it's the same thing and
Yeah,
it's not.
no.
This is the moderator. We have no request for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, well, again, thank you so much for traveling here and Dr. Nunez for coming. We appreciate that and look forward to the collaboration, continued collaboration with the AAVSB, and maybe see you at the next meeting.
Sounds great.
I hope you stay and see the rest of our day, although it is a little disjointed. You probably, I don't know if you're aware, but on January we had to cancel our meeting due to a quorum issue. And so we're trying to squeeze everything in, and it's been a challenge. So,
I'll stay through your open session for sure.
okay, thank you. Okay, I think this would be a good opportunity to allow the public to comment on items number 10, 19 and 20. Is that correct? Yep. So moderator, can you open up to public comment for agenda items 10, 19, and 20, please?
Absolutely. As stated, we are open for public comments on 10, 19, and 20. If you'd like to make a comment on any of those 3 agenda items, please raise your hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we are going to now go back to agenda item 11, the update and discussion on 2023-2024 legislation impacting the board, DCA, and/or the veterinary profession. And we will start with agenda item A2. Justin. Good morning. Sorry you had to have 2 days of this, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so picking up from yesterday, we'll start with agenda item 11A2, and that is Assembly Bill 2265. So I'll mainly just kind of touch on updates since the date of the memo, April 2. So AB 2265, Assemblymember McCarty, this has to do with animals, spaying, neutering, and euthanasia. Just a couple of updates on the status. This bill was amended as of yesterday. It was passed through the Assembly Business and Professions Committee, and it will next move on to the Appropriations Committee. And then I was just going to mention, if you compare it to the content in the memo on page 3, with the amendment yesterday, basically on page 3, paragraphs 2 through 6, all of that content has been struck from the bill. So that is an update as a result of the amendment from yesterday. Additionally, so just to quickly summarize, this bill would state that it's the policy of the state that no animal should be euthanized if it can be adopted into a suitable home or released to a qualified nonprofit animal rescue or adoption organization. Additionally, the bill declares it the policy of the state that no animal be euthanized by a public animal control agency or shelter or a private entity that contracts with a public animal control agency or shelter for animal care and control services. This bill would require an eligible agency or shelter as defined up to 72 hours before a scheduled euthanasia of a dog or cat, but no later than 24 hours before a scheduled euthanasia of a dog or cat, to post a daily list of any cat or dog scheduled for euthanasia on their public internet website or public social media page, and to post physical notice on the kennel of a dog or cat scheduled to be euthanized. The new content, or as a result of the amendments from yesterday, these are the 2 new pieces. Existing law imposes various requirements relating to animals on public animal control agencies and public animal shelters, including the required holding period for stray dogs and cats, a requirement to provide necessary and prompt veterinary care, nutrition, and shelter, and a requirement to keep accurate records on each animal taken up, medically treated, or impounded. This bill would collectively define Hayden's Law to mean several of those provisions relating to animals. This bill would require a public animal control agency or public animal shelter that seeks to adopt a policy practice, or protocol that raises the potential for conflict with Hayden's Law to first give notice to the city or county body that funds the agency or shelter and post a notice regarding the policy, practice, or protocol at its facility in a manner that is accessible to public view. This bill would require the city or county body to, within 60 days of receipt of the notice, schedule a public hearing regarding the policy, practice, or protocol. So those are the recent additions to the bill. Do we want to pause for questions or comments in between? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering, so just to be clear, I think that they took away the increasing the deposit to $200.
Yes, that appears to have been taken out, yes.
Okay. And then Dr. Solicito, do you have any comments or yeah.
I do. Okay. With regards to the notification of animals that are to be euthanized, with a minimum of 72 hours? Is that?
I think it's
is that
24 hours
24
now,
hours?
if I'm correct. Yeah.
Okay, so the reality is in my experience, whenever we have animals, let's say for reasons that, for space, especially for large volume animal shelters, let's say, and animals have been there for a period of time. And then after exhausting all possibilities to adopt them out, we don't get any responses, then those animals will be scheduled for euthanasia. If they are posted, what happens is then we would have advocates who would, try to say, oh, we'll be working on these animals and we would need an extension. And that extension can go, multiple times. If they fail again, then there would be another group that would be advocating. So I don't see anything in the legislation that would also protect the shelters in, in having these overpopulation issues. No shelter, I would have to say, nobody in the shelters want to do any euthanasia if that's possible. But the problem is if the shelters are becoming the dumping ground of unwanted animals, and for the lack of support and lack of resources, the shelters would not have the ability to keep those animals, at the shelters. I don't see anything in the legislation that would at least, give a provision for animals that say, if they have exhausted the first 24 hours where it's been extended for a request, does that mean that as if that request failed, will the shelters be able to proceed with the euthanasia as scheduled? I mean, those are just my thoughts about the reality of what the shelters are experiencing.
Any other comments?
Could I ask Dr. Salcido? I'm not really familiar with Hayden's Law, so do I need to be to understand this? It just is, I don't know what that is.
The Hayden bill before, I know it's associated with some funding that is being provided to the shelters so that they will be able to, seek, support for adoptions. But I think that has been pulled, the state has not been giving that support to the shelters now. And also, one of the provision of the Hayden bill is that if there is an adoptable animal and there is a rescue group or advocate group that would want that animal, then the shelters should give them the opportunity to pull those animals.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that I believe Hayden Law requires shelters hold an animal for 72 hours. And so I think that in this bill, the 24-hour requirement is what they're saying could be in controversy with Hayden's Law, because it's requiring that if an animal is going to be euthanized, to be told within 24 hours to let animal rescue groups or anybody that's interested in the animal to make them aware of the euthanasia of the animal within 24 hours. I mean, so within that, so Hayden's law requires 72-hour hold. This is adding a requirement of then within the 72 hours. So when that 72 hours is over, then thereafter being like, hey, it's really going to happen. This animal is being euthanized now within 24 hours to give that rescue a person that's trying to save that animal's life the opportunity to be able to do so.
So in what I'm reading here, which it's on Wikipedia, so I apologize, but it says it expanded the minimum impound time to 4 to 6 business days and required that the animal be released to a nonprofit animal rescue or adoption organization in certain circumstances, subject to specified exceptions. But in this bill, it sounds like it isn't saying that they can immediately euthanize within 24 hours. It's that they when they decide that they're going to be euthanizing the animal, they have to post at least 24 hours beforehand. So it's just this additional requirement of posting. Am I correct in that, Christy?
I don't know if you saw all the posting. They have to do it on Facebook. They have to make sure that their business, all of their business website is updated. They have to put an 8.5 by 11 sign on the pet's website so that the public can see it. There's a lot of onerous work in this. It's pretty detailed, and if I read that correctly, so.
Regarding the posting, they did change Facebook. It's now social media, but if the agency does not have internet or a social media, then eligible to shelter is exempt from complying with that.
So I guess my big concern, I like again, the intent is always good in these things, but we already have a lot of issues with keeping shelters open, staffing shelters, funding shelters. And I guess I'm just concerned that this is going to make it even harder. And based on your discussion here. So I feel like there's some, oh, sorry. Okay. It's okay. Well, since I'm not sure what I was saying there now, I lost my train of thought. Tara.
I'm sorry for that. We'll get back to you. There's a new provision in the bill that was just added with the new amendments. It's subdivision D, paragraph 1, that allows euthanasia or failure to post that physical notice. You can do it in less than 24 hours, but you have to document each instance of providing that physical notice for less than 24 hours. And you have to keep the reason that's been documented for failure to post that notice on file and available for public inspection for at least 3 years. So there's a new exemption, like they're carving this out. So, perhaps in situations where there's just a glut of animals, they're not going to be held to this onerous standard of all the multiple postings. So I'm just pointing that out. There is a provision that they could qualify for if they can't meet the standard.
Dr. Solicito, I don't want to put this completely on you, but you have the most experience in this arena. And I'm just oh, sorry, Dr. Nolan.
I was just going to try to very carefully ask if we, as a regulatory board that regulate two, licensees, I'm not sure how this directly, are we really supposed to take a stand on something that, or just watch something like this? I guess I'm struggling a little bit with where does this fall under our perusal as our licensees directly? Is that?
Yeah, and that is exactly, I think, the issue is there is no regulatory body that oversees shelters. And a lot of times the responsibility for the animal welfare falls on the veterinarians that work at the shelters. And so if an animal is to be euthanized, say with the reason of irremediably suffering, there are no like strict or specific guidelines, and it would be the veterinarians who would be determining that, you know, depending on the ability of the shelters to maintain the quality of life, making sure animals are not suffering. But then, in my experience, that could be very subjective, because you would have shelters that would have all the capacity, you know, staffing, resources, medical, equipment, facilities to maintain, animals that would have medical issues comparing to others that don't. So I think that that is actually a concern. And I am with you with that one, because I don't know why this falls on us as a board, but in the absence of any regulatory body that, you know, looks after the welfare of the animals at the shelters, I think that's the reason why, you know, we're. So.
Jessica?
Yeah. So a couple things to clarify, the shelters are regulated, right? They have oversight. The counties have oversight of the shelters. So it's not like just shelters or no one's watching. We also have any registered premises that happens to be a shelter. We also do make sure that they maintain the minimum standards in the facility. So shelters are regulated, but there maybe there's not like a board like this that just does shelters. Maybe that's what you were meaning, but they do have oversight. To the point that you were making, Dr. Nolan, as far as is there a direct link to consumers? That's kind of the direction I was going to caution the board at. If you take any position, we have to tie it to consumers and their animals. And the discussions I've had are concerns about the burden it's going to place on shelters. And Dr. Solicito, you had mentioned about there's no protection for the shelters. And we all know that the shelters do have they do have their own lobbying groups. They have a lot of I don't want to say money, but they have a lot of influence in the legislature to where they should be driving any concerns that they have. But if the board feels that there's a direct impact, a negative impact to consumers, that's where we would you could potentially drive a position letter. But I would just caution the board to do any kind of position letter that looks like we're trying to protect shelters, because that's just not our primary mission.
Yeah, I mean, I think that protecting shelters indirectly or even directly protects consumers and the public with the ability to keep, you know, animals off the street. And yeah, I guess after your question and just considering it in that way, I mean, I think maybe a watch position would be the way to go. Oh, I'm sorry, Diana, you had something you wanted to say.
I mean, in determining like what it is in protecting the consumer and in like the scope of what it is that we do, and the intent of this bill is to ensure that animals are being able to receive a good home and that there isn't an overburdening on the shelters. And it's a catch-22, because while there is requirements to the shelter to give notice of an animal being euthanized, also shelters, you know, are already under the obligation to hold it on for 72 hours. And if anything, this could possibly help the shelters by giving notice that then an animal that could be adopted or is adoptable couldn't get out of the shelter. And then we have, yay, a win-win for everyone in general, and the consumers that we are protecting being able to have the transparency of the animal shelters. So it's like right, in everything there is like a give and take in it all, is all I'm adding. So I mean, I would, you know, support the watch position as well, and not necessarily take an oppose to something that could possibly be helpful for both shelters and consumers in seeing how this shakes out.
Dr. Grant?
Just for information, because I'm not that experienced in this area, but if these animals are posted on for a 72-hour notice, what exactly does that encounter? I mean, is it like this is the age, breed, all the generics, and whether they're spayed or not, or they're going to be spayed or neutered, or what all is included? Or if somebody wants to adopt it, I can't understand that it's going back and forth in so many red lines here. They still, if a foster home is found, they still would have to be spayed or neutered. Is that correct?
Yes, it's in the law that all shelters, you should be adopting altered animals. And only in the event that, let's say, they're not healthy at that time, then there would have to be provisions for them to be returned for the alteration.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Nolan?
Well, this is another probably question for Dr. Salcedo, but it's my understanding that the animal shelter should not euthanize an animal if a suitable home can be provided. And this is expanding that scope to a suitable home for someone who's taking it very literally, or a qualified adoption organization. Is that part of the problem, is that some shelters say, I have to have an individual home or I'm going to euthanize it? Or I thought there was a lot more interplay with other humane organizations already, or is that a problem some places? I don't know, I'm just curious.
I guess, not to oversimplify the problem, but there's just way too many animals ending up at the shelters compared to our ability to, the shelter's ability to adopt them out. So there's not an even ratio, I guess, or an acceptable ratio of agencies that are pulling from the shelters or public adopting from the shelters compared to the number of animals coming in.
So this is basically supporting no-kill shelters. This is encouraging less euthanasia in some
See,
respect. I don't know.
I'm one that's very cautious about the term no kill, because there are times that, especially if, when shelters receive animals that are just beyond their ability to really help. Let's say an animal that has been hit by car, and there's really no way to save an animal, but to euthanize it, does that make them a quote unquote kill shelter just because, so I think the semantics plays a big role. And that's one of the things that I would like folks to kind of have an understanding. Just because euthanasia happens in a shelter does not mean that they are a kill shelter.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
I
I
appreciate that.
just, I think it's great to have a little bit more conversation. We still have to open it up to public comment, and there might be some public comment as well. But go ahead. I just wanted to remind everybody we have a hard thing. So I love the discussion, and I could talk about this stuff all day. So did you have something you wanted to add? Okay. I think that we've all agreed on a watch. We don't need a motion for that, but since we've had all of this discussion, I think we'll open it up on this topic to the public and then move on. So moderator, would you open it up, please?
Absolutely. We are open for public comment on this topic. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, you may need to hit the ellipses button, that's the ... at the bottom, in order to find your hand button. We also have the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, where you may type the word comment and send that comment to all participants. Looking around, I see no request for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. Okay.
Can I make a motion to put a watch on this, or we don't have to?
We don't need a motion
Watch
for
this
that.
as well,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you. I asked before we did all that. Okay, moving on.
Okay, moving on to the next bill, agenda item 11A3. And if you're following along in the legislation memo that's on page 4, this is AB 2954, which deals with cats and decline procedures. Just a couple of updates. A hearing date had been scheduled for April 16th, but that hearing was canceled at the request of the author. Just a quick summary of this bill. Existing law prohibits a person from performing or otherwise procuring and arranging for the performance of surgical claw removal, decline, onychectomy, or tendinectomy on any cat that is a member of an exotic or native wildcat species, and prohibits a person from otherwise altering such a cat's toes, claws, or paws to prevent the normal function of the cat's toes, claws, or paws, except solely for therapeutic purpose. This bill would prohibit a person from performing surgical claw removal, decline, or tendinectomy on any cat, or otherwise altering a cat's toes, claws, or paws to prevent or impair the normal function of the cat's toes, claws, or paws, except for a therapeutic purpose. This bill would subject a person that violates that prohibition to specified civil penalties. We provided staff comments in the memo for your review. I'm not going to go through that in detail, but I'll see if there's any comments or questions at this point.
Any comments, questions? Yes.
Does the fact that the hearing was canceled on the 8th of April denote any response of the author to press on, or what does that mean? I don't know.
I don't know why it was canceled. I can reach out and get more information. I don't know if maybe people from the public know, but I would say since it's still a live bill, if you would like to take a position, you should.
So this is interesting because this keeps coming back, and I believe there in the past it was a little bit more like the penalties were disciplinary on our end, and now they're civil. Is that the difference? Tara, did you have something?
My understanding is this bill may not be moving forward, but I do agree with Ms. Sieferman that the board should take a position or do something about this in the event it does start moving. Perhaps what you could do is authorize the executive committee to communicate with the legislature on the bill that is consistent with prior board positions on similar bills. That might be appropriate, just so you can keep an eye on it if the language changes that improves what the board had concerns about before. That would be something that the executive committee could review and communicate on behalf of the board.
Yeah, so under the staff comments part, it talks about that authority that was granted to the executive committee for the 2022 legislative session. It would be something similar where it says the board approved a motion to grant the executive committee the authority to oppose any potential legislation during 2022 legislative session, should be 2024, that prohibited veterinarians from performing any cat declawing procedures.
Okay, so
Can I make a motion to do that?
I'll second
Or do we-
that.
Okay, or do we want to just, and then we discuss now? Can we do that to move it on? Okay.
okay,
So just to clarify for the record, the motion would be to grant the executive committee the authority to oppose any potential legislation during the 2024 legislative session that prohibits veterinarians from performing any cat declawing procedures.
great. Let's see about public comment in the room. Seeing none, the moderator, can you open it up for public comment online?
Absolutely. We are open for public comment on the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes. Thank you.
Dr. Solocito,
Yes.
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Dr. Nolan,
Yes.
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Ms. Prado,
No.
Dr. Bradbury.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to the fourth bill under agenda item 11A. This is, and if you're following along in the memo, it's on page 4, Senate Bill 1478. This deals with RVTs. Just a quick update here. This bill is now with the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. It was amended as of yesterday, and I'll talk about that in just a bit. It is also set for hearing before the Senate BP and Economic Development Committee for the 22nd, as I mentioned. So the amendment as of yesterday, and I'm just looking at the summary. Previously, it read, this bill would require the order established by the veterinarian that authorizes an RVT to perform animal health care services as described. They're striking the word require and replacing that with authorize. So if you look, I know you might not have the language in front of you, but when it does talk about the order under Business and Professions Code section 4840, when it talks about the order, it now reads, or it did read, an order established by a veterinarian pursuant to paragraph 1 shall, at a minimum, include all of the following information, and it goes on to list the time periods, protocols, etc. Instead of saying shall, the wording has been changed to may include any of the following. So I just wanted to note that amendment as of yesterday. So the items that are listed are under that provision with regard to the order. The first item is the time periods by which an impounded animal is required to be assessed at intake and monitored while in the custody of an agency. The second item is protocols to address the treatment of common medical conditions encountered in impounded animals. The next item is protocols for controlling infectious zoonotic diseases and for preventing environmental contamination. And the last item is protocols for controlling the acute pain of an impounded animal. So again, it's just changing the wording from shall to may include any of these items. So, are there any questions or comments?
So members, just a point of clarification, when you are looking at LegInfo and you're looking at the legislation, when you have multiple versions, what you'll see if you first go to the bill, it'll show what's in the text in black, and then the changes since the prior version is the red and blue in italics. But it doesn't necessarily mean that's the black, that's what current law is. So if you want to see what the bill is doing overall compared to current law, you want to make sure to click on today's law as amended. So then you'll see what the changes to current law.
I click on the PDF and it takes me to that as well. Yeah, it looks like it's as amended here. Yeah. Okay, so this is just putting into words things that are already being done. Is that? Okay. So is this another one we can just go ahead? Right, you said no?
I think this bill seeks to clarify what is being done in practice. So you should definitely take a look at this list of items to make sure that you're comfortable with RVTs providing these actual services under an order. Because this will authorize the RVTs to perform these functions without a veterinarian being present. They would just do it pursuant to the direct order of the veterinarian.
And I do want to clarify, so the PDF, it depends on what version you're looking at. So it is comparing it to the prior version. So just because, for example, on the most recent PDF, it's striking out shall add a minimum and then says may include and then strikes out all. What we're used to is if there's no changes, that's showing what current text to the law is, but that's not the case. That's just what the changes have been made to the last version. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you want to know what the actual law says and then the changes to the actual law, you have to look at today's law as amended.
Dr. Nolan?
So I have two concerns that I would like to at least bring up. Number one is it really does open up what the order has to contain to make it very, very flexible. So it really removes a lot of the specific requirements of the order by the veterinarian. The second, I think, that's my understanding of it. The second thing is the ability of the RVT to purchase phenobarbital, sodium pentobarbital in this case, to perform a euthanasia without the supervision or authorization. So is that already in law? Registered vet techs may apply for registration that authorizes the direct purchase. That's already in law. Yeah, that kind of surprised me. I was like, oh. So my understanding is that under paragraph 2 or subcategory 2, it's instead of saying this at the minimum, the order, the communication between the veterinarian and their RVT has to include A, B, C, D, E, and F. And now it's saying it can include one or more of these. Is that correct?
It says may include, so it could include one or more or none,
Or none? Okay.
because it says
So
may include.
That's, to me, I think part of the reason why we're hoping that we can have registered veterinary technicians take part of this burden in shelters is because there are not enough veterinarians. But I still think it's extremely important that they have fairly clear and complete orders that will help them, protect them as they're doing their job. So I feel in a way it's not protecting the RVT, it's actually kind of throwing them under the bus a little bit. That's my interpretation.
Dr. Solcito?
Yeah, I find it disturbing to, think that it may include any of the following, which means that they could either include it or not. I think having an established and written order by a veterinarian just ensures that the activities and the care of the animals is really under the oversight of a veterinarian.
But isn't this, so this is statute, and when it's in statute, a lot of times we want it to be more broad so that we can adjust it and make regulations that maybe are a little bit more prescriptive, but those can then be changed if they're not working. I mean, I think I keep thinking about that. So I'm not sure if that applies here.
Well, from a protection of the animal, standpoint, which these are usually non-owner, owned animals, though they can be owned by individuals. I mean, if they're picked up as a stray. So if you don't have at least some minimum protocols that help the staff, in this case, the RVT, like controlling acute pain, if you don't give them a protocol, then they're guessing, or I mean,
Right.
So to me, from a consumer protection standpoint, it's too loose. It's just not directed enough, in my opinion.
It sounds like you would like to make a motion to oppose unless amended.
Well, I didn't have a big problem with this until this latest striking out the shell and putting in may. And so I wish we could go back to the old language. Yes, I would oppose it as written today. Christy has her hand up.
Yeah, Christy.
I think it's what you're saying though, in that the may is in here, and I understand, and the intent is that they don't have to perform all of these things. They don't have to perform all of these tasks on every pet. They may perform some of these tasks, but it's not going to be. So the written order does not have to be A, B, C, D, E, and F on every single pet. And I think that's what the intent of this is reading, because on this pet, it may be A or B, and on this pet, it may be D, E, and F. And I'm not reading every one of these, but that is the intent of being able to say may instead of shall, because you're not going, so your written order is going to be per animal. They have a written order, and I may be misunderstanding, but that is why it's may include the following, is you're going to have a written order. It's a
I hear
written
what you're
order.
saying, and I absolutely agree that for each individual animal, but that order usually refers back to protocols, and you can correct me if I'm, and so the order needs to refer back to herd health protocols that should be established by the veterinarian. And if you have this change, in my mind, it releases them from that obligation to have written orders available to the staff that are trying to, that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, I'm in favor of shall. I get it. I don't know why it was changed to may, but
Okay, so Diana? Oh, so we'll have Tara first.
I would be concerned about this list expands potentially the scope of what RVTs can do today. And this is without an examination. So if you look at 2B, protocols to address the treatment of common medical conditions. What's a common medical condition? Is that a broken leg in a shelter because they're running around and they get hit by cars? So without a veterinarian exam, are we going to authorize RVTs to treat a broken leg? I'm just saying, like, this is not very specific. It's pretty broad, and this starts to broaden the scope of practice for RVTs in a shelter setting. So that's really what I wanted to highlight for folks, is that this now creates a list of things that veterinarians working in a shelter can anticipate that they can designate to RVTs without any additional follow-up. It's just on a standing order.
That's exactly what's happening right now, especially in large volume shelters where there's written protocols for the commonly encountered illnesses or medical conditions, and there's like basic, protocols. And that's why I think it is important that, that these are all written. And I don't think requiring, written protocols is unattainable, at the shelter, because it's just basically planning ahead. And then after that, the RVTs could, pretty much take over, like the medical care, but still it has the oversight of a veterinarian.
And Tara, I don't see here that it's saying that there's protocols to address the treatment. I don't see that it's saying allowing them to treat the animal without the veterinarian having a physical exam. It's sort of, these are protocols that need to be in place at the shelter. But I know what you're saying, like it's a gray area here, and it could be, there isn't a clear interpretation that would be, they could interpret it as this is the RVT can just do this without the veterinarian being there and so on.
Right, because otherwise existing law says the RVT may perform animal healthcare services pursuant to the direct order, written order, telephonic order of vet. So now why do we have to specifically list the functions the RVT can do under these orders? It seems to me to be starting to allow additional healthcare tasks under existing law. You would have, I feel like we always forget the steps of the BCPR, which is examination, testing if necessary, diagnosis, prescription, and treatment. And that's how we get to treatment. You have to have the BCPR, but here there's no, these are just standard orders. There's no necessity for it to be animal specific. So now we've got protocols for the RVT to address the treatment of common medical conditions. That can be in a standard order.
And Jessica?
I mean, I see that. I don't read in necessarily that the RVTs are addressing the treatment, or that the RVTs are providing the treatment. It just says protocols to address, and that could be depending on what it is. If it doesn't fall under the animal health care services, then the protocol would be get the veterinarian involved. But I do understand what you're saying.
Should we take public comment and see if there's any?
I just have one quick comment. I actually really like the idea that they've pulled out the communication between the veterinarian and the staff separately, because I think that is one of the problems that I worry about is the veterinarian needs to have a really clear instruction as to how to get a hold of me if you have trouble, or how do we communicate? And that is pulled out.
And so what
specifically.
you're saying is you would just like this to be not may include, and so might not even be there, but this shall include these items. Let's open it up for public comment because there may be some other insight.
Thank you, Grant Miller, CVMA. I'm going to need more than 2 minutes on this.
Okay.
I wrote this bill, and the CVMA has a watch position on this bill. But I would like you to know that if you oppose it, you'll be the only ones opposing it. The bill analysis is not out, but the addition of the word may in place of shall lifted the opposition from Cal Animals, SFS PCA, and San Diego Humane. So let's talk a little bit about the history of this bill. The reason why this bill came about is because the vice chair of the committee, the author of the bill, she's the vice chair of Senate BNP, is upset with her local animal shelter, which is the Orange County Animal Shelter. And she has particular concerns relating to what may or may not be going on in the shelter. And she came to the CVMA very early on and said that she really felt that the problem was with the veterinarians in the shelter. And we disagreed and told her that veterinarians don't run shelters. They're run by shelter directors, and we don't have control over A, all the employees in the shelter, and B, even sometimes our employees, because sometimes they're union, sometimes they're prisoners that are in there, sometimes they're volunteers. And so the concern that she had was about, well, what happens to these animals when they go in there? How long do they have to wait to be seen? And she was kind of equating it to an emergency room at a hospital. And we recognized very quickly that she was going to move in a punitive direction towards veterinarians. And we cited a 2021 study done by Cal Animals and UC Davis that shows that 60% of animal shelters currently have open positions for veterinarians, that they cannot find anyone to hire. And close on the RVTs as well, about 50% are looking for RVTs. And we felt that if she created a bill that was excessively punitive in terms of mandating more requirements for a veterinarian, that it would further disincentivize veterinarians from want to work in shelters. So we asked her, what are your major concerns? And her major concerns are largely reflected in the orders that you see before you. So the time period by which an impounded animal is required to be assessed at intake, and then also when do you round, which is, how often is it being looked at when it's in the shelter? Now, this next part is part you might want to listen to. Sections B, C, and D should be very familiar to you. And the reason is because you wrote them and you approved them. They were part of a regulatory package that we talked about yesterday. It was alternative veterinary premises minimum standards. And we had a section in there called 2035.5, which was duties of the supervising veterinarian in an animal shelter. And all of the stakeholders at the time had agreed that B, C, and D were going to work, because it's very common, Dr. Nolan, that RVTs will do vaccines, parasite. There's a list of common protocols. The American Association of Shelter Veterinarians actually has a white paper. It's a guidance document that talks about the common protocols. This happens all the time. Because there is no VCPR in a shelter, there is no C. So remember that the VCPR only applies if the animal is a domestic animal that has a known owner. If the animal is wild or the owner is unknown, the VCPR is out the window. That's not even part of what shelters have to deal with. So they have already been doing these protocols very commonly. And so we had all decided on B, C, and D as being fine. But at that time, when we decided that, the stakeholders in that collaborative effort here at the board, the part from the animal shelters changed. They changed from what used to be SHAC and CACTA to an organization called Cal Animals. Well, when they changed, they also had a complete personality change, and they came back and opposed the regulatory package that we had all already approved. And as a result of that, we peeled out all of the duties, all of the tasks, all of that, and just focused on the premises minimum standards. But B, C, and D came from you. They were approved by you. E was something that concerned the legislator about, well, when are the RVTs talking to the veterinarian, and how and when? And then F was also her concern, the euthanasia criteria. Now, in talking to Cal Animals, and Dr. Solicito may also have some input here, a lot of these protocols are already encompassed in the written protocols, but maybe not so much so as here's the euthanasia criteria protocol, or here's the rounding and intake time protocol. Like, they're not going to be so particularly parsed out in this way. But in talking to a lot of the shelter veterinarians, they said, well, we pretty much have this covered already because most of us follow the AASV protocol guidelines. And so this might take some tweaking, but it's tenable for us. Cal Animals came back and said, this would be more tenable if it were a may than a shall. And the author accepted that. She accepted that in order for the bill to continue to go. So the may is now there to make the bill continue to survive. It's not going to go back to shall, because if it does, the author had to accept these amendments in order to get the bill through the next committee. So you're welcome to make your position, but just know that the author is going to come back to you and say you're opposing language that you largely wrote from the board's perspective. I mean, that's the meat of this came from the board. And so I just grabbed that language and recycled it to make it tenable, to try to calm her down and do something that wasn't going to run every veterinarian in the state of California out of these shelters, to do something that was kind of already being done, but maybe just clarify it a little bit. And that's what we're going for here. Also, the author of this bill is running for county supervisor in Orange County. So I'll stop.
Dr. Solicito?
Dr. Grant, if you may, can you explain to me, because I'm having trouble with the legal implication of the shall verbiage versus the may with regards to this.
Sure.
So,
Thank you. The may takes the teeth right out of the bill. That's it. Shall, you have to. May is like, oh, if you want to do it, you can do it. She's running for supervisor.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Moderator, can you open it up to the folks online, please?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment on the current topic, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button. Dial in users dial *3 to raise a hand. For our mobile device users, if you're having trouble finding that hand button, you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... at the bottom, and cycle through one of 3 pages in order to find the hand. As a reminder, we also have the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen where you can type the word comment and send that comment to all participants. We're going to take just a couple more seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, I hear what Tara's saying, I guess I don't interpret this as expanding the scope in the way that she's mentioned. And I feel like a watch is probably not appropriate since this is directly affecting RVT's practice. So the question is, well, I guess, I mean, it's the board's, if the board votes to watch, then we can do that. Oh, I guess I would be okay supporting this, but I also will go with your positions as well. I'd like to see if anybody has a motion, but it does sound like Tara has something she wants to say first.
Dr. Miller's comment that the board previously approved regulation or regulatory language that modeled this is, I would say, inaccurate. There were provisions that the board approved previously, but they had conditions on them. I'm looking at from the board's October 2023 meeting materials on the animal shelter regulations. There would have been a new section 2035.5 duties of supervising veterinarian and animal healthcare tasks for RVT, VA, CSP holder in VA in an animal shelter setting. And this specifically would have required the supervising veterinarian to have direct knowledge of the animal population and examine the animals at such time as good veterinary medical practice requires. Then the supervising veterinarian would establish written orders for specific types of supervision of the different veterinary professionals providing the care, one of which was the indirect supervision of RVT for the treatment of clinical conditions based on an animal's symptoms. This is a lot more animal specific than what this language in the proposed statute is. Also, treatment rendered under paragraph 2, which was that treatment of clinical conditions, may only be continued under the direction of a licensed veterinarian. That's not in this bill. So I'm just saying that there were other provisions that the board agreed were necessary in the regulatory proposal that is missing from the statute, the statutory proposal.
Okay, well, we need to move forward in one way or another.
Amendments.
Is there a watch or Dr. Nolan?
Well, Dr. Miller kept looking at me, but I I actually don't have an issue with the expanded requirements, or in this case, suggestions for orders. I think that there's some clarity that, especially with e-communication requirements, I think it's a worthwhile thing to pull that out and to require it. So
You think it's
I'm-
helpful?
It is
Yeah.
helpful, but again, if, and I also agree with him that taking the shall at a minimum and putting may in takes the teeth right out of the bill. So it's sort of a suggestion. Here's a good idea to provide orders to be clear. But I would have to, again, say this is what is happening in
Yeah.
shelters today. And I think we have to be clear that any step towards helping to support developing a better set of orders, a better, set of treatment guidance tools is a good thing.
So is that a motion to support?
Okay, yes.
Would anybody like to second the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, public comment? Moderator, would you open up the public comment online, please?
We have a motion and a second on the floor. If you'd like to make a comment on WebEx, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. Okay, any further discussion from the board? Okay, let's take a vote.
Dr. Solocito,
Yes.
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Dr. Noland,
Yes.
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Ms. Prado,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 11B, board monitored legislation. AB 3029, controlled substances. Just a couple of updates since the memo was published. This bill is now with the Assembly Business and Professions Committee. It was amended in Assembly on April 11th. There was just a clarifying amendment added indicating that certain provisions of the legislation will not take effect until xylazine is placed on Schedule 3 of the Federal Controlled Substances Act. This bill is set for hearing on April 23rd before the Assembly Business and Professions Committee. And let's see if they're.
So I would just ask if we could jump to 1502 because it also does something similar, and then potentially invite public comment up about the background between these two bills and why there's two that essentially are doing the same thing.
Sure.
Okay, so Senate Bill 1502, that would be on page 6 of your memo, controlled substances, xylazine. This bill was amended in Senate on April 15th, just a minor, I believe, non-substantive amendment. So quick summary, this bill would add xylazine to the list of Schedule 3 substances as categorized under the California Uniform Controlled Substances Act. If an animal drug containing xylazine that has been approved under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act is not available for sale in California, the bill would create an exception for a substance that is intended to be used to compound an animal drug or an animal drug compound containing xylazine as specified.
So just a little bit of background, when the issues with xylazine, when it being found that it's fentanyl is being laced with xylazine, it became more and more common. There's push on the federal level to address it. There's also push on state level to address it. There's some states who have made it a Schedule 3 already or scheduled it already. There has been a lot of communication with the governor's office because he had the desire to do something to address the crisis. There's been a lot of discussions with the board, with the associations, with a lot of groups, because they also seem to understand that there is a legitimate use for veterinary use. And there is acknowledgement that a lot of the issues when it comes to fentanyl being laced with xylazine is not because veterinarians are diverting xylazine. There's studies that are showing that the fentanyl that is coming into the country illegally already is already being laced with xylazine. So the problem isn't that veterinarians are diverting it. And so they're trying to figure out a way to still schedule it, but not negatively impact the veterinary profession and the animals who need xylazine. And so I do want to thank really Dr. Nolan and Dr. Grant for the multiple phone calls that I've had with you to help educate the legislature and the governor's office on the importance of xylazine and not to make it more burdensome on the veterinarians in order to make sure that the animals who need it still have access to it. So I do want to really thank you for your availability to me at all hours. So thank you.
Okay, so you were suggesting that we open it up to public comment before, okay, let's open it up for public comment.
Even the microphone doesn't like me today. Grant Miller, CVMA. So the CVMA has a support position on both of these bills. We've worked closely with both authors as the lead support witness. That's where I was this morning. And the bills are largely identical. The bills, back in November, the governor's office issued a press release indicating that the governor would be pursuing legislation to combat the xylazine epidemic in the state of California. And at that time, the governor reached out and basically asked us where we needed to be on this bill in order to make this a tenable situation for veterinarians. I'd like to thank Jessica for her work, not only in fall of last year, but literally from springtime all the way through summer, the amount of work she had to do to represent the board and the veterinary profession in helping to educate the governor's office on this issue. By the time they got to us, they were very well informed. And the governor chose Angelique Ashby and Mark Berman to be co-authors of SB 1502 because they're the chairs of both Senate and Assembly Business and Professions Committee, which means that the bill is going to stand a very good chance to move. Without communication with them, Assembly Member Jasmeet Baines, who's a human physician that specializes in addiction recovery, chose to author her bill 3029, which is not identical to 1502, but very similar in the scheduling part. And so we're trying to work indiscriminately with both authors. My prediction is that only one of the bills will move ultimately. But Assemblymember Baines' bill has other components to it that are really kind of tangential to us in the veterinary profession. And so there's a chance that maybe the xylazine portion of her bill might be dropped, and then she'll continue with her bill with the other things she wants done in her bill. It has to do with testing of corpses. And because one of the things she was saying is that we don't even know how many people are dying of xylazine overdoses, because a lot of times when somebody comes to the coroner, they're not testing them for various things. And so that might be where her bill goes. And then 1502 might continue on with scheduling xylazine. The committee analyses are reluctant to move California ahead of the federal DEA scheduling. So there's only one drug in California that's scheduled here on our controlled substance schedule list that's not scheduled on the DEA, which is the federal list. And so what they're saying is that as soon as it becomes scheduled on the federal level, it will then also become scheduled at our state level, which gives our state more ability to pursue and control xylazine diversion.
Thank you. Any public comment online, moderator?
We are open for public comment online. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial in users, dial *3 to raise a hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, I don't know that we have to take a position on this. Pardon? Yeah, I think we can just watch this, but unless you want to take a position.
Well, I think it's a pretty, I think it's pretty important, and I'm very, very pleased that they have added an exemption for non-human use. So I guess I would like to support it.
Okay, is that another motion?
I second.
Okay.
Yes, I suppose so. He's already second.
Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. None in the room. Moderator, can you open it up again online, please?
We are open once again, this time on the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial in users, dial *3 to raise a hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we have a request for public comment.
Just to clarify the motion, are you doing support for both bills?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no request for comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. We'll go ahead and vote.
Dr. Solocito,
Yes.
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Dr. Noland,
Yes.
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Ms. Prado,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to Senate Bill 1233, which is on page 5 of your memo. This deals with the University of California, veterinary medicine, spay and neuter techniques. Just a couple of updates. Well, again, as you know, this is the CVMA-sponsored bill. This bill was passed through the Senate Rules Committee. And moving on to the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. It is set for hearing on April 22nd before the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. Just to quickly summarize from CVMA's fact sheet, bullet points here, this bill would create and implement the nation's first high-quality, high-volume spay-neuter certification program for veterinary professionals, support the UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine and the Western University College of Veterinary Medicine in creating elective HQ-HVSN certification programs for veterinary students and practicing veterinary professionals. It would provide low-cost or no-cost spay and neuter services to pet owners in need. And I'll just quickly summarize what the bill does, because that has been updated a bit since the memo was published. This bill would require that the regents of the University of California and the governing body of the Western University of Health Sciences to develop high-quality, high-volume spay and neuter certification programs to be offered as elective coursework to students enrolled in veterinary medicine programs at the University of California, Davis and the Western University of Health Sciences College of Veterinary Medicine as provided. This bill would require the certification programs to also be offered to California licensed veterinarians and California RVTs as provided. The bill would require the certification programs to make available to the public low or no cost ovarectomies, OVR hysterectomies, or gonadectomies for cats and dogs that are performed by program participants as provided. This bill would require the University of California, Davis and the Western University of Health Sciences College of Veterinary Medicine to triennially publish a public progress report on certification program activities as specified.
Great. Can we just make a motion to support this?
I motion that we support this.
And I second that.
Fantastic. Public comment in the room? Anybody have any questions? Yeah.
I do. Can I ask it from one of the members of the public?
Yes.
And I was going to ask you yesterday, Dr. Miller, and it was kind of tangential, but have you had any feedback on the Appropriations Committee pushing back on the money for this? Or is there going to be any sort of a discussion about when the state has enough money, we'll do it? Or yeah, that's was my biggest concern was, are they going to push back because of the cost?
Sure. I mean, yeah, it's not the easiest time to be asking for money when we're in a however many billions now. I don't know what they're deciding, 51, 71, who knows? We're in probably the third worst budget deficit we've ever had. And it seems to be one of the worst years to try to solve it due to some of the personalities. So you're right. It's not an easy thing to ask for money. The bill is double referred to 2 policy committees. It's made it through its first policy committee on a unanimous vote with a due pass recommendation to its second committee. We anticipate that it'll pass its second committee with no opposition and widespread support from all stakeholders. So that bodes well for it moving into appropriations. But I do agree with you that there will very likely be some recommendations made to limit the amount of spending in the bill. The spending doesn't have to necessarily come from our general budget. There are other pots of money that exist already that may be able to be redirected or reapportioned to cover this. And the fortunate part about this is that the schools have been incredibly they're so enthusiastic about doing this and they so much want to expand this to help with this situation because they recognize that really only veterinarians should be performing spay and neuter surgery. So it's on us. We have to do it. That they have been very, very conservative with the amount of money they think it's going to take for them to do this. And I can't tell you exact numbers now, but I can tell you it's like just for California, it's like searching through the couch cushions. So maybe we'll say, we'll try a pilot project for 5 years. Maybe we'll do a sunset report on it where they have to come back and tell the legislature, this is how many we spayed, this is how many certifications we gave out, this is how many people that were socioeconomically challenged we were able to do. And, you know, perhaps by that time, there'll be enough private donors that have kind of drawn attention that maybe the programs can sustain themselves through private donation, because there are a lot of folks out there that really want to help. They just want to make sure their money goes to actually helping the problems. And so many have tried in so many ways and not been successful. So even if the bill fails, we have it written. So maybe when times are better, we'll try again, you know, but we're hoping that we can get the bill through and we have a strategy to do it. We'll just have to see which way it goes.
Great, thank you very much, and kudos. It's really, really an excellent idea, and I'm very pleased with how wide open you made the possible, facilities. What it's just really well written. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we know that only 60% of the students are able to take the shelter medicine, HQ, HVS, and rotation because it's just limited. And as Christy had mentioned yesterday, the shelter veterinarians can't slow down to teach this. They have to spay and neuter 30, 40 a day. So the idea is that we would embed faculty. It's exactly what Christy was saying, where you hire faculty, you maybe expand their facilities a little bit, and then the students get to do a longer rotation. And the certification would say, well, you have to do 50, you have to do 75, whatever the number is going to be. And that way, when they get out, they have that confidence, right? And then there's a CE component where Dr. Bradbury and I can go back and learn how to do it and get certified. And then we can join in the task of helping. And same with the RVTs, not to do the surgery, but to do all the pre-op, all the post-op, and run the whole assembly line. That's all the RVTs who do that. So
And that's what I meant yesterday when I said we're not piecemealing it, because actually doing spays or OVHs are just as important as doing neuters. So I love the idea that it's really tackling the whole problem.
yeah, this
And that veterinarians who aren't students could go and take this. Like I would be excited to take this so that I could, because I can't volunteer to shelter and help as an internist.
well,
Like the
we would
last
feel
time I did that.
we would feel like we were slowing them down.
Yes.
But the HQHVSN techniques are fascinating. I mean, how efficient they have become. It starts all the way in lining up the animals in order. Like there's they decide which ones they do first, second, third, or fourth based on the size of the animal or based on whether they think the animal could be pregnant. And they have such great techniques that they can get 10 times the number done that we might do in private practice. So it's
New
great
grads-
for all of us to learn it.
New grads come out and they don't even want to perform a spay. And that is scary, because when you talk to a new grad and they don't want to perform a spay because they're scared, that's a problem. And that's where we are having this issue. And this is a solution. And I think that this is an important piece, and I'm so glad it's happening.
Okay, so I appreciate everybody being enthusiastic again, and I want to encourage you all to have your say, but let's try and keep it moving. And we're going to have to open it up to public comment online still. We're going to be taking a vote after your comments. If you have, I'm sure you want to, I don't want to keep you from saying anything, Dr. Solicito, but just reminding people. And then we're going to take a short break. So Dr. Solicito?
Oh, no, I just wanted to reiterate like what a huge help this is going to be for shelters and outreach programs, because as Dr. Grant had said, a lot of times with good intentions, veterinarians go into shelters wanting to learn, and they're just getting in the way of, getting things done. So this is definitely a good step in the right direction. So.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Moderator, would you open it up to the folks online, please?
Absolutely. We are once again open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to raise a hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. As a reminder to our mobile device users, you have 3 different screens and only one of them has a hand button, so you may need to hit the ellipses button. That's the ... at the bottom. Also, you can type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Looking around, I see no request for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, can we have a vote?
Dr. Solocito,
Yes.
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Dr. Nolan,
Yes.
Ms. Pulaski,
Yes.
Ms. Prado, Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, let's take a break until 11:20. Hello, moderator.
My apologies, I was talking into my mute button. We are ready.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 11B3, Senate Bill 1459. This would be found on page 6 of your memo. This bill also does deal with animal shelters. There was a just wanted to point that out. Also, just a note, the bill is set for hearing on April 22nd before the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. Quick summary, this bill would require public animal control agencies or shelters located in a county with a population greater than 400,000 to update any data that they make available on their internet website at least once per month, and would require those agencies and shelters to publish specified information on their internet website, including the number of animals taken in during the prior month and the outcomes for animals over the prior month. Existing law makes it a misdemeanor to willfully abandon any animal except as provided. This bill would create an exception to the crime for community cats as defined, returned or released pursuant to a program of trapping, sterilizing, and returning or releasing community cats. So that last paragraph I just read, just wanted to point out that it has been amended a bit compared to what you see in your memo. So that's just a quick summary. Unless there are any comments or questions.
Okay. Any comments, Dr. Solocito?
Okay. All right. So we are very much aware that shelters are supposed to be depositories for animals where members of the public would have problems in keeping them. And so I think, I am a little concerned about the who willfully abandons any animal is guilty of misdemeanor. Does that mean if they just leave the animal, like not surrendering it officially to the shelter? I just kind of needed some clarification about that, because I also feel that there has to be a little bit of like support for the community to make sure that they understand that they could, maybe that's the intention of the bill, is to make sure that that the public sees the shelter as a depository and that they should be willfully surrendering, relinquishing, animals at the shelter. And then another comment that I want is that with regards to the information that is required to be posted once a month. This is where I just think that it's great to have transparency with all this information, but it's such a, I would say, fluid situation, especially with the percentage of kennel space utilized. Animals come in and go like, at a great or significant rate within the month. And I just feel that you cannot really pinpoint that, oh, I have X amount of kennels open at a certain point. So I just, and it would actually require a staff member to be dedicated to keep an eye on this and posting this on a regular basis, which I don't know if like public shelters would actually have that resource.
Jessica?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick clarification. You had commented on it being a misdemeanor to willfully abandon any animal. So that's existing law. So this bill is not now making it a misdemeanor. What it's doing is creating an exception for those who are doing the return and release, where they catch the animals and they can spay and neuter them and then release them. They're not going to be then guilty of a misdemeanor.
Yeah, the TNRs. So I think that we have to also go back to, I think, the question that Dr. Nolan asked in the last discussion of the shelter bill, how we are involved, and, you know, if we were to support or oppose it, how that would be affecting the consumers. So I guess in my mind, I hear what you're saying and wanted you to be able to say it, but I don't know that this is one we need to take a position on, unless somebody feels strongly the other way. Yep.
Yeah,
Diana?
I just will say that, again, like these bills don't come out of the ether from nowhere, right? And so they are developed because people do want transparency in shelters, and people do want to know the amount of animals that are coming in and are coming out, and are wanting shelters to, while, you know, then it's advocacy on every shelter to go to their city and county budget to be able to find money for this. It's these bills that help support that transparency. And I think that that's also part of what it is that consumers are asking of us to help create. And so in terms of, you know, what is ongoing in the shelter, there is data the shelters are already providing. And while I understand that this is going to, you know, put some more onus on them, that's part of what I feel that the consumers are asking for. And again, you know, bills don't just come up because it's like, oh, it's because of a constant lack of transparency that then these bills are authored and created. So I'd share that.
I agree it's consumers. I just don't know that it's related to the veterinarians and the Veterinary Practice Act. So I guess that would be my thought. Dr. Nolan?
So quickly, I
Yeah,
do
yeah.
think that it is related to us in this, from the standpoint that it is now trying to exempt veterinarians and veterinary technicians from breaking the law by trapping, spaying and neutering cats and releasing them. What is curious to me is this whole definition of community cat, because we used to call them feral cats, and now they're starting to, you know, evolve into a community cat. And so that's kind of interesting to me, because I was under the impression that feral cats aren't owned and are not, that wouldn't be a misdemeanor for willfully bringing in something that was feral. So anyway, that was interesting to me, but I do think it does affect us slightly by giving us a get out of jail free card when we trap and alter cats and release them.
I thought it was, I'm sorry, maybe I'm reading it wrong, that it was just people. Jessica?
Community cat is defined as a domesticated cat who lives primarily outdoors and appears to be unowned.
I wanted to
I
add that
see you're just saying the sterilizing part in C there. Go ahead.
The prior version of the bill would have only exempted individuals licensed by the board, which
Oh, I see.
that has been removed. So now it's any return or release of a community cat,
Yeah.
which I think is important because there are a lot of individuals who volunteer at shelters who are not licensed by the board, and they're the ones releasing the animals back to the community.
Yeah, so the current language reads, this section shall not apply to the return or release of any community cat pursuant to a program of trapping, sterilizing, and returning or releasing community cats.
Yeah.
Okay, so does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to support.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, community cats. Public comment.
Grant Miller, CVMA. The CVMA has a watch position on this bill. This bill is authored by the same senator who authored 1478, who's angry at her animal shelter for apparently not being transparent. In speaking to the to the shelter folks, they expressed the same concern that Dr. Solicito did, which is there's this fluidity where the animals don't know a calendar. So the 1 month reporting could be very onerous for them. They're thinking more about quarterly reporting. But they themselves actually have been working with the author on this reporting information because this information is actually of great value to understanding how bad we are, where is our pet overpopulation issue. And so they themselves want to see some specified data to be collected. And then these will dovetail into a couple of other bills that will involve the state of California now tabulating all that data and who's going to do that and who's going to be responsible. And those are two other bills that are out there in the world right now. So I think at this moment, they have not made a position yet on the bill because they're trying to work with the author to get the amendments to the bill. So if that helps you at all, you may be the first out there making, because there's no bill analysis, we don't really know exactly who's out there, but you may be the first making a position on the bill other than us who are watching it.
Thank you. No other public comment in the room. Moderator, would you please open it up to those online?
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial in users dial *3 to raise a hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, any further discussion? No, okay, let's take a vote.
Dr. Solicito,
No.
Dr. Grant,
Yes.
Dr. Noland,
No.
Ms. Pulowski,
No.
Ms. Prado,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury.
No.
The motion does not pass.
I would suggest that we watch it.
I'd like to second that if that was
Okay.
a.
We don't, yeah, so we don't need a motion for that, but I do understand the desire to support it. Okay,
Okay, moving on to the final bill on the agenda, 11B5, SB 1526. That is a Senate omnibus bill for consumer affairs. This bill has moved on to the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. It is set for hearing on April 22nd. And there was an amendment as of yesterday on the topic of changing instances of oral to verbal. So that's adding Business and Professions Code section 4826.7 to the bill. So again, this for VMB, this bill would do a couple of things. It would rename the Veterinary Medical Medicine Practice Act, the board, and the Veterinary Fund, respectively, the California Veterinary Medicine Practice Act, the California Veterinary Medical Board, and the California Veterinary Medical Board Contingent Fund. And then, as I mentioned, changing instances of oral to verbal in sections 4857, 4886, and 4826.7. And then lastly, this might be a question on the topic of medical records. Jessica, is that piece also,
No, that is not currently in the bill, and based on the discussions yesterday, it won't be.
right? So that's all I have for that bill.
okay, well, since this doesn't directly affect us, no, I'm just kidding. I think we support this. This is putting California in front of it is I think, a reasonable thing. I think we all do that anyway.
I'll move to support.
Okay. I'll second it. Public comment in the room? Moderator, would you open it up to public comment online, please?
We are open for public comment on the motion. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. And I don't even think we have any dial-in users anymore.
We're so exciting. It's riveting stuff, I know, but okay, thank you, moderator. Let's call for a vote.
Dr. Solcito?
Yes.
Dr. Grant?
Yes.
Dr. Nolan?
Yes.
Ms. Pulaski?
Yes.
Ms. Prado?
Yes.
Bradbury?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Now on to C.
Yes, item 11C, so a legislative proposal for your consideration. This could be found on page 7 in your memo. During the board's October 2023 strategic planning session, a concern was raised regarding a veterinarian's ability to access records for prior patients once the veterinarian leaves employment at a veterinary premises. This makes it challenging for veterinarians to respond to complaint allegations during board investigations. To remedy this issue, the board's legal counsel recommends the board pursue a legislative proposal to amend BPC section 4856 as follows. And if you look in the memo, that would be adding subsection C to the statute, which would read, a registered veterinary premises shall make records available for inspection by any veterinarian who provided veterinary services to the animal patient on behalf of the registered veterinary premises. So there's an action requested, provided in your memo.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say I can make a motion to approve the legislative proposal to amend BPC section 4856 for submission to the California State Legislature.
I second the motion.
Fantastic. Any more discussion from us? Okay, any public comment in the room?
Bonnie Lutz. I just want to say that this is a fabulous idea because lately with all the corporates buying vet facilities, I'm finding situations where my clients who have left that facility then get a letter from the VMB or something else happens, and they're having a terrible time getting copies of the records. So I think this is fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Grant Miller, CVMA. I'm sorry, I can't speak ahead of my board on this because I have not been able to make them aware of it. But if I were to have a chance to make them aware of it, I'd be recommending that they support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Moderator, is there anybody online now?
We have people online, just no dial-in users.
Oh, okay. Can you open it up to people online, please?
Yes, indeed. We are once again open for public comment. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Or type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner and send that comment to all participants. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. I don't see any more discussion. Yeah, let's take a vote.
Dr. Solcito?
Yes.
Dr. Grant?
Yes.
Dr. Nolan?
Yes.
Ms. Pulaski?
Yes.
Ms. Prado?
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so I have received notice that our Western States student is present. So I think we'll go ahead and, well, it's actually, now we're actually in order. That's impressive. Okay, so for agenda item 12B, we have Anna Stiles. Moderator, would you mind promoting her, please, so that she can give her report?
Anna Stiles, you should be able to unmute at will.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead,
Yes.
please.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry. I want to apologize first for not being here early this morning. I had some unforeseen circumstances that prevented me from joining. So all right. So good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Anna Stiles. I'm the new student liaison for the Western University of Health Sciences College of Veterinary Medicine. As this is my first meeting with you all, and I've already off kind of to a rocky start, I just want to introduce myself. And then I'll go into my report about Western U and what we've been up to since the last board meeting. So my name is Anna Stiles. I go by Annie. I'm a first-year veterinary student here at Western U. I am a proud California native, born and raised in Oakland in the Bay Area. I graduated from Santa Clara University in 2019 with a degree in music while simultaneously completing a majority of my veterinary school prerequisites there. I worked part-time at a small animal general practice as well. And before starting vet school, I traveled to England and Ireland, where I volunteered on some small family farms with cattle and ponies. After briefly returning to the States, I went back to Ireland on a working holiday visa in early March 2020. And then within a couple weeks of arriving, COVID-19 had reached Ireland and shut everything down. So the only job I could find was that of a healthcare assistant in a nursing home. It was difficult, but it was really an incredibly rewarding experience that I think has actually prepared me well for vet school. Anyways, I returned home and started a post-baccalaureate program and to finish my prerequisites, and I worked as a veterinary assistant in a small animal general practice in Oakland. As you can imagine, as a first-year student, my interests in veterinary medicine are wide-ranging. I find myself fascinated and excited by pretty much every topic. I'm interested in pursuing companion animal medicine and clinical research. My interests include internal medicine, hematology, infectious diseases, preventive medicine, and the human-animal bond, especially the One Health implications of the human-child and animal bond. In addition to serving as the board's Western U liaison, I also serve as the president of the college's parasitology club and executive board secretary for our student chapter of the American College of Internal Medicine. My path to this position as liaison to the board started in our veterinary issues class, which is led by Dr. Helen Engelke. The year one curriculum covers animal welfare, ethics, government, organizations, and law. I'm particularly intrigued by law, especially in regards to animal welfare and regulation of veterinary medicine in service of those laws. Also, in my work as a veterinary assistant, I've always enjoyed working with clients, so I'm highly invested in the practice of good medicine, and I'm drawn to that mission of protecting California consumers and their animals. So I want to discuss now what's been going on at Western U since the last board meeting, especially that of the impactful student-led events. On October 22nd of last year, our student chapters of the Humane Society Veterinary Medical Association and the Association of Shelter Medicines joined together and led the Western U Pomona Street Dog Coalition Clinic. At this event, 43 students, along with faculty, staff, and volunteer veterinarians, came together to provide care to cats and dogs whose owners are currently experiencing or are at risk of experiencing housing insecurity. This was actually where I met my board liaison predecessor, Allie, for the first time in person because we were assigned to assist the same volunteer veterinarian. A total of 42 dogs and 11 cats were seen and offered examinations, vaccines, parasitic preventives, microchipping, and even minor outpatient treatment. This event was a great example of how students take initiative to combine their education with community service, learning and considering a greater spectrum of care, which I have been impressed with, again, as a first-year student. We also then had Western U's Zoological, Exotic Companion, and Wildlife Medicine Society, casually called Zoo Club, held their annual 2-day symposium this January, and the year's theme was conservation medicine. The first day included 8 fascinating lectures with veterinarians and researchers from across the world. The keynote address was given by Dr. William Folds about his work in South Africa game reserves. Other speakers included Dr. Molly Martoni and her research on dolphin squamous cell carcinoma, Dr. Andrea Goodnight on the Mongolian Wildlife Conservation Project, Dr. Melissa Now and her work in Florida on manatee conservation, and my hometown, Oakland Zoo's Dr. Ryan Sadler with California Native Wildlife Conservation Project. And Western U's very own Dr. Miguel Sageze discussed his work in South American raptor conservation. Day 2 started with a professional development workshop with Dr. Curtis Ang and a lagomorph care and wellness lab. Then it was the day was concluded with a avian and reptile clinical skills and necropsy lab, and the students really enjoyed getting extra exposure, to these species that that sometimes don't get as much as stage time, if you will, in the very fast-paced veterinary medicine curriculum. I wanted to highlight just a few of the new faculty members that have joined recently. We have Dr. Priyank Kumar joined as the Associate Professor of Pharmacology. And we have Dr. Joyce Riverol. She joined as an Assistant Professor. She's currently part of the American College of Veterinary Behaviorists residency program. So she helps a lot as a content expert for animal behavior subjects. And I just wanted to also add that according to the 2022-2023 Office of Outcomes Assessment, Year 3 and Year 4 students during that same academic year had nearly 80,000 case encounters, which are defined as each animal to which a student has a direct participation in the delivery of patient care and procedures. I think this is important to highlight. I know sometimes with our distributive model, sometimes it is called into question, how much exposure we get. And as has been discussed yesterday and today, sometimes veterinary students in all types of programs, feel scared to perform a spay or something like that, and haven't done as much. And someone even brought up the point of technicians maybe have seen more than veterinary students and new grads have. So I just wanted to highlight those numbers. And then I just want to thank the members of the board for welcoming me today. Again, my apologies for the issues this morning. Let me know if there are any specific questions you have, or if there are any particular areas or topics that the board would like for me to address. As I'm new to this position, I'm open to any feedback you have. And thank you for listening to me. And I look forward to working with the board in this position. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annie. And I apologize that you had to sit. Well, I know you're part of the board, but thank you for participating today and coming back. So no apologies needed. So thank you, and thanks for your report. I know that typically we've been definitely interested in kind of understanding the population of students and their kind of what their interests are and kind of their tracks, because we are concerned for the state really and the consumers of California in regards to the availability of large animal and equine veterinarians. So we're kind of just interested in what the school's doing to attract and keep the large animal and equine veterinarians, as well as student interest in it. I know that's just been an ongoing thing we've been interested in. Board members, anything you'd like to ask Annie? Dr. Grant?
Thank you for attending. And my question was much along the line as Dr. Bradbury's was a relative idea. I do not know if the curriculum at Western College has a track system or not, but I was interested in the distribution of the number of students maybe in each track.
Yeah, I don't believe we have a strict tracking system, but I can definitely look into providing rough numbers in terms and like kind of get a feel for where students are. And I can also talk to the year 3 and year 4 directors to also get a sense of like rotation placements and stuff like that, and any electives chosen. So I can definitely get that information for you to get a better sense.
Thank you.
Great, yeah, and in some of the Board of Governors meetings that I've attended with the CVMA, it sounds like there has been some challenges in, I might be interpreting this incorrectly, but some challenges in placing students in large animal rotations to get the experience. And so if you have feedback, anything like that, we'd love to hear that. And I know that I would like to know if there was anything the students were wanting, any kind of information or additional outreach that we can do to help students understand what the Vet Med Board does. I know that we were in your class earlier this year giving a presentation, but that was kind of an overview. So we just want to know what we can do to help facilitate the students feeling more comfortable as they go out and practice in terms of statutes and regulations.
Yeah, I can definitely again kind of get a sense of what the students might need. Most of the time when I mention to classmates that I'm the liaison to the board, there is kind of curiosity and a little bit of confusion. I definitely think that the veterinary issues class where we had you guys call in definitely helped give people better understanding. Oftentimes also when I introduce my position, they think I'm a liaison to the CVMA. I'm like, no, this is something totally different. So I can definitely think on that. I also did want to mention in terms of the large animal and equine, concerns, which I share, even though I would not count myself as a horse person. I do understand that concern. Western U, so we have our first year students a couple times a semester. We actually work in our clinic on campus and our ambulatory clinical service. And then second years actually do go out and get large animal experience. So it's not a full-on rotation, but they do get exposed to it starting in year 2. So I can also, though I'm not a second year student, I can kind of get a sense of what that kind of exposure is like for them, and if that feels sufficient to them. And I can also look into what the students might want or need in terms of more exposure, more opportunities for exposure.
Great, thank you. Yep, Dr. Grant.
Just to augment your comments there, I'd like to point out that many of the student chapters of, for example, the equine practitioners have very active participation at their annual meetings. And last year at Del Mar Racetrack actually sponsored 3 buses for students who were interested in racetrack practice to spend the morning going out to the track, learning about a number of techniques, what veterinarians at the track do, what regulatory veterinarians do, and even bought them lunch and let them go down to the paddock. So I'm sure the same thing would go along with the bovine and whatnot. So I would encourage you to have your students, to avail themselves of all these different participations.
We are suckers for free lunch, so no, that's a great idea, and I'll follow up on that for sure.
Great. Okay, so any public comment in the room? Seeing none, moderator, would you please open it up online, please?
We're open once again for public comment. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Or you may type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner and send that comment to all participants. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you again, Annie. We'll see you next time. Okay, next up, we have, I think it's the RVT report. It's my report. Sorry. I'm like looking for my. That's okay. Okay, so this is the president's report, agenda item 13. And I am also going to make it fairly brief, although fair amount's been done since this is a report for 2 quarters. The biggest update, and one of the things that I worked a lot on in the time before the January meeting was the packet for Jessica's raise in the salary level increase. And I'm happy to report that that has been accepted. So the level for the executive officer has been increased to K. So we were successful in that. And we didn't get the 7%, but a 5% salary increase. So I'm very excited about that.
Can I ask a quick question? What did we ask for? What level?
K.
So we went up 2, didn't we?
Yeah.
And they said yes.
Yeah. And we were warned that that was not going to happen. Like we were kind of told that it was like, you can do it, but this isn't going to happen. So very surprising and good news. So happy to report that. We talked yesterday about the meeting that the executive committee had with Ms. Mancuso regarding the RBT neuter idea. And so I won't get into that again. We did meet with Senator Ochoa Boa. Is that how you say that? About some legislation that she was considering proposing regarding expanding the scope of practice of chiropractors to veterinary medicine and removing the direct supervision. We had a very productive meeting. The CVMA participated as well, and she did not move forward with the legislation after our meeting. So I've attended DCA leadership meetings. I did miss the last one, so I don't have updates on that. But that one was, I won't go into details on that, but they're always very helpful, and there's often good information. That the most exciting thing about that was it was a presentation on active threats, and the CHP were there presenting. I also attended the CVMA Board of Governors meeting, and that is always a positive thing. And I love that we're invited to that, and it's great to hear their perspective and be able to participate. So that's the main items, but more importantly, and actually, like, this is really hard. but we have to say goodbye to Dr. Noland. This is her last meeting, and I can't imagine being here without you. I don't know what we're gonna do. No, I'm serious. Like you've been an amazing member and just have brought a very fair and clear-headed approach to everything you do. You were a great president, and you worked so hard at that, and I appreciate that. And you've been a mentor to me and a friend, and your work on the Access to Care Committee. That was, that's really pushed that along in such a big way, and more recently helping with all of the equine stuff. So I can't express my gratitude enough, but also the board. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Been an honor and a privilege. There we go.
And then I also wanted to present who she's not here, but Alexandra Ponke. She was our Western States liaison, and she did a great job. So we'll be sending her this plaque. Well, it's a certificate. And then I do wonder if this is not if perhaps in the future the president should do this at an MDC meeting, because I don't think this is very helpful. But we wanted to honor Dr. Sequoia and Dr. Lazarchev with these plaques. They both have been on the MDC, Dr. Sequoia for a 3-year term and Dr. Lazarchev for 6 years. And obviously our board can't do this without the hard work of the MDC. That's where really all of the hours and toiling and going back and forth to develop these regulations. So thank you to Dr. Sequoia and Lazarchev. And with that, that concludes my report. Any any comment from members?
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Any public comment?
I would like to say really quick, thank you, Dr. Nolan, very much.
Dr. Nolan, in Jessica's email box is the nominations for a VSB Board of Directors. And now that you have nothing to do, I would encourage you to run for the Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great idea. Any other public comment? Okay, none in the room. Moderator, would you please open it up online?
If you'd like to make a comment on WebEx, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button or type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we receive a request for public comment. Seeing none, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, I know that you don't have much to report, but we still need you to do your report. Agenda item 14.
Nope, I can do it very quickly. So I think most of you know that I was appointed to the AAVSB VTNE committee, and we have had several meetings this year, most on question writing and then reviewing questions. Then we had our first quarter meeting in March. And tomorrow I do have a conflict with this meeting. I will be at the practice review, so I will not be here tomorrow. But on our first quarter meeting, we did discuss our roles and responsibility, minimum competency for RVTs, and the committee's charge of keeping up with the review of the exam. I know that the AAVSB has a mega issue, and that they're in the information gathering phase and just asking a lot of questions about the relevancy of the VTNE, just trying to make sure that they're staying up and current with the VTNE. So they're also the AAVSB's Diversity Award will be announced on May 1st. So thank you.
Great. Any questions from the board? Okay, any public comment? Moderator, would you please open it up online?
We are once again open for public comment via WebEx. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen, or type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner and send that comment to all participants. We're going to take just a few seconds to see if we receive a request for public comment. Seeing none, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we are moving on to agenda item number 18, update, discussion, and possible action on the board's 2024 to 2028 strategic plan. Jessica.
So just a brief introduction. This was the result of the strategic planning session from October. Solid shortly thereafter put together the strategic plan based on the direction that all of you provided. So we do need a motion on this to approve to start all of the work and kind of divvy out the resources. After you approve this, just like last time, we then meet with Solid and our team on the specific actions for each item and set goals for deadlines on each item. And then we'll then, after that, bring that to the board at the next meeting. If you want to change or add to anything, you would, of course, be able to let us know that. And then we'll provide quarterly updates at every meeting of where we are on each objective. So with that, any questions or amendments to it? And then we do need a motion.
Dr. Nolan.
Yes, thank you very much for providing this. It's, I think, very helpful to have us in between steps, so to speak. These may not be pertinent because I know it's going to go through a lot more work, but I did have a couple of thoughts. The first was 4.8. And again, I know these are written for brevity, but
Do you have a page?
oh, I'm sorry. It's on page 9 of the strategic plan. Page 9, yeah, 4.8. And I don't know if it's necessary or not, but when you read that, it makes it sound like we're going to inspect all boarding facilities. And shouldn't it say that provide veterinary services, or is that too detail-oriented? I mean, we aren't going to, the idea is not to inspect all boarding facilities, right? That's not our job. It's to inspect those that provide veterinary services.
I think it's to clarify.
To clarify, so if I think that it's all encompassing.
Okay.
And so then we'll go and make it more specific in the action planning. But we were all there during the session, so our team knows what the intent of it was too, is to see, is there, if there's no veterinary services being provided, then there's no veterinary oversight.
Right. So, okay.
Yeah.
So that's understood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and that wasn't that regarding the
ability-
shelters and the fact that some of the shelter that where this came up is the shelters were providing veterinary care, but also the remainder of the boarding
Where does that line?
part, where
the language is pretty broad, so I just
Yeah.
wanted to kind of just make sure. And so my next question is kind of similar. It's probably implicit, or we understand, but there's a 4.9 and 4.11 talk about repealing the board's authority. And my understanding was we are still wanting to have some authority of those two issues, but we are trying to be able to delegate that authority. Isn't that correct?
So for 4.11, it is to repeal it. 4.11 is referring to a statute that allows the board to approve continuing education programs. So they would apply to us. We would go through and have standards and review all of those courses and then approve. But the board, since they put this in action, enacted it, they've never actually done it. And so what happens is that there's the perception that the board has this whole continuing education program when we don't. We have a statute that lists out, gosh, I want to say like 8 to 10 that we already approve, that they don't apply to us. They have the blanket approval. So you're looking at any race approved courses, any courses provided by AVMA or CVMA, any government. So there's a long list of it. what happens is that there are some boards who are actively having programs to review and approve continuing education courses. And when they see this statute, a lot of times we get roped into that discussion and people are trying, like, for example, there was a recent bill by, I believe it was Evan Lowe, to talk about those boards who do approve continuing education, what they put additional restrictions on there and things that they would have to do, but we don't actually ever do it. But then if we started doing it, then it would impact us. So just, it created this perception that this is something that we do and we don't.
Okay, and I guess if you were to extrapolate that down to 411, I mean, sorry, 449. And my recollection of that was that we have a requirement to approve the RVT programs, and we've delegated that the approval process. But
No, so this was another thing where you guys delegated this to the MDC, and then there was a subcommittee that was created. So this really looked at the statute that required all RVT programs, all of them. So those are the accredited and non-accredited, to first get approval from the board. This was a requirement back over a decade ago. And again, once this was put in place, I think it was in 2012, one program was reviewed and approved, and that approval is only good for 2 years. In the meantime, all of these other programs started operating, but they weren't operating without any oversight, because BPPE, Bureau of Private Post-Secondary Education, provides a lot of oversight. This is where the committee had multiple stakeholder meetings with all of the RVT programs and CVTEA, and we invited BPPE to come as well to talk about the overlap of it and how we're making them, because we were left with two options when I started. Either create this program, because we never actually did, so it would be very resource intensive, which we can do, or the other question is, should we? And so we left with, there were so many other areas of oversight of these RVT programs to then create this whole program, to create these additional hoops for them to jump through and have to pay for, and we would have to, it would be huge impact on us when they are already adequately provided oversight of. And so that was the discussion, and then the board agreed with the MDC that requiring them to go through this other hoop when there's no extra consumer protection benefit to it, then it was unnecessary. So they wanted to repeal it completely.
okay, I think part of my issue when I read all this was it's so abbreviated that it starts to sound a little different than what you just said. You know, whenever you start to repeal a board's authority, you're kind of like,
right.
Wait a minute, what is that really what we want? You know, so thank you for that clarification.
Okay, I, on page 8, I don't remember talking about 3.5, that develops specific disciplinary guidelines for RVTs and the veterinary assistant controlled substance permit to increase the consistent application of guidelines.
Yeah, this was brought up by our team during the strategic planning session. And we explained that the situation is with our disciplinary guidelines, there's a lot of things that are, God bless you, that were written in the minds of veterinarians. But there are things, so if someone is disciplined, if a veterinarian is disciplined, they'll, based on what the violation is, the guidelines will put on specific conditions, but they were really written in mind of the veterinarian. But what we found is there's things for RVTs and VACSPs, conditions that don't make sense to apply to an RVT or a VACSP. And a thing to keep in mind too is the level of risk to the consumers decreases, I think, when it comes to a VACSP and RVTs, because you have more oversight of those individuals to where they might not need additional things like a supervisor, because they already have to be supervised by a veterinarian. And so some of the disciplinary guideline conditions might be more punitive than helpful for rehabilitation purposes that don't, they just, and there's some that just don't flat out apply to RVTs or VACSPs. And so it was more just to develop different guidelines for those, because again, there's conditions that don't make sense to apply to an RVT or a VACSP.
Okay. I had one more. On 416, can you just remind me the commercial equines? It's on page 11. Proposed legislation to amend BPC section 4825.1 to revise the definition of livestock to include
Yeah,
commercial.
so this was a
equines.
specific concern raised by Dr. Nolan regarding, it's specifically livestock does not include equine. And so Dr. Nolan requested to revisit that to include commercial equine.
Yes, to try to develop herd health protocols with appropriately timed visits, et cetera. It's what's happening in the industry today, and so veterinarians are really caught.
I just don't remember the commercial equine as
But
the,
that was the word that,
okay.
but it was no other way
It
to
was a
put
long day, yeah.
And I would say, and you can.
I remember talking about it. I just think the word commercial equine sounds,
Yeah, weird.
sounds
Yeah.
weird. Okay.
I have one more thing, and again,
Yeah.
it's just a thought, but a lot of these are legislative changes. And I know that we have to really keep up with making legislative changes, but what Dr. Miller said yesterday keeps echoing in my head about whether we can use regulation versus legislation. Though now I understand, I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag, either one, so I get that. But there is a lot of proposed legislation amendments, and is that something we're looking at in a sunset review? Is that something? Yes.
Yeah, so if you look at also to the draft strategic plan, in there at the very end are new issues, and you'll see there's placeholders for all of the proposed legislation that you've already approved. They're all going to be put into here. And there's some things where you haven't approved maybe the actual wording of the legislation yet, and so that'll be worked out through the process. But if you remember, our last sunset report did something very similar to where the bulk of it was a whole bunch. We basically redid our practice act through this legislation, and we were able to get it accomplished in 1 year.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
So that's
than-
what
than-
this
yeah,
would do. And
Perfect.
if you compare this to our sunset report at the end, they should mirror.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Can I
Yeah.
request a revision on page 10, item 4.18, first line, BPC section 4887, paren capital B. That to me looks like a reference to a subparagraph, which is confusing. I'm hoping that you will agree to insert after 4887, comma, subdivision, paren lowercase b.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Happy to oblige. That was easy. Okay.
I'm happy to make the motion to, is there wording here? I'm looking to accept this draft as amended today.
To adopt it.
Sorry, to adopt the draft as amended today.
Second.
Fantastic. Any comments from the public in the room? Moderator, would you open it up online, please?
We are open for public comment on the motion for the strategic plan. Please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen, or type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. We're going to wait just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I think we are moving on now
You need
to,
to do a
oh
vote.
yeah, sorry, the
Dr. Solocito?
Yes.
Dr. Grant?
Yes.
Dr. Noland?
Yes.
Ms. Pulowski?
Yes.
Ms. Prado?
yes.
Dr. Bradbury?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Sorry about that. Okay, and then we have agenda item 21, future agenda items and next meeting dates. When I was looking over the meeting minutes, I had seen a comment from Dr. Nolan asking about having a presentation on a Spectrum of Care initiative. And I wondered if we could try and put that on a future agenda. I think we got that from the AAVSB.
Yeah, Dr. Noyes, Dr. Fedesco, and Dr. Blackwell all gave presentations.
Yeah. So I don't know if we can look at, see if any, okay, great. I didn't have any other future agenda items. Anybody else? Okay, Jessica?
So we do have, obviously the medical record, legislation and rulemaking that will come back to you. There will be a whole slew of things that will coming back, based on the adoption of the strategic plan, over the next year. And then if you look on our website, we have our meeting dates posted through the end of 2025. You're welcome. So.
Okay, any public comment?
Grant Miller, CVMA, just a friendly reminder that we're getting a lot of confusion out there with veterinarians now because we have two separate, although identical VCPR laws. We have statute and we have regs. So I think we need to take a look at that in the future with either this board or the MDC. Thank you.
Moderator, can you open it up online, please?
We are open for public comment on future meeting dates. If you'd like to make a comment, please raise a hand by tapping that hand button at the bottom of the screen. Dial-in users dial *3 to, or no dial-in users. Type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner and send that comment to all participants. And we do not appear to have any request for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. Okay, so we will be adjourning for lunch. Is that the right word? Recess. Sorry, recess. I'm like, I feel like that's the wrong word. We will be recessing for lunch. Then we'll be returning at 1 for agenda item 22, which are hearings on petitions for early termination of probation. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are going to resume the meeting, and we are now on agenda item number 22, special order of business, hearings on petitions for early termination of probation. And I believe we are going to start with the matter involving Dr. Sung, I think is how you say it. And I believe he is online. And there may be an interpreter there. And then I'm going to turn it over to our administrative law judge.
All right, thank you. Do we have Dr. Sung with us?
This is the moderator. We have Dr. Sung looking for the moderator. Hold on, or the interpreter. Hold on, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have Dr. Sung and Alan Ryu.
All right.
Alan, you should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Will we be able to? Oh, there we go. We have a video.
There we go. Okay. All right.
All right. Hi, sir. Tell me your name.
My name's Alan Roof, State of California, Court Certified Interpreter 301133.
And then can you spell your name for me, please?
ALANRYU.
All right. Very good. The screen just shows you. Do we have Dr. Sung with you, or is he on a different screen?
It must be on a different screen because I'm not with them physically.
Okay.
This is the interpreter. or this is the moderator. Excuse me. Yes.
Dr. Sung, say your name.
I'm Won Sung.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Sung. Are you able to turn your camera on?
Camera on.
성 박사님 카메라 좀 켜주세요.
네.
Okay.
예. Okay.
All right. Thank you. And we're not on the record yet. Mr. Ryu, tell me, what language will you be interpreting?
It'll be Korean, sir.
Korean. Thank you. Dr. Sung, and Mr. Ryu, you can begin interpreting now, please. Dr. Sung, my name is Sean Gavin. I am an administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings.
성 박사님, 안녕하세요. 저 이름은 샤ನ್ 개분이고요. 저는 행정국의 행정판사입니다.
And I have been tasked with presiding over the hearing today that will be heard before the Veterinary Medical Board.
자, 오늘 제가 수의사 보드에 선생님의 청문회 히어링을 주관할 겁니다.
I would just like to take a moment to explain how this hearing will go.
이 히어링이 어떻게 될 건지 설명을 좀 드릴게요.
Once we go on the record, I will have the Deputy Attorney General, Ms. Haro, present some evidence.
여기 히어링을 시작하게 되면은 검사님이시는 미스 헤로가 증거들을 제출을 하게 될 거예요.
She will identify the petition packet and the 12 exhibits.
그분께서 신청서와 함께 제시물 12가지를 소개를 할 겁니다.
And she will give a brief explanation of the license and disciplinary history.
그리고 그분이 면허의 내력, 여태까지 무슨 일이 있었는지 또 그런 경고받으신 것들에 대해서 설명을 드릴 거예요.
After that, you will have a chance to present evidence.
그리고 난 후에 본인께서 증거 제출을 하실 기회를 부여받으세요.
You can testify on your own behalf.
본인이 진술을 하셔도 되고
You can call other witnesses if you want.
본인이 원하시면은 다른 증인들을 부르셔도 되고요.
Or you can present additional documents if you have any.
본인이 갖고 있다면은 그 이외의 추가적인 서류도 제출하실 수가 있습니다.
After you testify, I will give Ms. Haro a chance to ask you any questions she has.
본인이 제시를 하고 난 후에 미스 하로가 그분이 또 한 번 발언을 하실 기회를 받게 될 겁니다.
And then I will give each board member a chance to ask any questions they might have.
그리고 난 후에 여기 보드 멤버들 중에 질문이 있으신 분들이 질문을 하게 될 거예요.
After that, I will give both parties a chance to make closing argument if they want.
그리고 난 후에 양쪽 측에 최후 변론을 할 수 있는 기회를 드릴 겁니다.
Dr. Sung, will you have any other witnesses that you want the board to hear from today?
성 박사님, 본인께서 오늘 다른 증인이 있습니까?
없습니다.
I do not.
Will you have any other documents that you want the board to look at that are not part of the petition packet?
예, 신청서 패킷의 일부가 아닌 그 이외의 다른 서류들 보드 멤버가 검토하기를 원하시는 서류가 있습니까?
없습니다.
I do not.
Do you have with you the petition packet and 12 exhibits that have been identified?
예, 제가 말씀을 드렸던 petition packet 신청서하고 증거 제시물 12개 본인 앞에 갖고 계십니까?
네, 갖고 있습니다.
Yes, I have them.
Okay, good. Let me just briefly explain also the process that we will follow with an interpreter.
자, 그리고 통역을 통해서 어떻게 절차를 따라야 되는지도 간단히 설명을 드리겠습니다.
Once we are on the record, the interpreter will interpret all English into Korean and all Korean into English.
먼저 기록이 되면은 통역자는 모든 영어를 한국말로 통역을 할 거고 또 한국말을 전부 영어로 통역을 하게 될 겁니다.
That means anytime anyone speaks, go ahead.
그것은 무엇을 뜻하냐면요. 누가 말을 하게 되면은
We need to make sure to give enough time for the interpreter to translate.
통역사가 통역을 할 수 있게 충분한 시간을 줘야 한다는 것입니다.
In addition, we need to make sure we're speaking just one at a time.
그리고 추가적으로 한 사람씩만 얘기를 해야 됩니다.
And that we are communicating with words and not gestures or other sounds.
몸짓이라든지 그 이외의 다른 소리로 의사소통을 하지 말고 꼭 구두로 해야 한다는 것입니다.
Dr. Sung, do you have any questions before we begin?
성 박사님,
유 선생님,
예.
지금 저희 어토니가 여기 같이 들어와 있습니다.
Mr. Interpreter, I have my attorney here with me now.
Okay. Dr. Sung, who is your attorney?
성 박사님, 본인 변호사님이 누구세요?
내진 야민이.
레진 야미니.
All right. Can I have the attorney? Okay. Looks like the attorney is joining at least by video as well.
예, 여기 변호사님이 비디오로 같이 들어오실 것 같은데요.
This is the moderator, Mr. Yamini. Are you available? You have the ability to unmute yourself at will. And we'd like you to turn on your camera, please.
She is on, but she cannot speak, or she cannot hear, and she cannot hear. So, can you let them know she's on the link, but she cannot hear or she cannot speak?
Then why?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so 유 선생님,
예.
지금 내진 야민이가 지금 여기 연결돼 있는데 지금 스피커도 작동이 안 되고 비디오가 좀 작동이 안 되고 있습니다.
Mr. Ru, the interpreter. Mr. Regine Yamini is connected now. However, his microphone and his video is not working.
This is the moderator. Mr. Yamini has disconnected. We're going to wait for them to reconnect.
Mr. Yamini,
변호사께서 다시 커넥트 하겠답니다.
my attorney said he's going to try to reconnect.
Okay, thank you. We'll give him a moment to do that.
네, 그분에게 좀 시간을 드리죠.
Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. I apologize. I was having some technical issues. Can everyone see me here?
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Yamini.
Good afternoon.
All right. So I explained the hearing procedures to Dr. Sung before I knew he was represented, but
No problem.
we'll follow the same procedures with your involvement.
Yes, Your Honor, I could hear you. I just could not speak.
All right. And just a reminder for Mr. Ryu, please translate all English you hear into Korean.
예, 지금 여기 이분께서 판사님을 듣지 못했는데 이제 다시 연결이 됐습니다.
We're good. Mhm.
Ms. Yamini, will there be any other witnesses or exhibits?
그
No, Your Honor.
이외에
No, Your Honor, other than what is attached to the petition, there will be no other exhibits.
예, 여기 판사님께서 그 이외에 다른 증인이나 혹은 증거 서류가 제출될 것이냐 그랬더니 본인 변호사님께서 이미 페티션에 제출한 것 이외에는 없습니다라고 말씀하셨어요.
All right, Ms. Haro, are you ready to go on the record?
미스 하로 기록과 시작할 준비가 되셨죠? 예,
I am.
예.
And Ms. Yamini, are you ready to go on the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
미스 야민이 본인도 준비되셨죠? 네, 판사님.
I don't know if the moderator needs to begin recording now or if it has already been recording, but if you need to start the recording, you can do so now.
예,
We are on,
사회자께서 이미 녹음을 하고 있었는지 아니면은 기록이 시작되면 할 건지는 모르겠지만 지금 녹음 시작하셔도 됩니다.
we are on the record in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation of one Peter Sung.
자, 지금 저희가 원 피터슨 씨의 termination of early probation을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
This matter is being heard before the Veterinary Medical Board.
자, 이 히어링은 수의사협회에서 진행이 되고 있으며
My name is Sean Gavin. I am an administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings.
저 이름은 샤ನ್ 개빈이고 여기 행정판사입니다.
I'd like to just establish a quorum of the board first. I will call each board member and they can respond with just present.
네, 여기 보드 멤버들이 누가 있는지 제가 이름을 부르면은 참석하셨는지만 말씀해 주십시오.
Dr. Bradbury,
Present.
닥터 브래드베리 계시고요.
Dr. Solicito,
Present.
닥터 솔리세도 계시고요.
Dr. Grant,
닥터 그랜트 계시고요.
Dr. Noland,
Here.
닥터 노랜드 계시고요.
Ms. Prado,
Present.
미스 프라도도 계시고요.
and Ms. Pawlowski.
Present.
미스 폴라우스키도 계십니다.
Thank you. Those members constitute a quorum.
예, 여기 패널들 중에 이분들이 멤버들입니다.
I'd also identify the case as board case number 460.
자, 케이스 번호가 보드 케이스 번호가 460
2020
2020
0003
0003
83.
83입니다.
The OAH case number is
OAH 케이스 번호는
2024
2024
030
030
273.
273입니다.
And I'd like to take the appearances of the attorneys with us, starting with the Deputy Attorney General.
자, 여기 오늘 참석을 하신 변호사님들부터 소개를 하겠는데요. 여기 검사님 먼저 소개해 주세요.
Deputy Attorney General Summer Haro.
Thank you.
저 이름은 Deputy Attorney General Summer Haro입니다.
And for petitioner,
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Negin Yamini, Neginyamini on behalf of Dr. Sung.
닥터 성의 변호사이신 내긴 야민입니다. Neginyamini.
the first order of business is that this matter is being electronically recorded instead of reported by a live court reporter. And I just want to confirm the party's consent to that.
먼저 이 절차는 법원 속기사님이 속기를 하는 게 아니라 전자식으로 녹음이 되고 있다라는 것을 말씀드리며 양측에 저희가 동의를 구하겠습니다.
Ms. Haro, do you agree?
미스 하로 동의하십니까?
Yes.
예.
And Ms. Yamini?
미스 야민이? 예, 판사님.
All right, very good. At this point, I will turn the matter over to Ms. Haro to present the petition packet and an overview of the license and disciplinary history.
자, 그러면 제가 미스 하라에게, 하라 검사님한테 이 면허의 내역과 또 규제받았던 것이 뭐가 있는지를 말씀드리도록 기회를 드리겠습니다.
And briefly, before I do that, I need to administer the interpreter oath.
먼저 그렇게 하기 전에 통역사 선서를 해야 되겠네요.
Mr. Ryu, do you solemnly swear or affirm to interpret English into Korean and Korean into English in this matter to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Haro, you can begin whenever you're ready.
자, 하라 검사님, 뭐 준비됐으면 시작하셔도 됩니다.
Thank you. I am here on behalf of the Attorney General pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
예, 저는 검사실에서 나왔으며 섹션 11522에 의거해서 이 자리에 있습니다.
I am representing the people of the state of California.
저는 People of California를 변호하는 검사입니다.
I am here today to assist in fact-finding.
오늘 제가 이 자리에 있는 이유는 사실을 발견하는 데 도움을 주기 위해서입니다.
My role today is not adversarial, but is intended to protect the public interest.
제가 이 자리에 오늘 있는 이유는 공공의 흥미, 공공을 위해서 이 자리에 있는 겁니다.
I am here to ensure that there is adequate information from which to make a decision.
제가 이 자리에 있는 이유는 결정을 내리는데 충분한 증거가 있는지 확실히 하기 위해서입니다.
I would first like to mark for identification and offer into evidence as Exhibit 1, the petition packet with accompanying documents.
예, 여기 첨부가 되어 있는 서류와 함께 제가 제시물 1호로 신청서를 접수를 시키겠습니다. 증거로서.
The board members and petitioner have been provided with a copy of the same set of documents.
예, 여기 신청인하고 보드 멤버들이 같은 서류를 다 받았습니다.
Exhibit 1 generally consists of the following.
자, 제시물 1호는 다음과 같은 것을 포함하고 있습니다.
Tab 1 contains the notice of today's hearing.
자, 탭 1은 오늘 히어링 통보서입니다.
Tab 2 contains the license certification history.
그리고 탭 2는 면허의 내역입니다.
Tab 3 contains the board's decision and order that took effect on July 29th, 2021.
그리고 탭 3는 보드 측에서 2021년 7월 29일에 결정을 한 내용이 포함되어 있습니다.
Tab 4 contains the probation violation letter regarding petitioner's positive alcohol test on June 6, 2022.
자, 탭 4는 2022년 6월 6일 날 음주 검사 당시에 음주 측정이 양성으로 나왔다 하는 서류입니다.
Tab 4 also contains correspondence between petitioner's attorney and the board's probation monitor.
자, 그리고 프로베이션 모니터하고 또 프로베이션 기간 동안에 이런 일이 있었기 때문에 신청인의 변호사하고 주고받은 내용도 있습니다.
It contains the positive drug test.
여기 양성의 이 드럭 테스트가 있고요.
And it contains the letter of education to petitioner regarding the positive test.
양성 검사에 의한 신청인의 교육 내용도 있습니다.
Tab 5 contains the petition for early termination of probation.
그리고 탭 5는 프로베이션을 일찍 마감해달라라는 신청이 있습니다.
Tab 6 contains a written statement from petitioner.
그리고 탭 6는 신청인의 자기 서면 진술서가 있고요.
Tab 7 contains petitioner's curriculum vitae.
그리고 탭 7번은 신청인의 커리큘럼 비대면이 들어 있습니다.
Tab 8 contains petitioner's continuing education course certificates.
그리고 탭 8번은 교육받으신 내용이 들어 있고요. 확증서요.
Tab 9 contains letters of recommendation and support from 2 veterinarians for a petitioner.
그리고 탭 9은 두 사람의 수의사 선생님께서 신청인을 추천하는 내용이 들어 있습니다.
Tab 10 contains petitioner's supervisor's performance evaluation.
그리고 탭 10은 신청인의 슈퍼바이저의 평가서가 있습니다.
That supervisor is also the author of one of the letters of recommendation.
그리고 그 슈퍼바이저가 추천 편지, recommendation을 했던 사람 중에 한 사람입니다.
Tab 11 contains proof of petitioner's rehabilitative efforts.
그리고 탭 11은 신청인께서 재활 노력을 보여주는 내용이 있고요.
In that proof contains a notice of completion of outpatient program with alcohol monitoring.
그리고 거기에는 아웃페이션트 외래 의료로서 치료를 받은 증명이 있습니다.
Completion of court-ordered alcohol monitoring.
그리고 판사님이 명령을 하셨던 알코올 모니터링이 있고요.
Petitioner's participation in Alcoholics Anonymous meetings.
그리고 신청인이 알코올릭 어노니머스 미팅에 갔었던 기록들과
A case summary from petitioner's criminal court proceedings.
그리고 신청인의 형사 재판의 그 내역들이 여기 있습니다.
And petitioner's proof of completion of court-ordered DUI program.
그리고 여기 신청인이 DUI 프로그램을 완수하였다라는 증명이 있고요.
Tab 12 contains the compliance report for petitioner.
그리고 탭 12는 신청인의 compliance 리포트가 있어요.
At this time, I offer this packet into evidence as Exhibit 1.
자, 그러면은 제가 이 패킷을 제시물 1호 증거로 채택을 요청을 합니다.
Ms. Yamini, do you object to any of the documents that are part of Exhibit 1?
No, Your Honor, I don't object. May I request a very short 5-minute break? Would that be a possibility at all?
미스 레미니, 본인께서는 이 증거 제출 요청하시는데 이의가 있으십니까? 네, 저는 없습니다. 그런데 제가 간단하게 5분 휴정을 요청을 해도 되겠습니까?
Exhibit 1 is admitted. Ms. Yamini, what is the reason for the break?
자,
I need
제시물
to-
1호는
I'm sorry.
제시물 1호는 제가 받아들이겠습니다. 미스 레미니, 휴식 시간을 요청하시는 이유가 뭐예요?
It's just a very short 5-minute bathroom break, Your Honor. If the court doesn't want to break now, that's fine. I can wait for another till the next break.
자, 제가 화장실에 가야 되기 때문에 급히 5분만 좀 빨리 쉬었으면 했는데 여의치 않으면은 제가 다음 시간에 가도 되고요.
We can manage a 5-minute break. We'll be off the record until 1:33.
Thank you so much,
그러면
Your Honor.
5분만 휴식 시간 할게요. 1시 33분까지 휴정입니다.
You want some water, doctor?
I have something to drink.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm back. I appreciate the break.
예, 휴식 시간 주셔서 감사합니다, 판사님.
Let me just check. Ms. Haro, are you ready to go back on the record?
자, 하로 감사님 다시 시작할 준비가 되셨어요?
Yes.
네.
And Ms. Amini, you're ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
미스 미니도 준비되셨고요. 예, 판사님.
We are back on the record. Exhibit 1 has been admitted.
자, 다시 기록하겠습니다. 제시물 1호는 증거로 채택이 되었습니다.
Ms. Haro, if you'd like to present the petition details and license and disciplinary history, you may.
자, 미스 본인께서 그 면허의 내역하고 이 신청서를 좀 간단하게 설명을 해주시면은 하셔도 됩니다.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
On March 18th, 1985, the board issued veterinarian license number 8855 to petitioner.
자, 1985년 3월 18일에 이 신청인에게 보드 측에서는 면허 88552를 주었습니다.
On July 13th, 2021, the board filed an accusation against petitioner.
2021년 7월 13일 날 신청인에게 저희가 혐의를 혐의가 있었습니다.
That was accusation number 460-2020.
그것은 혐의 번호 accusation number 460-2020입니다.
000383.
000383이에요.
The accusation alleged 3 causes of disciplinary action.
자, 이 혐의에는 3가지의 명목이 있었습니다.
Conviction of a substantially related crime.
이것과 관계된 범죄를 저지른 것.
Dangerous use of alcohol.
그리고 술의 위험한 사용.
And a felony conviction involving the consumption of alcohol.
술을 드셨기 때문에 거기에 중범 범죄가 있었습니다.
The accusation arose from petitioner's conviction in October of 2019.
자, 이것은 2019년 10월에 형을 받은 것에 관여한 것이었습니다.
The conviction was for violating Vehicle Code Section 20001.
자, 이것은 교통법 V20002를 위반했기 때문이었습니다.
Subdivisions A and B2.
Subdivision A, B2 항이었습니다.
That was for a hit and run with permanent injury or death, a felony.
자, 그것은 중범인 뺑소니였습니다.
The conviction was also for violating Vehicle Code Section
자, 또, 이 범죄는 다음과 같은 것을 또 추가적으로 위반했습니다.
23152 Subdivision A,
23152 Subdivision A,
driving under the influence of alcohol, a misdemeanor.
네, 이거는 경범인 음주운전이었었습니다.
The conviction was also for violating Vehicle Code Section
자, 또 이 범죄는 다른 교통법 위반이 있었는데요.
23152 Subdivision B,
23152 Subdivision B였습니다.
driving with a blood alcohol content of 0.08% or more, a misdemeanor.
예, 이 경범은 0.08 이상으로 알코올 농도 하에 운전을 했기 때문이었죠.
The circumstances underlying the conviction are that in November 2018,
자, 이때 상황을 보게 되면은 2019년 11월경에
after consuming alcohol at a social meeting,
그 술을 마시고 난 후에 사람들과 만나서
petitioner drove his car and crashed into another vehicle, killing the driver.
신청자께서 운전을 하시다가 다른 차와 충돌이 있어서 그 사람이 사망에 이르렀었습니다.
Petitioner left the scene of the accident.
신청자는 사고 현장을 떠났고
Officers found bumper remains on the other vehicle along with a license plate, which they traced to petitioner's residence.
경찰이 떨어져 있는 차량의 조각들과 번호판 추적하에 집에서 신청인을 보았습니다.
Petitioner admitted to driving the vehicle and being involved in the accident.
신청인께서는 인정을 하셨습니다. 운전을 하셨던 것을요. 그리고 사고 있었던 것을요.
During the booking procedures, more than 4 hours after the accident,
사고가 난 후 4시간 후 경찰 측에서 부킹을 할 적에
petitioner submitted to a breath test that revealed a breath alcohol content level
자, 신청인이 알코올 검사를 승인하셔가지고 해봤더니
of 0.064%
0.064%였었어요.
and 0.066%.
그리고 0.066%로 나왔습니다.
On June 29th, 2021, the board issued its decision.
2021년 7월 9일에 보드가 결정을 내렸어요.
The decision adopted a stipulated settlement that placed petitioner's veterinarian license on probation.
자, 이 보드 측에서 합의하에 수의사 운전면허를 보호 관찰 프로베이션에 집어넣도록 했었습니다.
The probation was for 5 years with certain terms and conditions, including that petitioner abstain from the use of alcohol.
자, 여기에는 신청인께서 술을 절대 마시지 않는다를 포함한 5개의 조건이 있는 조항들이었었습니다. 5년 동안.
The decision also required the payment of $1,765
그리고 1,765불도 지불하셔야 됐었고요.
within 6 months before the end of the probation term.
프로베이션이 끝나기 전 6개월 이내에 지불을 했어야만 됩니다.
The decision became effective on July 29th, 2021.
이 결정은 2021년 7월 29일부터 유효하게 되었었습니다.
On June 6th, 2022,
2022년 6월 6일 날
petitioner tested positive for alcohol and subsequently admitted that he had consumed 1 can of beer.
2022년 6월 6일 날 신청인이 술을 먹은 것을 인정을 하셨고 또 맥주 1캔을 먹었다라고 말씀하셨어요.
The board closed that matter by educating petitioner with a letter of education.
네, 그 에듀케이션 레터를 저희가 보냈었죠, 보드 측에서요.
Petitioner is now petitioning for early termination of probation.
신청인께서 프로베이션 보호 관찰을 빨리 끝내달라라고 요청을 하고 있습니다.
Because the burden is on petitioner, I have no further statements, but reserve the right to question petitioner.
자, 증명을 해야 될 의무는 신청인에게 있기 때문에 저는 더 이상 지금 현재로서는 말씀을 드릴 게 없고 또 신청인에게 질문을 할 권리를 요청을 하고 있습니다.
Thank you, Ms. Haro. Ms. Yamini,
하로 검사님 감사합니다.
Yes, Your Honor.
now is the time for petitioner to present any evidence that he would like to present or you would like to present.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
미스 야민이 이제 신청인이나 혹은 본인께서 보드에 신청 증거 제출하고 말씀하실 차례입니다. 감사합니다, 판사님.
Thank
If
you,
you
Your
would
Honor.
if you'd like to have petitioner testify, I'll need to swear him in.
본인께서 신청인이 진술을 하게 될 경우 제가 신청인에게 선서를 시켜야 됩니다.
But if you'd like to make any sort of opening statement first, you can do that.
그러나 본인께서 먼저 서두 변론을 하시겠으면 그렇게 하셔도 되고요.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to make a brief opening statement, and in my opening statement, I'll be introducing the exhibits that have been filed as part of our petition.
예, 그러시면은 제가 간단한 서두 발언을 하고 난 후에 그 와중에 제가 몇 가지 서류들 신청인의 신청 당시에 포함을 했던 서류들을 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we are here today for the purpose of determining whether Dr. Song is an eligible candidate for early termination of probation.
오늘 저희는 닥터 성이 프로베이션을 빨리 끝낼 수 있는 자격이 있는지를 본인들께 결정 요청을 하고 있습니다.
As Your Honor and the honorable board members know, we're not here to contest any of the factual allegations that led to disciplinary action by the board against Dr. Song.
예, 여기 보드나 판사님께서 여기 닥터 성을 상대로 했던 규제에 저희가 왈가왈부를 논하는 자리가 아닙니다. 저희는 그것을 받아들였고요.
Nor are we here to contest the one positive alcohol test in this matter.
그리고 이 사건에 있어서 음주 검사 한 번 했었던 그것에 저희가 또 항변을 할 것도 아닙니다.
However, the purpose of Dr. Song's testimony and the exhibits that we have provided is to provide the board with context as to the aforementioned disciplinary action and positive alcohol test.
저희가 닥터 성의 진술과 저희가 제출들 하는 서류는 본인의 노력과 또 그 알코올 검사했던 것에 대한 결과에 대한 말씀을 드리고자 합니다.
Specifically, we hope that Dr. Song's testimony will demonstrate 3 factors, all of which I hope would convince this board that he is an excellent candidate for early termination of probation.
제가 바라는 바는 닥터 성이 진술을 할 적에 세 가지 요소를 포함해서 여기 보드께서 닥터 성이 규제, 보호 관찰의 취소, 마감을 얼리 신청하는데 아주 훌륭한 사람이다라는 것을 말씀드리고 싶은 겁니다.
Those three factors are accountability,
자, 그 세 가지 요소가 뭐냐? 믿음이에요. 믿을 만한 분이고.
specifically, does Dr. Song take unqualified responsibility for his actions that led to this horrible fatality?
자, 그리고 닥터 성이 사망이 관련된 일에 관해서 이제 고의적이 아니었었고,
The second factor is insight.
두 번째는 그 내용 자체예요. 그 배경이요.
Can Dr. Song explain what led him to the horrible lapse in judgment that led to this fatality?
이 사망에 무슨 일이 있었기에 이런 일이 일어났었는지를 설명을 드릴 거예요.
But specifically, what caused the lapse in judgment that resulted in his fleeing the scene of an accident?
그리고 무슨 판단 때문에 사고 현장을 떠나게 됐는지도 말씀을 드릴 거고요.
The third factor that we hope to demonstrate is rehabilitation.
세 번째는 그분의 재활이에요.
Specifically, what actions or efforts has Dr. Song undertaken in order to address the lapse in judgment and the particular actions that led to disciplinary conduct against him?
자, 그분의 어떤 판단들로 인해서 이런 일이 일어난 것에 대한 그분의 재활을 하기 위한 행동이라든지 그분의 노력을 말씀을 드릴 겁니다.
What I will preface his testimony with, Your Honor, is by saying that in this landscape, this general landscape of rehabilitation, it's not uncommon for individuals to have one or two relapses.
자, 제가 이 판사님들과 여러분께 말씀드릴 수 있는 거는 이런 재활을 하더라도 어떤 경우에 뭐 한 번, 두 번 거기에 어긋나는 행동을 하는 것은 자주 일어나는 흔한 일이다라는 것을 알려드리고 싶습니다.
Relapses are absolutely unacceptable.
뭐 다시 시작한다라는 것은 수긍이 절대 안 되는 거죠.
And they understandably raise concerns for the board.
네, 그리고 보드 측에서 우려가 있다는 거는 또 이해를 합니다.
However, the number of relapses need to be taken into account respectfully in the context of the person's overall performance on probation.
네, 그 신청인의 전반적인 보호 관찰의 성과에 비해 볼 적에 한 번 이런 일이 있었다라는 것을 감안을 해주셔야 합니다.
Dr. Song has been in substantial compliance with probation, with the exception of a positive test for alcohol on June 6th of 2022.
닥터 성은 보호 관찰 프로베이션의 모든 조항들을 잘 따라오셨었고 단지 유일하게 한 번 어긋났던 거는 2022년 6월 6일 날 알코올 검사를 했을 적에 양성으로 나왔다는 것뿐입니다.
And more importantly, since this unfortunate positive testing for alcohol, which Dr. Song will admit was a grave mistake, he has tested consistently negatively on random drug tests for the past 2 years.
그리고 닥터성께서는 지난 2년 동안에 무작위 드럭 테스트를 했을 동안 한 번도 양성이었던 적이 없으세요. 단지 유일하게 이 불행한 2020년 6월 6일 날 일어났던 그 음주 양성 검사 이외에는요.
And also importantly, he has not had any complaints from any patients regarding his performance as a vet.
그리고 또 그분 수의사로서 다른 손님들, 환자들로부터 불평을 들은 적이 결코 없습니다.
We hope that his testimony will demonstrate that granting him early termination of probation will not pose any significant risk to the public whatsoever.
그렇기 때문에 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 닥터 성의 보호 관찰을 일찍 마무리한다는 것은 공공에게, 사회에게 절대 위험을 제시하지 않는다는 것입니다.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Ms. Umini.
Mr. Mini, 감사합니다.
Is it your intention to call Dr. Sung as a witness now?
Yes, Your Honor.
자, 그러면 닥터 성을 증인으로 부를 의도이십니까? 네.
Dr. Sun, will you please raise your right hand?
닥터 성, 오른손 좀 들어주세요.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
위증죄의 처벌 하에 본인께서 앞으로 진술하실 내용이 사실, 온전한 사실, 완전한 사실임을 선서하십니까?
네, 그렇겠습니다.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. You can put your hand down if you'd like.
예, 손 내려주셔도 돼요.
Ms. Meany, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
미니, 준비됐으면 언제든지 시작하세요. 네, 판사님.
Good afternoon, Dr. Song.
닥터 성, 안녕하세요.
네,
Yes.
Dr. Song, how old are you?
닥터 성, 나이가 몇 개세요?
70입니다.
I'm 70.
And when did you arrive? I'm sorry, where were you born?
어디에서 출생하셨습니까?
서울, 코리아.
Seoul, Korea.
And what year did you arrive to in the United States?
몇 년도에 미국에 도착하셨습니까?
1982년 2월입니다.
It was February of 1982.
And did you complete your did you attend college in the United States?
본인 미국에서 대학 다니셨습니까?
네,
Yes.
And what college did you attend in the United States?
미국에서 본인께서는 어떤 대학 다니셨습니까?
UC 데이비스 베스쿨 그레듀에이트 스쿨.
UC Davis Vet School, Graduate School.
Okay. And prior to graduate school, did you get a degree, a master's degree from UC Davis as well?
본인께서 UC 데이비스에서 석사 학위도 받으셨습니까?
네, 그렇습니다.
Yes, I did.
And what was your master's degree in?
예, 전공이 뭐였어요? 석사 학위.
Veterinary pathology입니다.
The veterinary pathology.
Ms. Umini, pardon me for
Yes, sir.
interrupting.
No problem.
The board has access to all of the paperwork filed with the petition,
Mhm.
and the focus of the hearing is on rehabilitation since the disciplinary action.
Understood.
예,
Thank
미스터님, 지금 여기 보드 측에서는 이런 것들은 다 갖고 있고 저희가 알고 싶은 거는 저희가 규제를 하고 난 후에 이 재활에 대해서 알고 싶은 거예요.
I will read.
I don't mean to tell you what you can ask about,
Sure.
뭐 본인이 뭐를 물어볼 수 있는지는 제가 말씀을 드리지 않겠습니다.
but in the interest of time, it may be best to focus on rehabilitation.
자, 시간을 줄여야 하기 때문에 재활에 대해서 좀 초점을 맞춰 주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will refocus my questions accordingly. I appreciate the insight.
예, 말씀해 주셔서 감사합니다. 제가 의거해서 초점을 다른 데 맞추도록 하겠습니다.
Dr. Song, let's talk about the incident that took place on November 12, 2018, when you were arrested for hit and run and driving under the influence of alcohol.
닥터성, 2018년 11월 12일 날 있었던 선생님 체포 당시에 음주운전과 뺑소니에 관한 얘기에 대해서 좀 나누죠.
Without rehashing the facts, since we're not contesting what was stated in the police report, I would like to ask you the following questions.
자, 경찰 리포트에 나와 있는 거를 저희가 반론하는 것은 아니기 때문에 제가 다음과 같은 질문을 할게요.
Did you consume alcohol on the evening when this tragic accident happened?
이 비극적인 사고가 일어났던 그날 저녁, 본인 술 드셨습니까?
네,
Yes.
And what did you consume alcohol at a family event or family gathering?
뭐 가족들이 모였을 때 술 드신 거예요?
The friend social meeting이었습니다.
It was a friends social meeting.
And how much alcohol did you consume?
술 얼마큼 드셨습니까?
3 can of beer입니다.
It was 3 cans of beer.
And your alcohol content was a 0.06%. Does that sound accurate to you?
그리고 본인의 혈중 알코올 농도가 0.06 이게 맞는 것 같아요?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, it's correct.
When the accident happened, and I'm not interested in whose fault it was, but an accident happened. Do you believe that your consumption of alcohol affected your manner of driving that evening in any way?
자, 뭐 이 잘잘못을 제가 논하자는 거는 아니고 선생님이 술을 드셨다는 게 선생님 그날 사고에 어떠한 영향이 있었다라고 본인은 느끼십니까?
네, 그렇습니다.
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to us what is your understanding of how alcohol affected your manner of driving that night?
그날 저녁에 선생님이 운전을 했던 방식에 어떻게 영향을 끼쳤는지 본인이 말씀을 해보세요, 술이.
제가 집에 들어가는 랩턴 하는데 제가 만약에 술을 안 먹었다면 상대방 차가 하이스피드로 오는 거를 피할 수도 있었을 텐데 제가 술을 조금 먹다 보니까 그걸 피하지 못하고 그 상대방 차가 제 차를 받았습니다.
I was on my way home and when making left turn, if I did not have any alcohol, I may have avoided the other party's car, which was traveling at a high speed. But since I had alcohol, I was not able to avoid this vehicle, and the other party collided into my car.
And Dr. Song, did you flee the scene of the accident?
닥터son, 그 사고 현장을 본인이 떠났습니까?
네, 집이 바로 옆이라서 그냥 집으로 갔습니다.
Yes, my home was very close by, so I just went home.
And why do you understand that by law you were supposed to stop your vehicle, get out of your vehicle, and check in on the person you had just collided with?
법적으로 사고가 나면은 본인께서는 차를 세우고 차에서 내려서 상대방이 어떤지도 보고 그래야 되는 겁니다. 아셨었어요?
네, 제가 그날 조금 패닉에 빠지고 무서워서 일단 집으로 차를 갔습니다. 모두 제 잘못이라고 생각합니다.
Yes, I know. On that evening, I was panicky. I was very scared. And I know it's all my fault, going home. I accept my mistakes.
What exactly was your mistake?
선생님이 잘못한 실수가 뭐예요, 정확하게?
상대방 차가 하이스피드로 오더라도 제가 피할 수 있는 준비를 안 했고,
First,
그 다음에 제 차가
I was not prepared to avoid the other party's vehicle coming fast. And 그리고요.
제가 그 사고가 난 거를 뒤에 가서 정리를 해야 되는데 저는 그렇게 큰 사고인 줄 모르고 그냥 단순한 간단한 사고인 줄 알고 일단 집으로 갔습니다.
And I should have taken care of the matters after the incident, but I thought at the time that it was a minor incident. I didn't know that it was such a big accident. And, going home was my mistake.
What should you have done instead?
그럼 선생님이 그 대신에 뭐를 할 수가 있었을까요?
큰 사고가 난 걸 알았으면 그 사고를 정리를 좀 하고 도움을 주려고 노력을 했었어야 되는데 제가 그걸 인식하지 못했습니다.
If there is a big accident, I should try to take care of it and try to provide any help, but I didn't realize that.
Do you understand, Dr. Song, that anytime your vehicle is involved in any accident, minor or major, you have to stop your car and get out of the car?
박사님, 큰 사고건 작은 사고건 사고가 났을 경우에는 차를 세우고 차에서 내려야 된다는 거 알고 계셨었어요?
그 제 가장 큰 실수였던 것 같습니다.
I think that was my biggest mistake.
But do you understand that no matter how minor or major the accident is, the law requires you to stop your car and exchange information with the other driver?
그런데 사고가 얼만큼 경미하건 중하건 법으로 사고가 났을 경우에는 차를 세우고 상대방하고 자료 교환을 해야 된다는 거 아셨었죠?
네.
Yes.
Since this tragic incident, what changes have you made to your life to show the board that you have learned from this mistake?
자, 이 비극적인 사고가 난 후에 여기 보드 측에 내가 잘못을 반성하고 이제 안다라는 거를 보여주기 위해서 선생님 인생에 어떤 변화가 있었습니까?
거의 술을 입에 안 대고 운전할 때도 디펜스 드라이브를 하려고 노력을 많이 하고
I almost don't drink alcohol and I try to do a defensive driving.
When you say you
그리고-
almost don't drink alcohol, what do you mean?
선생님, 거의 술을 안 마신다고 노력한다는 게 무슨 말이세요?
최소한 술 한 방울이라도 먹으면 운전을 안 하고
So if I have a drop of alcohol. I do not drive.
Okay. But have you,
한번
go ahead, I'm sorry.
야,
Yeah.
한 번 실수로 하루 하이킹을 하고 나서 땀이 너무 많이 나서 맥주 한 병을 먹은 게 한번 파지티브가 나왔습니다. 그것도 제 모든 미스테이크입니다.
One mistake I made was I went on a hiking. I was really thirsty and hot. So I drank 1 can of beer. And that also is my mistake.
Do you understand that as part of your probation, you were not to test positive for alcohol?
선생님, 프로베이션의 조건 중에 하나가, 술 검사에서 양성 나오면 안 된다는 거 아셨었어요?
네.
Yes.
So since June of 2022, when you had that one, I'm sorry, strike that. Was that the only time that you drank alcohol while you were on probation with the board?
그러면 이
네.
보드에 프로베이션에 있을 적에 그때가 딱 한 번 술 먹었던 때예요? 양성으로 나온 게?
네, 집 거라지에 있는 냉장고에서 너무 더워서 그저 무의식적으로 그저 맥주 한 캔을 그냥 마셨습니다. 모두 제 잘못입니다.
Yes. At my house garage refrigerator, I drank 1 can because I was so thirsty and hot. It was my mistake. All of it is my mistake.
Why do you think it's important, Dr. Song, that you do not have any alcohol in your system while you're on probation with the board?
예, 이 보드의 프로베이션 기간 중에는 본인이 술을 한 방울이라도 먹으면 안 된다는 게 왜 중요하다고 본인은 생각하세요?
알코올 습관을 없애고 새로운 삶을 살기 위해서 그런 길을 가라고 했는데 저는 지금 그때 한 번 빼놓고는 지금 완전히 술을 그 이후로 끊었습니다. 그래서
I guess this was in order for me to get rid of the alcohol habit and live a new life. And except for that one mistake I made, I completely quit alcohol.
Since June 6th of 2022, have you submitted to random drug testing by the board?
예, 2022년 6월 6일 이후에 보드 측에서 하는 무작위적인 검사 본인이 하셨었어요?
네.
Yes.
And how many random drug tests have you done a month since June of 2022?
2022년 6월 이후에 한 달에 그 무작위 드럭 테스트를 몇 번 했었습니까?
한 달에 3번, 4번 2021년부터 여태까지 하고 있습니다.
From 2021 until now, I perform maybe 3-4 times per month.
Okay. And what have you taken any alcohol courses or classes since this tragedy happened?
이 비극이 일어난 후에 무슨 알코올 클래스라든지 그런 거 하셨어요?
네, 많은 코스를 하였습니다.
Yes, I attended many courses.
For the sake of time, Your Honor, would it be okay if I enumerate those courses and ask him if that enumeration is accurate?
Yes.
선생님, 제가 시간을 줄이기 위해서 이분한테 맞느냐라고 여쭤보면 되겠습니까? 예, 그렇게 하세요.
So for instance, you have participated in various alcohol monitoring programs, such as the Orange County SCEC program or monitoring?
자, 본인께서 무슨 오렌지 카운티의 알코올 모니터링 프로그램에 오렌지 카운티 SEC에도 참여했었었죠?
네, 6 months 하였습니다.
Yes, I participated 6 months.
You've also done DUI classes?
본인께서 DUI 클래스도 했죠?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, that's correct.
How many DUI classes have you done?
DUI 클래스
3
몇 개
months.
하셨습니까?
3 months 클래스입니다.
It was a 3-month class.
You also have attended AA meetings?
본인 AA 미팅도 참여하셨죠?
네,
Yes.
How many AA meetings have you attended per week?
일주일에 AA 미팅 몇 개 갔었어요?
일주일에 2번씩 7개월 하였습니다.
I attended twice per week for 7 months.
And you also participated in an outpatient program for alcohol and drug monitoring, is that correct?
그리고 선생님께서 알코올 앤 드럭 모니터링 프로그램 외래 환자로서도 참여하셨었죠?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, that's correct.
And where did you, I'm sorry, how long for how many weeks or months was this outpatient program?
이 아웃페이션트 프로그램이 몇 주 혹은 몇 달이었었어요?
7개월 하였습니다.
I did that for 7 months.
And what did you do in the outpatient program for alcohol and drug monitoring?
알코올 앤 드럭 모니터링 아웃페이션트 프로그램에서 선생님이 뭐를 해요?
7개월 동안 발찌를 차고요. 그 다음에 암 패치를 차고, 네, 일주일에 2번씩 그 클래스를 듣고 하였습니다.
Okay, for 7 months, they put like the bracelets on my ankle, and I put arm patches, and I attended the classes twice a week.
When did you complete the outpatient alcohol program?
선생님, 아웃페이션트 알코올 프로그램은 언제 끝내셨어요?
이게 7월 달 2019년이요.
That was July of 2019.
You also attended a veterinary board required FS system monitor, or you had an FS system monitor, is that correct?
예,
선생님, 그 보드 측에서 요구했던 FS 모니터 프로그램에도 참여하셨죠? Yes.
Can you tell me what exactly this monitor system performed and what your obligations were?
그 FS 모니터 시스템이 뭐를 하는 건지 선생님이 어떻게 참여를 했는지 좀 말씀해 주실 수 있겠어요?
2021년 8월 또는 9월부터 한 달에 3번, 혹은 4번 랜덤 유린 드럭 스크리닝 테스트를 하였습니다.
Okay, from I think it was either August or September of 2021. I performed 3 or 4 times per month random urine drug detox test.
And what did you learn from all these programs that you attended or participated in?
그러면 선생님이 가셨던 이 모든 프로그램이라든지 선생님이 참여하셨던 프로그램에서 본인께서 뭘 배우셨어요?
더 이상 술을 안 먹어야 되겠다. 운전할 때뿐만 아니라 집에 있을 때에도 먹으면 안 되겠다는 걸 배웠습니다.
I learned that I should not drink, not only when I drive, but also when I'm at home.
Okay, and why do you believe that you shouldn't drink when you're at home?
본인은 왜 집에 있을 적에 술을 마셔서는 안 된다라고 느끼셨어요?
제 나이에 제가 당뇨가 있고 췌장염이 있습니다. 그래서 몇 년 동안 술을 안 먹었더니 당뇨도 많이 좋아지고 있고 췌장염도 많이 나아지고 있습니다. 그래서 이제는 제가 확신을 가집니다. 이제는 더 이상 술을 한 방울이라도 안 먹는 게 제가 앞으로 더 살 수 있는 길이고 제 수의사 분야에서 더 일을 할 수 있고 봉사할 수 있는 거라고 생각을 합니다.
Considering my age, I'm a diabetic, and I also have pancreatitis. So, not drinking for several years, I noticed that my health improved quite a lot. My diabetes gotten better. My infection on the pancreas is better. So I know for sure at this time I should not drink a drop of alcohol anymore. And not only it helps my health, that's the only better way to live a better life and perform in the community as a veterinarian and provide my services to the community.
Do you believe that drinking alcohol would impair your judgment in any way?
본인께서는 술을 안 먹으면은 본인 판단, 술을 먹게 되면은 본인이 판단을 하는데 영향을 끼친다고 느끼세요?
네, 그렇습니다.
Yes, I do.
And why are you seeking early termination of probation?
왜 본인께서는 그 보호관찰, 프로베이션을 빨리 끝내주기를 원하시는 거예요?
제가 완전히 라이프 스타일이 바뀌었기 때문에 제 자신도 이제는 필요 없다고 생각이 들고 한 달에 3번, 4번 하는 것도 일하는데 상당히 부담이 가고 그리고 제 어머님이 93세 어머님이 한국에 있는데 좀 한국도 가서 가끔 한 달이고 2달이고 같이 살아주고 싶어서 얼리 터미네이션을 바랍니다.
The reason that I'm requesting early termination is now I have a completely different lifestyle. I don't drink anymore, and I don't need these anymore due to my complete a different lifestyle since I don't drink. And doing these, 3-4 times per month, it's somewhat of a burden when I work. And also, I have 93-year-old mother who lives in Korea. And I would really like to go back to Korea, maybe spend a month or two with my mother. So I'm requesting early termination.
But since you had that one relapse on June 6th of 2022, what assurance does the board have that you're not going to drink alcohol again?
그런데 한번 벌써 6월 달에 그거를 지키지 않았던 적이 있잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 이 보드가 선생님이 앞으로 더 술을 먹지 않을 거다라는 걸 어떻게 확신을 시키실 거예요?
이제는 제가 자신이 있습니다.
Now, I have a confidence.
Confidence about what?
뭐에 대한 자신이요?
모든 생활을 술 안 먹고 모든 소셜 미팅을 술 없이 할 수 있는 자신이 있습니다.
See, now I have a confidence that I can live a life without a drop of alcohol. Going to social meetings without any alcohol involvements.
Thank you, Dr. Song. I don't have anything further.
정 박사님, 저는 이제 더 여쭤볼 게 없어요. 감사합니다.
Your Honor, at this point, I wanted to specify for the record the R exhibits and seek to admit them into evidence, if that's okay?
Are
자,
they part of,
판사님, 저희가 갖고 있는 선수에서 이 서류들을 증거 채택을 요청을 합니다. 괜찮겠습니까?
are they part of Exhibit 1 that Ms. Haro has already introduced?
I believe so,
그것들이
Your Honor. I'm just trying to remember, they are petitioner statements, CV, continuing education, letters of reference,
예,
performance
그리고 뭐
evaluations.
참조인도 있고 또 저희가 추천서도 있고 또 본인의 진술서와 아마 이 검사님이 아까 제출하셨던 증거가 동일한 항목들일 것입니다.
I believe they're part of Exhibit 1. You can take a look at the table of contents and tell me if you think otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor, I do see them under tabs 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. I'm just making sure I'm looking at the same thing as counsel admitted into evidence.
예, 여기 검사님이 제출하신 거하고 똑같으네요. 뭐 제시물 탭 5번, 6번, 7번, 8번, 10번, 12번 다 똑같은 거예요.
I have no way of knowing what you are looking at.
I am looking at a printout of Exhibit 1, and just to make sure, Your Honor, for instance, for tab number 5, I have petition for early termination. Tab number 6, I have petitioner's statement. Tab number 7, I have petitioner's CV and resume.
Yes,
제가
that's,
5번, 6번, 또 7번은 뭐 이력서고요.
that's consistent with what this binder has.
Thank you, Your Honor. Then everything was admitted into evidence already.
자, 그러면 증거 채택이 이미 된 내용들입니다.
Thank you.
Ms. Haro, thank you. Ms. Haro, any cross?
Yes, thank you.
예, 미스 하로 반대 질문 있으세요? 예.
Dr. Song, do you have a sobriety date?
Interpreter has a request. Can you repeat the last question, last words?
Yes. Dr. Sung, do you have a sobriety date?
정 박사님, sobriety date라는 거 있으세요? 뭐 술 안 먹는 날?
술 안 먹는 날, 뭐 전혀 뭐 요즘 뭐 술을 안 먹기 때문에 뭐 특별한 게 없습니다.
I don't know what you mean by sobriety date. However, I don't drink at all these days.
When was the last time you attended an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting?
선생님 마지막으로 알코올릭스 아노니머스 미팅 가셨던 게 언제예요?
잠깐만요.
Give me 1 second, please, ma'am.
조금만 시간을 주십시오.
Give me some time, please.
AA 미팅이 July 2019입니다.
A meeting was July of 2019.
The two letters of recommendation that you submitted are in tab 9, and they're both dated June 2023.
선생님, 저희한테 추천 편지 보내신 거예요. 두 개가 다 날짜가 2023년 6월 달로 돼 있어요.
Both letters say that you have been sober for the duration of your probation period and have not had a drink of alcohol since the accident.
그 편지에 보면은 말이에요. 편지 두 개 다 선생님께서 프로베이션 기간 동안에는 절대 술을 먹지 않았고 사고가 난 이후에 술을 먹은 적이 없다라고 이렇게 편지에 써 있어요.
Do the authors of those letters know that you drank alcohol in 2022?
그 편지를 쓴 사람들이 선생님이 2022년에 술 먹었다는 거 알아요?
그거를 제가 원타임 미스테이크입니다. 그거는
That was a one-time mistake.
Do the authors of the letters know about that mistake?
그러니까 그 편지를 쓴 사람들이 선생님의 그 실수, 미스테이크에 대해서 아시냐고요?
그거는 그 사람들은 모릅니다.
Those people don't know about it.
In your narrative statement that is at tab 6 and specifically page 3, the second paragraph,
선생님 자술서가 있어요. 진술서가. 거기가 탭 6에 있거든요. 세 번째 장 두 번째 문장을 보세요.
after the heading on that page, Journey to Recovery and Rehabilitation,
거기 보면은 제목이 뭐 재활을 가는 길 뭐 이렇게 돼 있어요.
you wrote, quote, I have completely abstained from alcohol, end quote.
나는 술을 완전히 끊었다라고 돼 있어요.
Why did you make that statement when you had consumed alcohol in June of 2022?
2022년 6월에 술을 드셨는데 왜 그렇게 쓰셨습니까? 본인 자술서에.
제가 미처 인식하지 못했습니다.
I did not realize it.
What do you mean by that?
그게 무슨 말이세요?
원타임 집 거러지에서 마신 맥주 한 병이 그 파지티브가 나오고 그것 때문에 모든 게 힘들다는 걸 미처 생각 못했습니다.
I did not think about drinking one can of beer in my garage, causing the positive results. I didn't realize that was going to cause this much difficult for me.
On that same page of your narrative statement, tab 6, page 3,
선생님 진술서 같은 탭에 세 번째 장을 또 보세요.
at paragraph 4, you say that, quote, what happened was an isolated incident, end quote.
거기 보면은 일어났던 일은 별개의 일이었었다라고 돼 있어요.
Are you in that statement referring to driving after drinking alcohol, having a car accident after drinking alcohol, or something else being an isolated incident?
선생님 거기 isolated incident, 별개의 일이었다라는 게 음주운전하시고 사망에 관련된 교통사고 말씀하시는 거예요? 아니면 다른 거 얘기하시는 거예요?
제 그 표현은 저는 마이너로 생각을 했는데 나중에 그게 그 아더 파리가 제 차를 치고 지나가서 그 전봇대를 부딪히고 크게 사고 난 거를 그런 뜻으로 얘기를 하는 겁니다. 그래서 저는 그냥 그 단순한 교통사고로만 생각을 했지 이렇게 크게 벌어질 줄은 모르고 예. 어쨌든 간에 모든 건 저의 실수고 제가 그거를 많이 반성을 하고 다시는 그런 일이 생기지 않게끔 하려고 많은 노력을 하면서 살고 있습니다.
What I meant in that expression was I thought that automobile incident was a minor incident, and the other party traveled at a high speed and hit me and hit the electric pole, causing death. So what I meant by those two words is I thought it was a minor incident. However, nonetheless, this tragic incident happened because of my behaviors, and now I realize that it was my terrible mistake, and I regret it, I remorse it, and I live my life trying not to repeat something like this again, ever.
Why did you stop attending Alcoholics Anonymous meetings in 2019?
선생님, 왜 2019년에 알코올릭스 아노니머스 미팅 가는 거 그만두었습니까?
무화된 6 months면은 된다고 하길래 그때까지만 하였습니다.
I was told that more than 6 months is enough, so I participated until then.
Do you have any criminal convictions that this board is not aware of?
이 보드가 알고 있지 않은 선생님 다른 범죄 기록 있어요?
없습니다. 그리고 그 AA 미팅에 그때 코비드가 많이 시작을 하고 그래서 사람들이 모이는 게 조금 많이 꺼렸습니다.
No. And also regarding the AA meeting, that's when the COVID pandemic started. So everybody was afraid going to meetings.
Are there any other current criminal or civil charges pending against you in this state or anywhere else?
이 주 혹은 그 이외의 다른 주에 선생님 범죄 형 지금 진행되고 있는 거 있어요?
없습니다. 제 라이프타임에 이번이 딱 한 번입니다.
No. This incident was the one and only in my lifetime.
Thank you. I have no further questions. The board members may have questions for you.
예, 감사합니다. 저는 검사로서 더 이상 질문은 없고 보드 멤버님들이 질문이 있을 수가 있어요.
Your Honor, would it be okay if I ask some follow-up questions before the board members do? Just very
Sure.
briefly. Thank you. Dr. Song, the letter that council was referring to in Exhibit 6 is dated August 7, 2023. When you indicated in that letter, I have completely abstained from alcohol, did you mean that at the time of writing this letter in 2023, you had completely abstained from alcohol?
자, 판사님,
At that time.
판사님, 제가 먼저 질문을 할게요. 보드 멤버들이 하기 전에요. 판사님이 그러라 그래서 이제 질문을 하는데 본인께서 진술서를 쳤던 2024년 8월 6일 그 당시에는 본인이 술을 완전히 안 먹은 때였었습니까?
네, 그때는 완전히 끊었습니다.
Yes, at the time I was completely off.
Council asked an important question, and I'm not sure you understood the question. The question was, what did you mean by what happened was an isolated incident?
자, 여기 아까 검사님이 본인한테 본인이 잘못 이해를 했을 수도 있어요. 별개의 일, isolated incident라고 무슨 뜻으로 그 단어를 쓴 거냐라고 물어본 적이 있어요.
So when you say this was an isolated incident, were you referring to your drinking and driving, or fleeing the scene of an accident, or both?
자, 그러면 여기 검사님이 본인한테 또는 본인이 쓴 거예요. isolated incident, 별개의 일. 본인께서 그게 뜻했던 게 음주운전이에요? 아니면 뺑소니예요? 아니면 두 개 다예요?
그거는 제가 조금 영어에 미숙해가지고 표현이 조금 부족했던 것 같습니다.
Regards to that, because of lack of my English in my expression, I think that's what caused to use those words.
But were you referring to, my question was, were you referring to the drinking and driving and fleeing the scene of an accident when you said this was something I've never done before, this was an isolated incident?
자, 선생님, 본인이 진술서에 쓴 거라고요. 나는 내 인생에 이런 거 한 적 없다. 해본 적이 없고, 이거는 별개의 일이었다. isolated incident라고 본인이 쓰신 거라고요. 그러니까 본인이 뜻했던 게 isolated incident가 음주운전했던 거예요? 뺑소니예요? 두 개 다예요?
두 개 다죠. 네.
It's both of them.
Okay. Now, when you had two individuals write letters of reference for you, and they're both dated in 2023.
여기 추천서를 선생님을 위해서 제출한 게 있는데 이 편지 두 개가 다 2023년이에요.
when you asked these individuals to write these letters for you, did you tell them that at the time in 2023, you had completely abstained from alcohol?
여기
Yes. 예.
Let the translator translate.
여기 2023년 본인이 나 추천서 좀 써달라라고 요청을 했을 적에 2023년도 그분들한테 나 술 완전히 끊었다라고 얘기했어요? Yes.
And you also refer to this tragic accident, and you refer to the person speeding. I just want to understand, are you blaming the accident on the person, or who ultimately is to blame for what transpired?
자, 선생님께서 자꾸 상대방이 과속을 했다, 빨리 달려왔다라고 누누이 지금 말씀을 하시는데 지금 이 비극적인 사고가 상대방 잘못이라고 암시를 하시는 거예요? 최종적으로는 이 사고가 누구 잘못이라고 생각하세요?
제가 브레임을 하는 게 아니고요. 모든 게 제가 알코올을 안 마셨다면 충분히 우리가 피할 수도 있는 사고였는데, 그걸 질문을 하시니까 그때 상황 설명을 잠깐 한 거고, 제가 누구를 탓하거나 하는 게 아니고 모든 거는 저의 잘못입니다. 그래서 다시는 이제는 내 건강과 나의 라이프와 위해서 술을 안 먹습니다.
I'm not blaming anybody. When I say the other party was speeding at a high speed, what I was merely explaining the circumstances of the accident. I would like to add, everything happened because if I had not had any alcohol, I probably would have avoided this accident from happening. So I'm not blaming anybody. I admit it's all my fault. And for my health and for my life, I swear that I will not drink a drop of alcohol. I have not, and I will not. I just want to make sure that you know.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
네, 감사합니다. 뭐 더 여쭤볼 건 없고요.
I will now give the board members a chance to ask questions if they have any.
자, 그러면 이제 보드 멤버님들한테 질문이 있으면은 질문을 하실 기회를 드리겠습니다.
Dr. Bradbury?
Thank you.
Dr. Bradbury.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Sung.
감사합니다. 안녕하세요, Dr. Sung.
네, 안녕하세요.
Yes, how are you?
Well, thank you. I only have two questions.
자, 감사합니다. 제 질문 딱 두 개가 있어요.
How much did you drink prior to this accident in terms of drinks per week?
이 사고 나기 전에 말이에요. 사고 나기 전 얘기예요. 일주일에 몇 번 술 드셨었어요?
One time or two time at the most.
One time or two times at the most.
And would you consider yourself an alcoholic?
선생님 본인을 알코올이라고 간주를 하셨어요?
이제는 그렇게 생각했습니다.
Now I do. Looking back.
Thank you very much.
예, 감사합니다.
Dr. Solicito?
Dr. Solicito.
Good afternoon, Dr. Song.
Dr.
Yeah,
Song,
so-
안녕하세요.
So I just wanted to ask, with your request for the early termination of your probation, what do you think would be the impact to you as a veterinarian if your request is not granted.
선생님이 요청하신 probation early termination이 받아들이지 않는다면은 본인의 수의사로서 어떤 영향이 있습니까?
지금 제가 12시간 per week에 파타임으로만 일을 하고 있습니다. 제가 풀타임으로 일할 수 있는 체력도 안 되고 자주 가서 유린 테스트 해야 되고 만약에 안 된다면은 뭐 계속 이런 식으로 계속 일을 해야 되겠지요. 만약에 어 만약에 허가를 해준다면 제가 일하는 시간을 조금 더 늘릴 수 있고 저희 어머니 방문도 더 자주 할 수 있고 저한테는 상당히 큰 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 이제는 제가 건강이나 제 라이프를 위해서 술을 더 이상 먹을 이유가 하나도 없습니다.
Currently, I'm working 12 hours per week as a part-time basis. And my health doesn't allow more than that either. And currently I need to go in frequently for urine test. So if you grant my request for the early termination, I can I can work more hours, and also I can visit my mother. And if you can grant the request, it will be a tremendous help to me. And there's no reason for me to drink anymore. I know for sure that for my health and my life, I should not drink anymore.
Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Dr. Grant.
Dr. Grant.
I'm sorry, Ms. Prado?
Ms.
Oh,
Prado?
I'm sorry.
I wasn't skipping you, Ms. Prado. I just have the list that I was going from, but that's okay.
제가 미스
그래,
프라도를 뛰어넘는 게 아니라 뭐 순서가 있었었거든요.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being in attendance. I have two questions. Do you feel that you could still visit your mother without and still be on probation?
박사님, 오늘 참석해 주셔서 감사하고요. 본인 생각에는 프로베이션 중에도 본인 생각에는 본인 어머니를 방문을 할 수 있다고 생각하세요?
뭐 one week 뭐 짧게는 방문을 할 수 있겠지만 저희 어머님 컨디션도 좋지 않아서 뭐 한 달이고 두 달이고 좀 같이 생활을 하고 싶습니다. 언제 돌아가실지도 모르겠고 그래서 그 전에 뭐 조금 one or two months 정도 어머니하고 생활을 하다 다시 돌아오고 또 다시 왔다 갔다 하고 싶습니다.
I could probably visit maybe 1 week at the most, but considering the health condition of my mother, I want to stay longer with her because I do not know when she will go. So I want to spend maybe in a little longer term, 1 month or 2 months with her and go back and forth like that.
Thank you. I'm also unclear. Did you actually spend 364 days in jail for this
선생님,
offense?
이 범죄 때문에 선생님 감옥행 364일 받았었어요? 감옥에 있었어요?
감옥은 아니고요. 집에서 슈퍼바이저를 했습니다.
No, not in jail, but I was supervised at home.
Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Dr. Noland?
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Noland. 예, 안녕하세요.
You mentioned that you work 12 hours per week currently, but you are interested in increasing that workload to full-time. Is this correct?
선생님, 진술하시기를 지금 현재 일주일에 12시간 일한다고 말씀하셨는데 그거를 풀타임 일하기를 원하세요?
풀타임까지는 아니더라도 이게 터미네이션 되면은 maybe 24hour까지는 제가 일할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Not to a full time. Once this request is granted, I think I can work up to 24 hours.
Do you have a plan or have you considered steps to help you control the increase in stress from increasing your hours of practice?
선생님, 진료를 하는 그 시간이 많아지면은 스트레스도 많을 텐데, 그 스트레스를 줄이는 무슨 방법이라든지 그 스텝들에 대한 무슨 계획이 있으세요?
제가 40년 지금 프랙티스를 하고 있기 때문에 스트레스는 그렇게 많이 받지 않고요. 우리 펫이나 클라이언트한테 도움을 줄 수 있다는 걸 거기서 저는 아주 행복감을 느끼고 그런 것 때문에 스트레스는 덜 받고 있습니다.
I've been practicing for about 40 years, so I don't get stressed from my practice. And seeing my pets, patients, or the clients, when I see them, when I treat them, I feel happiness from them. So this happiness that I get from my practice doesn't give me stress.
Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Ms. Prado?
예, Miss Prada.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
예,
Miss
여쭤본
Pulaski?
질문은 없습니다. Miss Polanski?
Thank you. Do you have any plans of returning to any type of support group, admitting that alcohol is a problem, so that when you do continue practice, that you have somewhere to go, continuing on Dr. Nolan's question?
선생님에게 아까 닥터 놀런이 한 질문처럼 선생님이 진료를 하는데 문제가 술 문제가 없다라는 것을 확인을 하기 위해서 서포트 그룹에 다시 참여할 계획 같은 거 있습니까?
아직은 특별한 게 없습니다.
At this time, I do not have any specific plan.
No more questions. Thank you.
예, 선생님 여쭤볼 거는 더 없어요.
All right, Ms. Yamini, do you have any other evidence to offer for petitioner?
No, Your Honor.
미스 에미니 뭐 다른 증인이라든지 증거 있습니까? 없습니다. 판사님.
Ms. Yamini, your camera is off.
I apologize, Your Honor. No, I don't have any other evidence.
예, 다른 질문은 없어요.
Ms. Horo, I realize you're not here in an adversarial capacity.
Your Honor, can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, I said, Ms. Horo, I realize you're not here in an adversarial capacity.
예, 하나 검사님, 본인께서는 이 반대 측으로 이 자리에 계신 게 아니죠?
But if you'd like to make any closing remarks, you may.
본인께서 최후 변론을 원하시면은 하셔도 돼요.
No closing. Thank you.
예, 최후 변론 없습니다.
Ms. Yamini, would you like to make a brief closing remark?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much, and thank you
Ms.
for all
Emini,
the, sorry.
제가 최후 변론을 하겠습니다. Go ahead.
Thank you for all the board members, for the questions.
예, 여기 보드 멤버님들, 판사님 모두 감사드립니다.
The purpose of these proceedings are not punitive.
여기 이 절차의 목적은 이 벌을 주자는 게 아니에요.
We're not here to punish Mr. Song, Dr. Song.
여기 성 박사님을 벌을 주자 이 위해서 이 자리에 모인 게 아니에요.
What we're here to determine is whether the public safety will be at risk in any way by granting this early termination of probation.
저희가 이 자리에서 결정을 할 내용은 보호 관찰을 취소를 시킴으로써 이것이 사회에 위험을 끼치느냐라는 것을 결정을 내리는 거예요.
We do know from the record that Dr. Song has been in substantial compliance with probation, with the board.
여기 보드 측의 프로베이션에 닥터 성이 잘 지켜왔다라는 많은 증거들이 있어요.
We also know from the record that he has been in full compliance with probation with respect to the criminal case.
그리고 범죄 케이스에 대해서도 또 닥터 성이 완전히 다 이행을 해주셨고요.
We also know from the record that he has completed a stringent and regimented program consisting of a series of classes.
그리고 선생님께서는 열심히 또 힘든 클래스들도 참여를 했었었고요.
Consisting of very hands-on monitoring.
그리고 모니터링도 많이 참여를 하셨었고요.
Consisting of random alcohol and drug testings.
그리고 알코올 드럭 테스팅도 하셨었고요.
It seems to me from the record that he has accomplished and completed a substantial amount of treatment.
그리고 또 충분한 많은 음주 치료도 받으셨고요.
Certainly an amount that was sufficient to bring him to a level where he has ultimately completely abstained from drinking any alcohol.
그리고 술은 이제 완전히 끊었다라는 증거도 되고요.
I know from the board, some of the board members' questions, there's an understandable and legitimate concern whether ongoing treatment and support groups might be necessary in this case.
그리고 이 케이스에 있어서 뭐 서포트 그룹이든지 더 이상의 치료는 필요하지 않다라는 것도 모든 게 증명이 됐고요.
I will respectfully submit that Dr. Song has gone above and beyond what would be sufficient or necessary in order to in order to bring a person to an understanding about their conduct, as well as the ability to abstain from the problematic substance, in this case, alcohol.
예, 이 케이스에서는 술인데 그 술로 일어난 일들 또 앞으로는 어떻게 해야 될지 모든 것을 반성을 하고 또 술을 마시지 않도록 필요로 하는 혹은 그 이외 닥터석은 그 이상으로 노력을 했고 또 거기에 따라주셨어요.
Specifically, he successfully completed a very stringent outpatient program for alcohol and drug monitoring that actually lasted for 7 months.
그리고 7개월 동안이나 계속된 알코올하고 드럭 모니터링 프로그램도 열심히 다니셨고요.
He also attended a numerous number of AA meetings
그리고 수많은 AA 미팅들도 참석을 하셨고요.
and has submitted to a numerous number of random alcohol and drug testings since the incident that led to his arrest.
그 일이 체포가 되었던 그 일이 있은 후에 알코올 검사도 여러 번 하셨었고요.
While I understand the requirement, while I understand the concern that alcoholism or any type of addiction is a lifelong battle, I will also submit that there comes a point in a person's addiction journey when they reach a level of understanding and abstinence, making further treatment programs no longer necessary or even helpful.
예, 그렇기 때문에 중독, 알코올 중독이다라는 가정하에 박사님께서는 많은 프로그램에 참여를 하셨고 또 본인께서 참여를 하셔서 본인이 반성도 하고 뭐가 잘못됐는지도 배웠기 때문에 더 이상의 치료나 혹은 그런 프로그램들이 필요하다고는 생각지 않습니다.
And I believe that Dr. Song has reached that stage.
닥터 성이 거기까지 오신 것 같아요.
The fact that in his journey battling his struggles with alcohol, he had a relapse on June 6, 2022 is very unfortunate, but it does not mean that he has not accomplished successfully recovery.
예, 뭐 불행하게도 2022년 6월 6일 날 술을 한번 다시 마셨어요. 그렇지만 딱 한 번 마셨다고 이 술 중독과의 싸움에서 진 거는 아니에요. 그렇기 때문에 이런 일이 불행히도 한 번은 있었지만 중독의 전쟁에서 계속 해오셨고 또 이겼어요.
The biggest indication of what I just stated is the fact that prior to June 6th of 2022, Dr. Song had been submitting to random drug and alcohol tests at least 3 times a month.
그리고 2022년 6월 6일 그 있기 전에는 한 달에 3번씩이는 무작위 테스트를 했었어요.
And he consistently tested negative except for June 6, 2022.
그리고 2022년 6월 6일 이전에는 계속해서 음성으로 결과가 나왔었고요.
As the board is aware, the nature of the random alcohol and drug test is such that the person performing the test is not put on notice when they're supposed to perform the test.
자, 그리고 이 무작위 검사의 목적은 뭐냐? 미리 알리지 않고 하는 검사인 거예요.
The randomness of these tests is the best indicator for determining whether a person is still struggling with an addiction.
그렇기 때문에 무작위 검사가 어떤 사람이 아직도 중독하고 싸우는 결과를 나타내주는 지표가 돼요.
And since June 6th of 2022, Dr. Song has submitted to numerous random alcohol and drug tests.
그리고 2022년 6월 6일 이후에 닥터 성이 수많은 알코올과 드럭의 테스트를 했었어요.
And he has, for a period of 2 years, he has consistently tested negative.
그리고 그 후 2년 동안 계속해서 음성이었습니다.
These tests have been performed at the same frequency as before,
그리고 이 테스트는 주기적으로는 전하고 똑같이 했었어요.
and just as randomly.
그리고 무작위로.
In light of the results, the consistent negative results for since June 6, 2022, I believe the board can reasonably rely on Dr. Song's assertion that he has completely abstained from alcohol.
그렇기 때문에 지난 2년 동안의 무작위 검사의 음성으로 나왔던 결과가 이 보드 멤버들에게 닥터 성이 지난 2년 동안에는 술을 완전히 끊었다라는 것을 믿게 해주시길 바랍니다.
And if the board reasonably, or if the board takes that statement as sincere and credible,
그러면 보드께서 그 진술을 믿을 수 있게 적합하게라고 감안을 하신다면
then the board can also reasonably conclude that there is no further need for alcohol monitoring and testing for Dr. Song.
그렇기 때문에 그런 거를 결과로 볼 적에 보드 측에서는 닥터 성이 계속되는 모니터링과 또 이런 제재들이 필요가 없다라는 것을 인지하실 거예요.
And if the board makes that determination, namely that given the fact that Dr. Song no longer drinks alcohol and has consistently remained this sobriety for at least since June 6th of 2022, then the board can also comfortably and reasonably come to the conclusion that granting this early termination of probation will not pose any risk whatsoever to the public.
그리고 보드께서 만약에 보드가 이 보호 관찰 초기 취소를 승인을 해주신다면은 여태까지의 결과 2022년 6월 6일로부터의 모든 결과라든지 검사 결과를 감안하실 적에 닥터 성이 이 사회에 위험을 끼치지 않는다는 것은 본인들께서 적합하게 합법적으로 이해를 하실 겁니다.
Dr. Song's overall performance on probation has demonstrated that he is at the destination where he needs to be.
그리고 닥터 성의 전반적인 평가를 보게 되면은 성과를 보게 되면은 프로베이션 기간 동안에 지금 현재 그분이 있어야 하는 위치에 있다라는 것을 여러분들이 느끼실 거예요.
Namely, no longer drinking alcohol or consuming alcohol.
더 이상 술을 안 먹는다는 거를.
And his request for early termination of probation is reasonable in light of his substantial compliance with all the terms and conditions of the board's probation.
그리고 보드 측의 보호 관찰 프로베이션 조건들을 계속 잘 지켜오셨기 때문에 본인들께서 프로베이션을 초기 취소해 주신다면은 그것이 적합하다는 것을 느끼실 겁니다.
Denying this request poses a disadvantage or prejudice to Dr. Song that substantially outweighs any cognizable minimal risk to the public if he were to be granted early termination of probation.
Interpreter has a request. Ms. Yamini, can you repeat
Yes.
that sentence?
Yes, of course, no problem. Now I forgot what I just said. All right. Denying this request for early termination of probation poses a hardship to Dr. Song that substantially outweighs any cognizable minimal risk to the public if this request for early termination was granted.
예, 닥터성이 요청을 하는 프로베이션 취소를 거부절을 하신다면은, 닥터성께 많은 어려움을 드리는 거고, 만약에 그 취소를 부여해서 사회에 위험을 끼치는 것보다도 더 많은 어려움을 야기시킬 것입니다.
Namely, the hardship for Dr. Song is that the regular submission to alcohol and drug testing does take away from time that he can allot to practicing as a vet.
그러시고 이것을 거부를 하셔서 지금 현재 닥터성이 하고 있는 검사를 하는데 소요되는 시간이 수의사로서 일을 할 수 있는 시간을 뺏는 것이고.
Given that,
Miss Yamini, I'm sorry to interrupt.
no problem.
I have to give people a break. We have another matter on calendar and we have to leave time for closed session. Can you wrap
Of
up in
course.
1 more minute, please?
Yes, I was about to do that, Your Honor. Thank
네,
you.
이제 빨리 좀 끝내주세요. 다른 케이스가 또 있으니까요.
Dr. Song can benefit from this early termination of probation, given that now that he's 70 years old and retired, without these restrictions on his time, he would be able to allot more time to his practice.
예, 그리고 닥터성이 나이도 70이고 은퇴를 하셨기 때문에 프로베이션 취소를 허용을 하시면은 또 그분이 이 일을 할 수 있도록 더 많은 시간을 부여받게 되는 겁니다.
And all of that can be accomplished with virtually no risk to the public.
그리고 이 모든 것들이 사회에 위험을 가지는 절대 않습니다.
Thank you very much.
예, 감사합니다.
Toro, is the matter submitted?
Submitted.
Miss Yamini, is the matter submitted?
Submitted, Your Honor.
예, 검사님, 미스 야민이 이제 마무리 줘도 되겠죠?
The matter is submitted, the case is closed, and we are off the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
그러면 이제 케이스는 제출이 된 겁니다.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute
선생님.
break. We'll take
예.
a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:25 for the next petition matter.
이제 끝난 거예요, 선생님.
제가 마지막 한 말 해도 됩니까?
Your Honor,
Yes.
the Dr. Sung says, may I say one word for the last?
We're off the record, and I think your attorney has left, or she's no longer, I don't know. Moderator, is Miss Yamini still in the session?
No, sir.
Okay. Dr. Song, I don't feel comfortable having you say more without your attorney present while we're off the record.
지금 기록은 안 하고 있는 중이지만 선생님 변호사는 이미 떠나셨어요. 그렇기 때문에 제가 선생님한테 한마디를 받는 게 좋은 건지 확신이 안 서네요.
한마디 해도 됩니까?
So, may I say a word?
I don't feel comfortable having you address some of the board while your attorney is not here and we're off the record.
선생님, 지금 기록도 안 되는 상태고 선생님의 변호사님도 없으세요. 그렇기 때문에 선생님이 말씀하시는 거 저희가 그렇게 받아들일 수가 없어요.
예, 알겠습니다.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you for your time today, sir.
네, 시간 내주셔서 감사합니다. Bye bye, Your Honor.
Bye, everyone. All right, I've got 3:25 on my clock. Before we go on the record, let me just say a couple of things. We do have a court reporter here for our next petition hearing. I see you, Mr. Stearns, and we have counsel, Mr. Firestone. This is for everyone. We can't talk fast just yet. I realize we're not using an interpreter for this petition hearing, but because we have Mr. Barnard here transcribing everything that anyone is saying, we need to follow just a couple of ground rules to make sure he can accurately hear what's said. Number one, speak loudly, slowly, and one at a time. so he can make out who's speaking and what they're saying. Number two, communicate with words as opposed to gestures or non-word sounds. Nodding or shrugging or something will not cut it because he won't hear it, so he won't type it. Finally, if it happens that he needs to interrupt to ask someone to repeat something they just said because he didn't clearly hear it, he means the word repeat. He does not mean clarify or provide additional detail about or explain. He just means say the exact same word or phrase you just used, but louder and slower. I will follow the same procedure that we followed for the other hearing, which means Ms. Haro will go first, present the petition packet and the associated documents, and then give a brief overview of the license and disciplinary history. I'll then turn it over to you, Mr. Firestone. You can make opening remarks if you'd like. If not, we can go straight into evidence. You can have Mr. Stearns testify. Do you have any other witnesses that you will be calling? Okay. You may need to turn that on.
Button, the little gray button. There should be a green light when it's on.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to have Dr. Don Jones testify as well.
Okay, is Dr. Jones here?
Yes.
Okay. And then we also have a binder, the white binder, that you've distributed to the board members and a copy to me and to council. And so you can take us through those exhibits as well.
Great.
After that, then I will give Ms. Haro a chance to ask questions of both the petitioner and any other witness that gets called, followed by, I'll go through the board members to ask questions. When all the evidence is presented, we'll finish with the closing argument if you'd like. Any questions about that process?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Haro, anything to address before we go on the record?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnard, are you ready to go on the record? All right. We are on the record in the matter of the petition for early termination of probation of Michael J. Stearns. This matter is being heard before the Veterinary Medical Board with case number 460-2017, 001022. My name is Sean Gavin. I'm the administrative law judge from the Office of Administrative Hearings who's been assigned to hear this case. The OAH case number on this matter is 2024-030275. And I will now take the appearances of the attorneys in the room, starting with the Deputy Attorney General.
Deputy Attorney General Summer Haro.
And Michael Firestone on behalf of the petitioner, Dr. Stearns, who is here.
Thank you. I will also just quickly establish a quorum. When I say your name for the board members, please just respond with here or present. Dr. Bradbury.
Present.
Dr. Solicito. Dr. Grant.
Present.
Dr. Noland.
Here.
Ms. Prado.
Here.
And Ms. Pawlowski.
Present.
Those members constitute a quorum. Before we went on the record, I explained the hearing procedures that we will follow. Mr. Firestone, any questions about those procedures?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Haro, anything to address before I turn it over to you?
No, thank you.
All right, then whenever you're ready, you can proceed with the petition packet and explanation.
Thank you. I am appearing on behalf of the Attorney General pursuant to Government Code Section 11522, representing the people of the state of California. I'm here today to assist in fact-finding. My role is not adversarial today, but is intended to protect the public interest. I'm here to ensure that there is adequate information from which to make a decision. I would like to first mark for identification and offer into evidence Exhibit 1, which is the petition packet and accompanying documents. The board members and petitioner have been provided with a copy of the same set of exhibit. Exhibit 1 generally consists of Tab 1, which is the notice of hearing, Tab 2, petitioner's license certification history, Tab 3, the board's decision and order, which took effect on July 29th, 2021, Tab 4, the petition for early termination of probation, Tab 5, petitioner's statement, Tab 6, petitioner's curriculum vitae, Tab 7, continuing education certificates of completion or attendance. There are approximately 31 of those. Tab 8 are letters of reference, and tab 9 is the compliance report. At this time, I offer this packet into evidence as Exhibit 1.
Mr. Firestone, do you object?
No objections.
Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. I will now provide a brief summary of petitioner's license history with the board. On July 24th, 1984, the board issued veterinarian license 8662 to petitioner. On April 16th, 2021, the board filed second amended accusation number 460-201-700-1022 against petitioner. The accusation alleged 50 causes of action for disciplinary action. Those were for seeking a prohibited settlement, 10 counts of failing to perform and/or document a physical examination prior to surgery, 12 counts of record-keeping violations, 8 counts of negligence for administering medications without any indication, administering medication without an owner's consent, 2 counts of failing to include minimal documentation for surgical procedures, 7 counts of failing to provide humane treatment, and a failure to register mobile veterinary clinic. The accusation arose from petitioner's work as a veterinarian in 2014 to 2017. During this time, he was also the supervising veterinarian for another licensee, Tej Paul, which is spelled T-E-J-P-A-U-L, Guman, which is spelled G-H-U-M-M-A-N, who is on probation with the board. During that time, petitioner presented a settlement agreement to clients, which included a provision requiring the clients to release the petitioner from any claims to any licensing body. During that time, with multiple patients, petitioner performed surgery without first performing or documenting a physical examination, failing to maintain required records, and administering medications without any indication for those patients. Also, petitioner failed to prescribe pain medications for a 17-year-old cat after performing dental extractions, and petitioner failed to prescribe or provide pain medications to multiple dogs prior to, during, and after surgeries. On June 21st, 2021, the board issued its decision adopting a stipulated settlement that placed petitioner's veterinarian license on probation for 5 years with certain terms and conditions. That decision became effective July 21st, 2021. Pursuant to the stipulation, petitioner admitted to 42 of the 50 causes for discipline. Petitioner did not admit to the causes, alleging that he had failed to establish a veterinarian-client relationship, and the cause for discipline that he failed to maintain a veterinary facilities registration. The decision requires a payment of $35,000 within 6 months before the end of the probation term. Petitioner is now petitioning for early termination of probation. Because the burden is on petitioner, I have no further questions, but further statements, but reserve the right to question petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haro. Mr. Firestone, would you like to make any opening remarks?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Thank you, and good afternoon. It is my privilege to be here before you and to speak on behalf of petitioner, Dr. Michael Stearns, a dedicated veterinarian who is respectfully petitioning this honorable board for early termination of his veterinary medical license probation. We believe that the evidence will support that even before the outset of the probation period, Dr. Stearns had demonstrated already an unwavering commitment to improving and rectifying the issues that were presented in the board's accusation. He's taken significant proactive efforts and has tried his best to improve so that he's practicing within the acceptable standards of care.
Mr. Forrester, can you go 10% slower?
Sure.
Thank you.
We believe that the evidence will support that Dr. Stearns has met his burden to prove that he is worthy of regaining the public's trust again, and that early termination of probation is warranted. Dr. Stearns is here to explain himself and share some important perspective for what contributed to his getting into trouble with the Veterinary Medical Board in the first place, and what led to him reaching a stipulation with the board, and all the rebuildative efforts that he has undergone since that time. He's here to describe his current medical practice and share with us about the happy clients that trust the animals that he cares for. We believe that the evidence will support that overwhelmingly, Dr. Stearns has not only met but exceeded the conditions of his probation, and that he has significantly exceeded the educational requirements set forth by the board as part of the stipulated decision. He's completed extensive continuing medical education, including ethics, record keeping, and other critical areas of veterinary practice. Furthermore, we believe that the evidence will support that the opinions of Dr. Stearns' approved practice monitor, Dr. Don Jones, who is here to testify later, an experienced veterinarian who fully supports Dr. Stearns to be practicing within acceptable standards of care. This has been an important component of Dr. Stearns' rehabilitation. Working with Dr. Jones as a mentor and a practice monitor over the last couple of years, nearly 2.5 years, that Dr. Jones has acted as Dr. Stearns' practice monitor. And Dr. Jones will share his important insight and perspective regarding Dr. Stearns' being a compliant probationer who's been receptive to feedback and supervision, and that no longer is probation required for any kind of public protection purposes. And given these substantial rehabilitative efforts, we believe that the evidence will support that Dr. Stearns is rehabilitated and worthy of getting off of probation early. And with that, I'd like to call Dr. Stearns to testify.
All right, Dr. Stearns, I'm going to have you, good, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
It
Can you hear me okay?
it may help if you lean a little closer to the
Okay,
microphone.
yeah, it's a little bit.
Slide your chair over just a little bit.
Oh, okay. Is that better? Okay, thank you. I'm just going to start off by thanking you for allowing me to appear at this hearing and to give you just a brief background of how I became a veterinarian.
Allow me to ask the questions, then
Oh, do you want to do it? Oh,
question, answer kind
Sorry,
of format.
okay. I'm sorry.
And I would just ask both of you, just go a little slower than you
Okay.
think you need to.
Okay,
Go ahead.
got it.
Thank you. Dr. Stearns, can you please summarize your veterinary career and emphasize your experiences and the various roles you've held over the years as a veterinarian for the board?
Yes, thank you. I started off, I grew up in a small town in Maine, rural Maine, and I was undecided when I was a kid whether I wanted to be a marine biologist and sail with Jacques Cousteau or become a veterinarian. So I was able to accomplish both of those, not sail with Jacques Cousteau. He died before I became a marine biologist as an undergrad. But during that time period, I became very interested in, again, going into veterinary medicine as a career. And I took 6 months off from my last year as an undergraduate and volunteered in various mixed and large animal and equine practices in the state of Washington. I was accepted into UC Davis and graduated from there in 1984, coming out as a large animal track veterinarian. I ended up working for an equine and large animal practice on the peninsula called Peninsula Equine, where I was lucky enough to have a great mentor in Russ Peterson. After several years with Peninsula Equine, I became very interested as a kind of a lifetime learning thing, and I do love education in the growing biotechnology industry in our area. So I returned after 5 years in practice as an equine and large animal veterinarian to University of California at Berkeley and received my MBA from the Haas School in 1990. After that, I was involved in a succession of human pharmaceutical companies on the business side, beginning with Alza, the company that developed transdermal medications, and then 12 startups. in various therapeutic areas, including cancer, cardiovascular disease, antibacterials, and cancer imaging.
How long were you away from veterinary medicine?
Approximately 22 years I spent in industry.
And when did you decide to return to veterinary medicine?
In about 2008 or 2009, I got tired of the travel. I had just had twins, so I had 3 children now, and I'd spent 1 million miles on United Airlines in the last few years. So I decided that I'd rather spend more time with the family. I wanted to return to veterinary practice and decided I would prefer to transfer into the small animal practice because I just couldn't deal with being on call 4 nights a week as in the old days.
So did you return to large animal or small animal?
No, I came back and into small animal practice.
And upon returning to veterinary medicine, what challenges did you face when you were getting reacclimated to the practice of veterinary medicine?
Well, I felt that my scientific background was fine, but the clinical practices had changed significantly. It was kind of like a restart coming out as a new graduate. So,
So tell us, what types of positions did you get once you returned?
sure. I started doing weekend vaccine clinics for VIP just to get used to being around the dog and cat population again. And I worked in some of their wellness clinics, very basic type of small animal issues.
Where did you go after that?
I spent several months, approximately 9 to 12 months, working as a relief veterinarian in various practices. I think it's important when you go back to that time frame. It wasn't like today. There weren't that many openings available. So I sort of had to work to sort of build up the skill set, working in multiple practices, filling in.
Did you find a full-time employment anywhere?
Yes, I did. After working several relief days at the clinic, I took a full-time position at AltaView in 2014, January 1st.
Where's that located?
Mountain View, California.
And what was your role there?
I was a veterinarian in the back room doing treatments and performing basic surgeries such as spays and neuters. Yes, I was in the back room performing essentially spays, neuters, and treatments in the back room.
Okay. Were you ever asked by Dr. Guman to act as his practice monitor? And what were your responsibilities in doing that?
Yes, I was not aware of this when I became employed at the practice, that there were any issues at the practice. But I was shortly after I joined asked to be a records probation monitor for Dr. Guman.
Did you have any idea what that role entailed when you agreed to do it?
I really did not. I was told I just had to review a certain number of records per month and sign off on some particular forms that came with the responsibility.
All right. After working at AltaView as a full-time vet, did you have any other employment?
I resigned in December 31st of 2016 to start my own practice called Four Paws Mobile Veterinary Services, which I continue to operate until this day, approximately 8 years later.
Can you tell us a little bit about your practice, this Four Paws?
Yes, I do house calls primarily, mostly dogs, and I do basic wellness care, vaccines, simple diagnoses like allergies, lamenesses, and things that are above and beyond what I can accomplish as a mobile veterinarian. I do refer to the specialty practices in our area.
Was there anything that you learned about what to do or not to do based on your experience working at AltaView that you took forward with your current practice? And if you could expand on that.
Yes, I think that I just did not like the way things were done at the practice, which is why I resigned. I didn't like the issues surrounding the way that records were kept, the way that treatments were set up. As I learned more about small animal practice and became more familiar with the current standards, drugs that were available, I felt very uncomfortable there, and that's why I left to launch my own practice.
Regarding this issue of the prohibited settlement that you were involved with, could you share with the board members a little bit about the perspective of how that situation occurred and what role you had in it?
Yes, I had heard that there was a client who was very upset with an animal, and the details I can go into if it's necessary. But I was not even working at the clinic at the time, but I offered to step in and see if I could communicate with the client to try to defuse the situation the way I was taught to handle things in veterinary school many years ago. I invited the client to come in to speak to me, and we set up a time. The person came in the front door, and when he entered, I was handed a piece of paper by the owner of the practice, and he said the practice attorney wants them to sign this agreement. I didn't edit it, I didn't read it, and I tried to talk to the people, and in the end, they wouldn't even say hello to me, didn't even enter the room, but I handed them the piece of paper, and that was my involvement in this illegal agreement.
Have you taken any efforts in what you have addressed, essentially the ethical concerns that were raised by this issue of the illegal agreement?
Yes, as part of my probation, I've been required to take several ethics classes, 4 hours a year, which I've done. It helped me understand kind of the broader perspective of how you approach these types of issues, what's allowed, what's not allowed, and it's given me a much better perspective on how to just a level of professionalism. But I do wish I was never involved in that whole situation.
Addressing the past record keeping issues, do you acknowledge that you had past deficiencies in your record keeping?
Yes, I will say uncategorically that it was terribly done. When I dropped back into small animal practice at Altaview, it was paper records. They would disappear. There was no, I just assumed that that's how things were done. So I followed the procedures that I was told and the records that I was given and just copied what was done at the practice. By the time this complaint had been filed, I had already been 4 years away from the clinic and established my own practice on an EMR platform, a cloud-based platform from IDEX called Neo. So I immediately established a much better record-keeping system that met all the requirements. Yes, Neo, N-E-O, by IDEX.
Have you completed any additional hours in medical record keeping, continuing education, in addition to implementing the Neo software?
Yes, I've taken probably 8 to 10 hours of continuing education. And it's been very helpful, actually. And the first one course was actually done by Dr. Wilson, who had given us our business training in veterinary school at UC Davis, 1 hour a week. But anyway, I have taken those to heart. I've improved my records, and I think I'm up to where I should be at this point to meet all the requirements.
Regarding the premise permit compliance issue, can you discuss, your misunderstanding regarding this premise permit regulation and what you've done to resolve it?
Yes, the statute was very confusing, and I had to have a place to ship my orders for my pharmaceuticals to, and my DEA license was still at Altaview, and I thought that it was okay just to keep that particular number and have things shipped there. At the time, it was difficult to convince Covetrus and MWI, and also the DEA for that matter, to register you as a practice at a home address. So for that period of time, I also did not realize that a vehicle, if it were to be registered under the premise permit of a brick and mortar clinic, had to be owned by the clinic. As soon as someone called me from the VMB and pointed that out, I think the next week I had my own premise permit issued.
What other specific changes would you say you've implemented in regards to anything regarding maintaining the veterinarian client-patient relationship to address the issues that were alleged in the accusation?
Yes, I am the only person in the practice. I choose my clients. I only take them by referral from current clients. So any information, any prescriptions, any pre-surgical communications, anything that happens, forms that are signed between me and my clients is monitored by myself.
How many clients do you have in your current practice?
I have approximately 1,100 active clients, approximately 1,500 pets under management at the current point.
Have you had any complaints directed against you by any of your clients from the Four Paws practice that you run?
I have not had any clients complain, file a complaint in any animal that I have established the primary relationship with.
What do you attribute that record to?
When I left Altaview, and I guess a part of that, this probation issue and the complaint filed against me, I realized that I really had to change things and keep them changed. So I strive every day to give every single client and patient the best care possible. And also, it's very important to admit that you don't know what you don't know and refer those clients. So I try to practice within the bounds. Sorry. And refer those patients to the appropriate specialist.
Can you discuss some of the feedback that you've received from clients at your current practice?
Yes.
How has that been?
The feedback has been incredible. If I just might mention it, that I'm coming up towards 550 5-star reviews in Google, Yelp, and Facebook, and I consider those to be very solid feedback. I have cards and letters from clients thanking me for the care, even after the end result has been euthanasia.
In regards to your record keeping and client communication, have you made any improvements to consent procedures that you might have before performing procedures with clients?
Yes, I have standard forms and templates that I've developed in Neo that cover everything. I take in all my patients for the procedures myself. I create all the discharge instructions, and I've also established an app-based online portal for surgical follow-up and for continuing to handle cases that I've tried and am making compliant with the new telemedicine requirements. Out of my 1,100 clients, I have 300 plus clients on this platform already.
Regarding physical examination practices, there were some allegations that you hadn't, performed the physical examinations adequately. Can you describe how you've perhaps enhanced your practices around conducting and documenting physical examinations prior to surgeries?
Yes, those animals receive a full physical exam prior to the procedure. Every animal, when I go to the house to do a house call, receives, and my SOPs dictate this, as much as I can possibly do. Sometimes with a recalcitrant Rottweiler, it's a little hard to get a rectal temperature, but I document that I was unable to do that. And I try to be as thorough as possible. And people are appreciative because many of the animals I do see are animals that will not walk in the front door of a clinic or have had problems, a lot of rescue population. I really try my best, and that's all I can do.
How about in medication administration? What steps have you taken to ensure that medication administration is always indicated and documented?
Yes, I think one thing that I've done is I've taken a lot of courses, obviously some mandated, the new antimicrobial things. I also think I was ahead of that curve, but I really try to minimize the necessary medications and try to use a lot of sort of natural cures. I know it, I'll just say it, with diarrhea, there are a lot of ways to approach it that do not involve medications. And in fact, it's frowned upon everything I can gather to use antibiotics anymore. So I try everything I can. I've been a consultant for Animal Biome, which is a fecal replacement type therapy, and everything I can do to just mitigate these things and walk people through the situation. If you just communicate what the plan is consistently and constantly, the outcomes are generally very good and appropriate.
Now, I want to ask you a couple questions about your working with your practice monitor, which was a term of your stipulation with the board. Can you tell us, Dr. Stearns, and describe how it's been going working with Dr. Don Jones and how he came to become your practice monitor?
It's been amazing for the last 2.5 years. I think that I wish, if I could say, that I could have dropped into Don's practice as a veterinarian coming back after 22 years. I may not be sitting here today. But I think I walked into a situation where I did not have good mentorship and failed myself in the profession. But Don has had amazing suggestions. He's reviewed 480 of my medical records over the last 2.5 years, and he's given great suggestions that I implement the next week. I mean, they've all been spectacular, and I don't know how to thank him enough for that.
How often have you met with Dr. Jones during this probation practice monitoring relationship?
We talk during the month, but generally I send him the medical records to be reviewed and an explanation. And if there are any issues, we have a back and forth during that time, at least once a month.
How has Dr. Jones, does he provide feedback to you regarding your performance and record keeping?
Yes, he has. He's made me up my game. But we've come up with better templates for pre-surgical assessments, for post-op care of patients, and just general medical procedures that better than any continuing education actually that I've taken, I think.
What are some of the most valuable lessons you've learned from Dr. Jones, and how have you applied those to your practice?
Be consistent, do everything you have to do to create a positive outcome for the patient and the client.
In what ways has Dr. Jones' mentorship helped you grow as a veterinarian? And in what particular areas do you think his input has been most beneficial to you?
I think just the general procedural requirements, kind of what the standard is and how you can meet or exceed those standards, and the perioperative care. And not all the cases are surgical. Some of them are medical, and he's had excellent suggestions. If I'm missing information in general, add something in. I'll just give a brief example. For example, every time you do an ear exam, make sure you make a note whether you see the tympanic membrane or not. Little things like that can make a huge difference going forward.
Has he given you input regarding medication?
Yes, he has.
In what way?
I have, over time, greatly reduced my use of antibiotics from what I was taught originally back in the dark ages 40 years ago when I got out of Davis. So I think that's evolved, and also philosophically working much more with sort of the natural process of treating things and follow through, just follow through, follow through, follow through.
As you continue to work with Dr. Jones during your probation term, how did your professional relationship evolve? Like, did it become, you didn't know him beforehand, right?
I had known of Don many years ago when I was in equine practice because he started off also as a sort of a large animal, mixed animal type veterinarian, but he had already gone back into small animal medicine. So I'd never personally met him until maybe probably 7 or 8 years ago. Just dropped into the clinic to say hello because I'd never met him. And then there was a 3-year gap until this probation requirement came into being.
Regarding moving on to the topic of your compliance with the probation terms, and trying to show that you're essentially regaining the public trust, what have you done to fulfill your financial obligations with the board?
I've completely paid the $35,000 I'm up to date on all my probation monitoring costs, and I've taken all the required continuing education through the last 2.5 years.
Now, looking at like the lessons that you've learned and reflecting on the allegations and the accusation and the subsequent changes you've made, what are the most important lessons you've learned throughout this process that have made you a better veterinarian and worthy of getting off of probation early?
I think looking back on things, and I'm going back to that period of these violations, that if I had had better mentorship or if I had known more, I still feel badly about anything that happened, but I took that to heart, and I just want everything to be above board. I want it to be good for the animal, good for the patient, and always feel like I'm doing the best I can for both of them every time I go into someone's home.
Now, I understand you've completed additional continuing education beyond the mandated hours. Could you explain to the board members why you did that?
I love learning. I always have. Recently at the Western Veterinary Conference meeting, I just, for fun, I do carry a handheld ultrasound machine, but I didn't feel very competent with it. So I did a half-day seminar at the Okendo Center, a hands-on ultrasound workshop, which was spectacular. I'm going to plan to do more things like that, more things on nutrition and sort of just topics that I'm interested in that can help my clients that have nothing to do with the need for certain hours or certain courses.
Regarding your future commitments to the board and to the public, what steps are you taking to ensure your continued compliance with the Veterinary Medical Board regulations and standards of practice?
I continuously update my manuals. I've done a much better job and I guess tracking, and it's not that I never tracked it. My controlled substance things, I'm very careful about that. I try to comply with all the rules about locking things down. I have no other employees except my Brittany Spaniel, so I'm not at risk of anybody, sort of rifling through the practice and so forth. But I just continuously think of ways I can do things better.
Do you feel that you are rehabilitated from the issues that got you into trouble with the board in the first place?
Yes, I do. I think as I said before, I started the process when I started my own practice, which was 4 years before the allegations. But since then, I think I've accelerated that at probably a logarithmic pace to just be better. I mean, if you're better at what you do and the animals get better, then that's what it's all about.
Thank you, Dr. Stearns. I'd like to have you walk us through these tabbed, lettered exhibits that we've put in the binder we've handed to the board members and the administrative law judge and the People's Council. I'll have you skip A because I'm going to have Dr. Jones identify that. But if you could tell us what is identified behind tab B in the binder, Exhibit B.
Tab B it has a number of letters that I asked people to write when we were creating the rebuttal to the original allegations. I think there are 21 or 22 letters in here. I don't recall the exact number.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit B at this time.
Ms. Haro, do you object?
No.
Exhibit B is admitted.
Thank you. And if you could turn to Exhibit C, Dr. Stearns. Can you identify?
Sorry.
Exhibit C as in cat.
Yes.
Tell us what this is.
This is a letter from Dr. Guman, the person we mentioned before, trying to describe and just put to rest, if we can, this issue of the illegal agreement.
Okay. And did you ask Dr. Guman to write this letter for you?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit C.
Ms. Haro, do you object?
No.
Exhibit C is admitted.
If you could turn to Exhibit D as in dog. Got C as in cat, now we got D as in dog, so it's pretty fitting.
That's good.
All right, D as in dog. What is this?
This is a letter from Dr. Mark Qureshi, Cupertino Animal Hospital, where I went part of the continuing education requirement was to observe spays and neuters. And I went, Dr. Qureshi is the person in the area who does all the lap spays. So I've spent time with Mark watching these procedures and just sharing notes with him. He's also a big ear specialist, so we talk about really bad ears.
Great. I'd like to offer Exhibit D, Your Honor.
Ms. Horo, do you object?
No.
Exhibit D is admitted.
Now, if you could turn to Exhibit E as in Edward. Tell us what this comprises.
This is an exhibit comprising the CE certificates that I've received. I'm not sure of the time frame. Is this the last 2 years, maybe? Year?
It looks, I tried to put it in, so everybody knows, I tried to put it in chronological order from 2021 through the present.
Yes, I recognize these certificates.
And does this include certificates that you've completed since the time you've petitioned the board for your early termination?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit E.
Ms. Horo, do you object?
No.
Exhibit E is admitted.
Thank you. Could you turn to what's behind tab F, as in Frank? Tell us what this is.
These are printouts of the most recent Yelp reviews.
Regarding your practice, 4 Paws?
Regarding 4 Paws Mobile Veterinary Services, yes.
And have you ever asked a client to submit a positive review on your behalf?
I have not.
So these are unsolicited?
These are unsolicited reviews.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit F.
Ms. Horo, do you object?
No.
Exhibit F is admitted.
You could then turn to Exhibit G, tab G, and tell us what does this comprise?
These are a collection of reviews from Google reviews.
Regarding your 4 Paws practice?
Regarding 4 Paws Mobile Veterinary Services, yes.
Did you ever solicit positive comments from your clients for Google page?
I did not.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit G.
Ms. Horo, do you object?
No.
Exhibit G is admitted.
Thank you. And finally, could you turn to the tab H and tell us what this is?
This is a compilation of reviews from a company called Signpost that I use as sort of a client communications tool, and they track these types of things. So they aggregate this and show me what reviews I've received during the week and recent periods of time.
So it's a summary of your Yelp, Google, and Facebook reviews? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Thank you. I'd like to offer Exhibit H, Your Honor.
Ms. Horo, do you object?
No.
Exhibit H is admitted.
Thank you. Now, Your Honor, I'd like to call Dr. Jones to testify.
Before we do that, I'm going to give Ms. Horo a
That's
chance
right.
for cross.
Sorry.
Thank you. Dr. Stearns, of the continuing education courses you've taken, tell us which ones have been most meaningful to you.
I'm not just pandering, but it is actually the record keeping courses. I had no idea after 22 years away how the landscape had changed, and those were actually quite enjoyable. Some people might find them tedious, but I've got to say I was very impressed by the quality, and it was the thing that has helped me the most in this process.
With regards to record keeping, with Dr. Guman, you were his records reviewer, correct?
That's correct.
And you told us that you were uncomfortable with the way records were maintained at the office. As the reviewer, did you do anything to try and make changes or recommend changes to that record keeping process?
Yes, I received absolutely no training, and I really didn't know enough to be a reviewer. But I tried contacting the Veterinary Medical Board by email, 3 or 4 phone calls, and I just could never get any feedback from anyone. I didn't feel comfortable doing it at all.
Then why did you agree to do it?
Okay, I'm just going to tell you the truth. I was threatened that I wouldn't get my paycheck if I didn't sign off on those records.
Did you report that to the board or anyone else?
I did. I called and left a message for the person who was supposed to be the monitor at the board, but she had left and my messages went nowhere. I even wrote a letter and sent it in. I kind of feared retribution, to be fair.
Did you file a formal complaint with the board about this?
I didn't even know what that would have been. I just, at the time, it was making me a nervous wreck. I had 2 kids in college. I was under significant pressure. You know, I don't know what to tell you. I feel very badly about anything that was out of place, but I tried to contact the board and I could never get anyone to reach back out to me.
Did you at that time take any continuing education courses on record keeping to figure out what needed to be done properly?
That was right before, during that time frame, I was actually resigning and leaving the practice to set up my own. And at that time, I did. I went to some meetings and so forth, and I talked to other veterinarians when I established my NEO platform to make sure that my record keeping was actually what record keeping should be.
You talked about your experience with Dr. Jones, your monitor, and that he'd made recommended changes to you that you implemented. Give us some examples of those changes.
Sure. There are some areas that are controversial, such as a perioperative antibiotic injection. I was taught that you had to do that 40 years ago. And some procedures require that, some don't. So Don and I have debated that. We've debated the dose, the particular antibiotic. We've debated whether or not for some procedures you should intubate or catheterize. All sorts of procedural issues that make your outcomes better and make it safer for the animals.
What change have you found most valuable to you that you received from Dr. Jones's suggestions?
Sure. I think some of it's just been emotional support, quite frankly, that I could get through this process, improve the way I practice, and prove to people that I could actually be released from this obligation. But my primary goal was just to have better outcomes with all my patients.
In your supplemental exhibits, you included the letters from clients, Exhibit B, and then the reviews, Exhibits F and G. Do you know how many of those clients are aware of the admissions you made in the stipulation that led to the discipline in this case?
With these letters, it was every single one of them because I worked with Michael Firestone, and I informed everybody what the issue was. I gave them the link to the website and asked them if they could write a letter. And it was a horrible process, revealing to those people what those allegations were, but they all came through for me. And every single one of those people, I believe, is still a client.
Those letters, that's the Exhibit B, correct? Okay. Those were all written before the stipulation was signed, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did they know at the time they wrote those letters that you were admitting to the misconduct or most of the misconduct alleged in the accusation?
I think they came before the stipulation, but after the stipulation, I told them, what had happened and what the outcome was.
Do you have any criminal convictions that the board's not aware of?
I do not.
And are there any current criminal or civil proceedings pending against you, either in California or anywhere else?
There are not.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Let me just briefly see if the board members have any questions. Dr. Bradbury,
I do not. Thank you.
Dr. Solicito.
I just need some clarification. So, in your statement, you said that you were employed at AltaView 2014 and 2016, but the premise license that has you as a managing licensee lapsed in May 2016 to August 2016, and again in 2017 to 2018. Can you explain why you stayed on as the managing licensee when you left the practice?
Yes, I'll reiterate that. I believe that I still had my drugs, my medications sent there. My DEA license was at that site. And so I didn't think it was wrong to have that license there. I did not understand at that time the differentiation in the mobile veterinary license situation where the practice had to own the vehicle. As soon as I understood that, I moved it and got my current premise license. When we were talking and when we signed the stipulation, I also immediately submitted the proper form to get off, to stop that, end that current premise permit, and it somehow got lost in the ether. So again, maybe a year or so later, I acted again. That person was on the call when we were talking about the stipulation and said, "This is the form you fill out." I sent it in that day. I don't know what happened to that.
When did you start to be the managing licensee of Altaview?
I don't recall.
Would you say within the time that you were employed, you became the managing licensee?
If it were before December 31st of 2016, probably yes.
And you were aware of the responsibilities of a managing licensee when you signed off?
Not so much. Again, it was a very difficult situation. I tried to make sure that, you know, the care was the best that I knew how to give, but obviously I didn't know what I didn't know.
Thank you.
Dr. Grant.
Thank you for attending. I have a question about how you're accepted in your practice area. Do you belong to a local veterinary medical board? I mean, we have the Southern California Equine or something like that. I'd like to know how you mingle with your cohorts.
Sure. I don't belong to the local association. I have gone to several meetings. I attend continuing education sessions at the local ophthalmology clinic, at SAGE. I frequently have to drop off my lab samples at various clinics, so I introduce myself to everyone and have become familiar with the local veterinarians through my IDEX drop-off network, and sometimes have lunch with them or sit down and talk. It can be a bit of a lone profession, as you know, but I try my best to do that. It's just that I guess that's it. That's the question.
So do you have one or two or three or four different specialty practices that you refer to then?
Yes, that's correct. I have actually 3 in the area, if you count one in San Mateo, Lenity, Sage, and MedVet in Mountain View. And I have the specialists that I refer to, some of them, especially at Sage, I know personally.
Thank you.
Dr. Noland.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Dr. Stearns.
Thank you.
A couple of just clarifications. I noticed that you have spoken about you resigned December of 2016, but one of the cases regarding Mabel, I don't know if you remember Mabel, but it was in July of 2017. So did you continue to work part-time then at AVAH?
I was there for a few Mondays periodically, and that may have been one of them. So it's very possible that I was there and helped out. I don't recall that specific case.
Okay. Do you continue to work part-time for the AVAH?
I did for a few months, but as I was establishing my practice and just to try to keep the situation calm while I transferred out my site license, my DEA license, my shipments and registering with Covetrus and MWI and so forth. I just couldn't go without supplies. So it was to keep the peace.
I noticed several of your letters of recommendation also mention you work part-time there. They seem to indicate they have you're a collegial part of the practice still.
Yes, I did, and I do rent space to do procedures there on Mondays, but I don't do any of their cases. I don't see any clients except my own for procedures. That's the relationship now.
Great, that makes sense. Thank you. And then I don't notice any documentation of continuing education past July of 2023. Have you done any other further CE since then?
Yes, none of the required because I've been at the WVC, so the certificate for the ultrasound course is in there.
Okay. but that would-
Several other ones like the Purina microbiome seminar and so forth will be beyond that date. But there are a few more requirements for this year that have been approved, but I just have not done them in preparation for this meeting.
Great, thank you so much.
Ms. Prado
I have no questions. Thank you.
and Ms. Pulowski.
Thank you. I have several questions for you. During your 22 years away, what continuing education did you do during that time?
Sure. I was involved in medical device and drug development, and some of the companies did want to explore the veterinary market. So for example, I would go to the Veterinary Orthopedic Society meeting. So sort of specialized meetings, the ACVS, meetings for more specialty type things that had to do with sort of the focus of the company's products that I was developing, like an infusion pump for pain management.
Yeah. Thank you. And then, are you familiar now with where you can find the laws that regulate veterinary medicine and the resources available to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. And then you mentioned several times that you made attempts to contact the VMB, but they were lost or they didn't make it to the right person or lost in the ether. So, did you make an attempt to contact the Veterinary Medical Board when you established your new business so that you could ask questions about how to do that?
I looked up what I could find online and I built my manual and my SOPs to go with what was required for a mobile practice. I just must have misread the section about practice having to own the vehicle. That's purely what happened. But as soon as the board called me, it was a very collegial call. It just said, "Do you know that?" And I said, "Oh my God." The next week I had the application in and it was approved shortly thereafter.
Okay. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. Firestone?
Just one quick one. Dr. Stearns, when you were acting as the practice monitor for Dr. Guman and working as the veterinarian, managing veterinarian, were you doing the best you could at the time?
Yes, I had no training in the responsibilities of what that entailed. Again, I just tried to use my best judgment and do what I knew at the time that I thought was correct. That's all I had to go on.
No further questions.
Ms. Haro, any follow-up?
No.
All right. And Mr. Firestone, you want to call another witness, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's just go off the record while he makes his way up here. We're off the record presently. Mr. Firestone, if your client wants to pull a chair up and sit also with you, I mean,
It's okay.
I don't want to separate you from your client.
It's okay. He'll come back.
Okay.
Let's. You want me to? Dr. Stearns, do you want to pull the chair? You can.
Yeah, why don't you just have a seat on the other side of Mr. Firestone?
Oh, okay.
And if you want to confer with him, you can just be aware that the microphone is on.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Barnard, do you need another moment before we go back on? Okay, Ms. Haro, are you ready to go back on?
Yes.
And Mr. Firestone, are you ready to go on? Are you ready to go on?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Firestone, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Petitioner would like to call Dr. Stearns' practice monitor, Dr. Don Jones.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
Hello.
I'll have you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you'll give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down if you'd like. I will have you say and spell your name, please, and please lean into the microphone.
My name's Donald K. Jones. Did you say spell it too, or just say it?
Is it spelled the way I think it is?
Yeah.
All right. Then you can ask your first question, Mr. Firestone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Jones, thank you for being here. Could you please tell the board members and the administrative law judge and the people a little bit about yourself and about your professional background and experience in veterinary medicine?
Sure. I graduated from veterinary school at UC Davis in 1974. So this year it'll be my 50th year. I graduated cum laude. I did an internship for a year right after school, and 2 years later opened my own hospital in Los Altos. It grew. After 10 years, I moved it to another location to build a bigger hospital, which became a two-person hospital. And I was there for another 15 years. During that time, my oldest son went to veterinary school, graduated, and came back and worked with me for 5 years. I thought he'd stay and I'd pass it on to him, but he went back to Davis to become a specialist. So that was not going to happen. So ultimately, as time went by, I was thinking about selling the practice, retiring and all that. But ultimately, I did sell my hospital, but to one of my employees. I had 2 doctors working for me. So at that time, I worked for him after I sold it to him to continue the practice as a 4 days a week. So I was starting to back off a little bit. And of course, like all of us that are veterinarians, there's over time you continue continuing education to keep your license and also to just learn new things. When I started my practice from scratch, I just converted a building and put out a shingle, and that was in '76. I had to supplement my income by teaching. I was teaching at a private veterinary technology school in Palo Alto for about a year with another doctor. But as things got busier, I didn't need to do that any further. But teaching was always my second backup profession if I didn't make it into veterinary school. It's a passion I have. So that's one reason I did that. But it gave me some insight into how to communicate and convey information to people and encourage them to go forward. So let's see what else. I wrote it down because it's been a long time to tell you what I've been doing all this time. I did, when I sold my practice, I worked as a medical director at a hospital in San Jose called Almaden Valley Animal Hospital. It was a 6-doctor practice. I was in charge of all the doctors. Many of them were new graduates. It was my responsibility to supervise how they practice and teach them how to become good professional veterinarians. As we all know, when you first get out of school, you got a lot in your head, but you aren't that good at conveying it and doing it. So that became probably my most intense experience with supervising. I was there a couple years and didn't really, having been in charge of myself for 30 years, 2 years with a corporation owning and telling me what to do, I kind of got tired of it and left that situation and became an associate veterinarian at colleagues of mine hospital in Palo Alto, which is the same hospital I'm at now, called the Animal Doctors. It was owned by a veterinarian who since retired, and it was purchased by my current employer, Dr. Bogatsky, at the same location, and I've worked there now 2 days a week. So I've kind of still, I thought I'd retired 15 years ago, but I'm still working because I enjoy it, but on a different pace. So out of the blue.
Let me ask you another question.
Yeah, okay.
Just quickly, Dr. Jones,
Uh-huh.
this document you're looking at, what is that?
It's just an old resume to help keep me in, keep track of answering that question about who I am and what I've been doing. This
Are you
is.
willing to share that with the board members if they needed it?
Sure. It's pretty old. I added the last 7 or 8 years to it. I haven't had a need for a resume because I've, never had to really apply for a job for many years.
Could I identify this as Exhibit I and offer that as an exhibit?
Ms. Haro, do you object?
No.
Exhibit I is admitted.
Should I put a sticker or do you want to?
I'll take care of it.
And what is this other document you have in front of you?
This is a magazine from the UC Davis Veterinary Medicine Synergy magazine. And when I was told, you might have to tell a little bit about yourself, I pulled this off the shelf and there was an article written about me in this issue, which was last year. And it just talks about some of the same questions of learning and education and the evolution of our profession. And I thought that might be worthwhile, but it's probably too long to anybody to read.
Is that your only copy?
No, I have another copy.
I'd like to offer that as Exhibit HIJ.
Ms. Haro, do you object?
No.
Dr. Jones, if it's submitted into evidence, you will not get it back. So if it has keepsake value, just be aware of that.
No, I won't miss it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I
Exhibit
have
J.
like 4 other copies.
All right. J is admitted.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Jones, for that introduction. Could you tell us, how did you come to know Dr. Stearns?
I just heard Dr. Stern said we met randomly 7 years ago, so I don't remember that. I got a call regarding this monitoring. I don't know even who it was, but it's probably from your office, saying, how would you like to help the veterinary profession and do a simple monitoring of another veterinarian that's on probation? Of course, this was 2 years ago. As I said, I was starting to back out of full-time practice. I was down to 3 days a week, and I thought, well, I got time to do something like that, and it sounded like a worthwhile thing to do that for the profession. So I said, sure, although I, like Dr. Stern said, wasn't quite sure what that entailed in terms of either time or how long, but the way it was explained to me, it sounded like something I could be happy to do. So I said, sure.
Could you tell us then about what that has been like? What does your monitoring entail over the last couple of years?
Well, once I said that I would, I got, and of course, more information, a packet of what your responsibilities are as far as monitoring and various charts and satisfactory, unsatisfactory papers to file. And I reached out and met Dr. Stearns in person. I wanted to know who he was and talk about what we were going to do and how we're going to do it. And going forward, it was clear that I needed to see his records, complete records, 15 a month. We had to figure out how to get them to me and back. And ultimately, we've been doing that with, he emails them to me. I print them out so that I can sit down with them and evaluate them. And then if I find discrepancies or problems or just positive suggestions, I will either email him, text him, and sometimes it's just clarifying what I see. In the beginning, there were a couple things that I had to actually write as unsatisfactory. But I will say I felt as I got to know Dr. Stearns more, he was been out of the profession during a huge evolution of our profession in technology and procedures. So I felt like he was kind of like a new graduate just getting out of school and got kind of set in a bad spot to start. So from that perspective, I felt it would have been good if he come to my practice. I don't know why this is bothering me. Anyway, I thought I'd do my best to help this veterinarian get up to speed.
In your experience working with Dr. Stearns, has he been receptive to your feedback and guidance?
Absolutely. And I think that's why I've continued, and there's not a single time I've said, I think that needs to be corrected or improved, that he hasn't just jumped right on the board to do it right away and said, thank you.
Can you give us and share some examples of how he has implemented some of this improvements you've recommended?
Well, first I'll say a lot of the complaints I think had primarily to do with record keeping and documentation, which when I was in school and probably when he was too, was handwritten records that no one could even read. It's just changed. So he was kind of behind the eight ball to start with. That itself, when at least all the records I've been looking at has been totally upgraded, implemented. Every animal has a thorough physical from their temperature, pulse, why they're there. So there are a few things in the beginning where there wasn't a clear answer as to the name of the pet or something that I said, that's got to be fixed. And in his computer system, he could upgrade all that stuff. So most of my comments had to do with standard of care. An example would be routine procedures such as a dog neuter, which may be a 15, 25-minute procedure. He would, in some of the cases, they were not intubated. They were given intravenous anesthesia, procedure's done, they wake up, they go home. But I made a comment, I said that works, and it probably was true in the past, but you're liable, you're at risk if there's a complication, and you need to make sure everything you do, that would not pass the standard of care these days. Same with some situations where IV catheters are a safety valve. Might be a neuter too. It might be a short procedure, but if you need to give medicine, you need an open vein and you're by yourself, that's just, and he would just jump on it right away. And the next records I see, that's part of the file. So, other things, as he said, there's some people veterinarians will do a spay laparoscopically, some just do an ovariectomy. There are a lot of things in our profession where the doctor makes a decision how to do it that I'm not here to judge who's right or who's wrong. But I would say there's a standard of care I'm familiar with. I didn't mention My hospital was one of the first American Animal Hospital Association members in 1978. That my hospital was certified, and which meant 4 years of inspections and no corrections in 1980, I think. And every hospital I've been in has been AHA certified, including where I am now since then. I'm sure most of you know what that organization is. It's basically a voluntary organization with high standards that you actually pay to have them come inspect and correct and advise. But it assures some of the things he's that he's criticized of, which is record keeping, safety, things like that. So did I answer the question?
I think that's
Okay.
good. In your opinion, based on your most recent evaluations and working with Dr. Stearns, is his current practice currently meeting the expectations set forth by the Veterinary Medical Board and the standard of care?
Yes, I think I have had nothing but satisfactory reports over the last over a year. Minimal comments, most of which I just spoke to him about. And it's getting kind of redundant seeing records that are, as I said, I used to teach new graduates how to practice and RVTs at one point that I have each time say good job. And so I don't know what more he can do. I can't speak to any of these other legal things, but in terms of what I'm seeing as records, they're as good as the ones in my hospital right now.
Do you believe that further monitoring is necessary in order for, public protection from your perspective?
No, I think his attitude is to do a good job.
Do you support the termination of the license probation at this point in time?
Can you say that again?
Do you support Dr. Stearns's petition to terminate his probation at this time?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any sort of final recommendations or insight that the board you think would be important for the board to know about Dr. Stearns and his progress and success in his rehabilitative efforts?
Yeah, I think the things I've heard today about how this all came about, that he's just a victim of some bad luck and circumstance, and that his desire is great. His willingness to come back into this profession after corporate work is, we need good veterinarians like that.
No further questions for Dr. Jones. Thank you, Dr. Jones.
All right, thank you, Mr. Firestone. Ms. Haro, do you have any cross?
Briefly,
Okay.
Dr. Jones, you said that in some of your reviews, you did find some standard of care issues that Dr. Stearns corrected. Can you give us your best estimate of when the last time was that you saw a standard of care issue that you discussed with Dr. Stearns?
Probably a year ago.
Did
Oh, I'm sorry. Probably at least a year ago. Can't say what it might have been. It might have been just something about intubation or one of the things I mentioned. I don't know, maybe he can answer that one.
If Dr. Stearns' probation were terminated and you were no longer needed or required to be a probation monitor, would you still be available to Dr. Stearns for consulting if he had questions?
Absolutely. I mean, we're actually in the same general area of practice. And I would, now that we know each other, there's no and we've been doing this, there's no reason I would not be happy to give him any advice and answer any questions he has.
Now, this is, I believe, my final question, and I don't mean offense, but I feel I have to ask. Do you have any disciplinary history with the board?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I'll now give the board members a chance to ask any questions they might have. Dr. Bradbury?
Good afternoon, Dr. Jones. Thank you for coming.
Hi there.
Hi, and I really don't have any additional questions. I just wanted to say thank you so much for serving in this capacity and helping the board and the consumers of California.
Oh, thank you very much.
Dr. Solicito?
No questions from me.
Dr. Grant?
Yeah, Dr. Jones, I concur with Dr. Bradbury's. I concur with Dr. Bradbury's questions. Whatnot. Pleasure and honor to have you here.
Oh, thank you very much.
Dr. Noland?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Prado?
I'm all likewise with my board members. Thank you so much. It really is an honor to, I'm like, to have someone speak so beautifully on behalf of another veterinarian and also with your experience. I'm like, thank you for being here and for so long. I'm like, it is an honor and pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. I'm glad I could come.
And Ms. Pulowski?
Yes, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it, and no questions.
All right. Mr. Firestone, any follow-up?
No, just that's it for Dr. Jones. Thank you again for Dr. Jones being here.
All right.
Oh, this
I suspect that our court reporter may need some words and terms spelled. Dr. Jones, even though you're done as a witness, do you have 5 minutes to stick around?
Sure.
Okay. You can have a seat back in the gallery. Thank you very much. Mr. Firestone, any additional evidence for petitioner?
No, I just have those two exhibits that I can bring to your honor if you want.
I'll take them when we're through.
We're done? Okay.
Ms. Haro, any additional evidence?
No,
All right, that takes us then to closing argument. Ms. Haro, would you like to make any closing?
no closing.
Mr. Firestone?
I would like to have Dr. Stearns give a brief statement in conclusion that he's prepared.
Okay, it'll be considered part of his testimony, and I'll have to give Ms. Haro and the board members a chance to ask additional questions, but
No, that's perfectly okay.
okay. Dr. Stearns, if you're reading, it's okay if you are, but
No,
just
no, I don't want to.
go slower and louder than you think.
I will. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to present my case. I just want to say that I really, I'm getting choked up. I've worked really, really hard with Dr. Jones's mentorship over the last 2.5 years to try to correct any deficiencies that were within my practice. I've tried to do the best for my clients. I want to be better. It was hard, as he said, coming back into practice 22 years later was like starting all over again. I've addressed all the issues that I've been requested to address, including the ethics concerns, medical record keeping, drug administration, pain management, and I'll continue to do that even though not mandated to do so, because I do love my practice. I love my clients. It's just, I mean, I have the best group of people that I work for. And I guess without Dawn's help, Dr. Jones, I couldn't have kept moving forward. It was very difficult emotionally, physically, and mentally when these allegations came out. And like I said, I couldn't have done it without his guidance. And I just appreciate you all letting me express myself here today.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Haro, any follow-up questions?
No.
Rather than going around, let me just say, if you're a board member and you have a question, feel free to speak. All right, seeing no responses, then Mr. Firestone, did you want to make any sort of closing remarks?
No, I just, in general, wanted to thank the board members, and I think that Dr. Stearns has proven his rehabilitation and is worthy of the public's trust at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Haro, is the matter submitted?
Yes.
And Mr. Firestone?
Submitted, Your Honor.
All right, the matter is submitted, the case is closed, and we are off the record.
Thank
All right.
you.
Dr. Jones, if you wouldn't mind just convening with our court reporter there in the far corner, he's going to have some words and names that he'll need you to spell. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe I just have to officially recess open session. Yes, so we'll be recessing open session until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. We're going to go into closed session now.